An Account of the Empire of Morocco by James Gray Jackson Esq. 2nd edition, 1811. Chapter 1. Geographical Divisions of the Empire of Morocco. The Empire of Morocco, including Tafilelt, is bounded on the north by the Mediterranean Sea, on the east by Tafilelt and the desert of Angad, Sejin, Mesut and Bled el Jerid, on the south by Sahara or the Great Desert, and on the west by the Atlantic Ocean. It may be divided into 4 grand divisions. First, the Northern Division, which contains the provinces of Arif, El Garb, Beni Hassan, Sina, Shawa, Tedat, and the district of Fas. These are inhabited by Arabs of various tribes living in tents, whose original stock inhabits Sahara, to which may be added the various tribes of Berberers inhabiting the mountains of Atlas and the intermedial plains, of which the chief clans or kabiles are the Gowan, Atim, Yorsai, Jibilet, and Zimashella. The principal towns of this division are Fas Old and New City, called by the Arabs Fas Jedid, and Fas El Bailey, Mekinas or Mekwinas, Tetun, Tanga, Basilat, El Arich, Esalade or Salib, Rabat, Al Kasar, Fedalat, Dar El Baydad, and the sanctuary of New Idris, where the Mohammedan religion was first planted in West Barbary. 2d. The Central Division, which contains the provinces of Dukela or Duquela, Tabda, Shedmat, Tahar, and the district of Morocco. The chief towns being Morocco, Frugat, Azamor, Mazik and Tet, Al-Walade, Asfide or Safis, Surat or Moguda. 3d. The Southern Division, containing the provinces of Draha and Susat, which latter is inhabited by many powerful tribes or kabiles, the chief of which are Haarid and Zakinat, Ximat, Idaden and Idaltit, Aitatat, Wedinun, Kituat, 8 Bamaran, Mesut, and Sh Shugad. Of these Haarid, Wedinun, and half of 8 Bamaran are Arabs, the others are Shellers. The principal towns of this division are Teradant, Agadir or Santa Cruz, Nunt or Nunt, Ifrant or Ufrant, Akka, Tatat, Mesut, and Dardalemi. 4th. The Eastern Division, which lies to the east of the Atlas and is called Tafilelt. It was formerly a separate kingdom. A river of the same name passes through this territory, on the banks of which the present emperor's father, Sidi Muhammad ben Abha, built a magnificent palace. There are many other adjacent buildings and houses inhabited by sheriffs or Mohammedan princes of the present dynasty with their respective establishments. Chapter 2. Rivers, Mountains and Climate of Morocco. The following are the principal rivers in the Empire of Morocco. The Muluwir, which separates the empire from Angad and Tafilelt and rises at the foot of the Atlas, and passing through the desert of Angad discharges itself into the Mediterranean about 30 miles SE of Melilla. This is a deep and impetuous stream, impassable in Lili the period between the 20th of December and 30th of January inclusive, or the 40 shortest days, as computed by the old styled. In summer it is not only fordable but often quite dry, and is called from that circumstance El Bahar Bilan Mart, or the sea without water. El Kos or Lucos at El Arich, so called from its arched windings, El Kos signifying in the Arabic of the Western Arabs an arch. Ships of 100 or 150 tons may enter this river at high water. It abounds in the fish called shebald. It is never fordable, but ferries are constantly crossing with horses, camels, passengers and their baggage, etc. The Bart rises in the Atlas and partly loses itself in the swamps and lakes of the province of El Garb. The other branch probably falls into the river Cebu. The Cebu is the largest river in West Barbary. It rises in a piece of water situated in the midst of a forest near the foot of Atlas, eastward of the cities of Fas and Mekwinas, and winding through the plains passes within 6 miles of Fas. Another stream proceeding from the south of Fas passes through the cities and discharges itself into this river. This stream is of so much value to the Fasis from supplying the town with water that it is called Wade el Jua, the river of pearls. Some auxiliary streams proceeding from the territory of Teza fall into the Cebu in Lili the period before mentioned. This river is impassable except in boats or on rafts. At Maydumad or Malmura, where it enters the ocean, it is a large, deep and navigable stream, but the port being evacuated, foreign commerce is annihilated and little shipping has been admitted since the Portuguese quitted the place. This river abounds more than any other in that rich and delicate fish called shebel. If there were any encouragement to industry in this country, corn might be conveyed up the Cebu to Fas at a very low charge, whereas it is now transported to that populous city on camels, the expense of the hire of which often exceeds the original cost of the grain. The Burigreg. This river rises in one of the mountains of Atlas and proceeding through the woods and valleys of the territory of Fas traverses the plains of the province of Behasant and discharges itself into the ocean between the towns of Salih and Rabat, the former being on the northern, the latter on the southern bank. Here some of the emperor's sloops of war, which are denominated by his subjects frigates, are laid up for the winter. This river is never fordable, but ferries are constantly passing to and fro. The Morbire also rises in the Atlas Mountains and dividing the territory of Fas from the province of Tebet passes through a part of Shawert and afterwards separates that province and Tonsina from Juquela, dividing that part of the empire west of Atlas into two divisions. There was a bridge over this river at a short distance from the pass called Bulawand, built by Muli Bel Hassan, the prince of the Marine family. At this pass the river is crossed on rafts of rushes and reeds and on others consisting of inflated goat skins. Westward of this pass the river meanders through the plains and enters the ocean at the port of Asma. The Morbire abounds in the fish called shebel, the season for which is in the spring. This river not being at any time fordable, horses and travellers together with their baggage are transported across by ferries. The Tensift. This river rises in the Atlas east of Morocco, and passing about 5 miles north of that city it proceeds through the territory of Morocco Rahinat and nearly divides the two maritime provinces of Shedma and Abad, discharging itself into the ocean about 16 miles south of the town of Safi. This river receives in its course some tributary streams issuing from Atlas, the principal of which is the Wed Nifis, which flowing from the south enters it after taking a northerly course through the plains of Morocco or Shishawa. The Tensif is an impetuous stream during the Lialid, but in summer it is fordable in several places, and at the ferry near the mouth of the river at low water reaches as high as the stirrups. In many places it is extremely deep and dangerous to cross without a guide. About 6 miles from Morocco a bridge crosses it, which was erected by Muli El Mansa. It is very strong but flat with many arches. One of the kings of Morocco attempted to destroy this bridge to prevent the passage of an hostile army, but the cement was so hard that men with pickaxes were employed several days before they could sever the stones, and they had not time to effect its destruction before the army passed. The shebel of the Tensift is much esteemed, as is also the water, which is extremely salubrious and aids considerably the powers of digestion, which from the intense heat of the climate are often weakened and relaxed. This river is supposed to be the foot of Tolmet on the northern bank, where it falls into the ocean. It is to be perceived the ruins of an ancient town, probably the Osama of that geographer. There is a small stream 2 miles south of Moguda, from whence that town is supplied with water, and about 12 or 14 miles more to the south we reach the river Tidsi, which discharges itself into the ocean a few miles south of Tegwalt or Cape Osant, where the ancient city of Tidsi formerly stood. Passing to the south in the plains at the foot of that branch of Atlas which forms the Farnit or the lofty Cape Dajir, we meet the river Benitima, which with the before-mentioned branch of Atlas divides the provinces of Haha and Susa. Farther to the south is another river called Wed Tamarak, and about 16 or 17 miles south of that place, and about 6 south of Agadir or Santa Cruz the Majestic. River Susa discharges itself into the ocean. This fine river rises at Ras Al Wed at the foot of Atlas, about 30 miles from the city of Teradent. The fuelers, cultivators of land, and the gardeners of Susa have drained off this river so much in its passage through the plains of Halara and Ixima that it is fordable at its mouth at low water in the summer, so that camels and other animals are enabled to cross it with burthens on their backs. At its mouth is a bar of sand which at low water almost separates it from the ocean. The banks of this river are inundated in winter, but in summer are variegated with Indian corn, wheat, barley, pasture lands, beautiful gardens, and productive orchards. Either this river or that of Mesud must have been the Uno of Ptolemy, which is placed in lat. 2830 N. We may presume that the Susa was anciently navigable as far as Teradent, as there are still in the walls of the castle of that city immense large iron rings, such as we see in maritime towns in Europe for the purpose of mooring ships. Draha. The river of this name flows from the northeast of Atlas to the south, and passing through the province of Drahad it disappears in the absorbing sands of Sahara. A great part of the country through which it passes being a saline earth, its waters have a brackish taste like most of the rivers proceeding from Atlas which take their course eastward. It is small in summer, but impetuous and impassable in winter, or at least during Liali. It is not improbable that this river formerly continued its course westward, discharging itself into the ocean at Wednoond and called by the ancients Daradist, but it often happens in Africa, particularly on the confines of any desert country, that the course of rivers is not only changed by the movable hills of dry sand, but sometimes absorbed altogether, as is now the case with the Draha after its entrance into the desert. River of Mesa, called Wed Mesa, flows from Atlas. It is, as before observed, a separate stream from the river Suse and is drained off by the filler cultivators or farmers during its passage. It was navigated by the Portuguese before they abandoned this place for the New World. Leo Africanus has committed another error which has been copied by modern writers in calling the river of Mesa the river Suse, which I ascertained to be quite a different stream when I was at Mesa and 30 miles distant from the former, though they both flow from E to W. A bar of sand separates this river entirely at low water from the ocean, but at flood tide it is not fordable. Between the mouth of the river Mesa and that of Suse is a roadstead called Tomi. The country is inhabited by the walled Abu Seba Arabs, who informed me when I went there during the interregnum with the Caliph Vice-Regent Mohammed Ben Deleni by order of the Sharif Prince that British and other vessels often took in water there. It is called by the Arabs Sebabi, or the place of 7 wells, of which wells 3 only remained, and these we found to contain excellent water. After inspecting the place and the nature of the roadstead, we returned to the Vice-Regent's castle in Chuka. Concerning this remarkable seaport it would be inexpedient at present to disclose more. River Hassa. This river is navigable to Noond, above which it becomes a small stream fordable in various places. It has been called by some Wed Noond, i.e. the river of Noond, but the proper name is Wed Akassa. The word Wedinoon is applied to the adjacent territory. The mountains of West and South Barbary are the Atlas and its various branches, which receive different names according to the provinces in which they are situated. The Greater Atlas, or main chain of these mountains, extends from Jibal to Zatut Apes Hill to Chuka and Ape Bamaran in Low Suse, passing about 30 miles eastward of the city of Marocco, where they are immensely high and covered with snow throughout the year. On a clear day this part of the Atlas appears at Mogoda to a distance of about 140 miles in the form of a saddle, and is visible at sea several leagues off the coast. These mountains are extremely fertile in many places and produce excellent fruits, having the advantage of various climates according to the ascent towards the snow, which, contrasted with the verdure beneath, has a singular and picturesque effect. In many places the mountains are uninhabited and form immense chasms as if they had been rent asunder by some convulsion of nature. This is the case throughout the ridge that intersects the plains which separate Morocco from Teredant. In this part is a narrow pass called Bibawan, having a chain of mountains on one side ascending almost perpendicularly, and on the other side a precipice as steep as Dover Cliff, but more than 10 times the height. When the army which I accompanied to Morocco crossed this defile, they were obliged to pass rank and file. The cavalry dismounted, 2 mules missed their step and were precipitated into the abyss. The path was not more than 15 inches wide, cut out of a rock of marble, in some parts extremely smooth and slippery, in others rugged. In the branches of the Atlas east of Morocco are mines of copper, and those which pass through the province of Suse produce, besides copper, iron, lead, silver, sulphur, and saltpeter. There are also mines of gold mixed with antimony and lead ore. The inhabitants of the upper region of Atlas, together with their herds which would otherwise perish in the snow, lie 4 months of the year in excavations in the mountains, viz. from November to February inclusive. The climate of Morocco is healthy and invigorating. From March to September the atmosphere is scarcely ever charged with clouds, and even in the rainy season, viz. from September till March, there is seldom a day wherein the sun is not seen at some interval. The heat is cooled by sea breezes during the former period. In the interior, however, the heat is intense. The rainy season, which begins about October, ends in March, but if it continue longer, it is generally accompanied with contagious fevers. The trade winds, which begin to blow about March and continue till September or October, are sometimes so violent as to affect the nerves and limbs of the natives who inhabit the coast. The inhabitants are robust and some live to a great age. The Shells, or inhabitants of the mountains of Atlas south of Morocco, are however a meagre people, which proceeds in a great measure from their abstemious diet, seldom indulging in animal food and living for the most part on barley, gruel, bread and honey. The Arabs, the Moors and the Berabers, on the contrary, live in a hospitable manner and eat more nutritious food, though they prefer the foreign Asia's kind. Chapter 3. Description of the different provinces, their soil, culture and produce. In describing the soil and produce of this extensive empire, we will proceed through the various provinces, beginning with the northern called Arif or Rif. This province, extending along the shore of the Mediterranean Sea, produces corn and cattle in abundance. That part of it contiguous to Tetun produces the most delicious oranges in the world, also figs, grapes, melons, apricots, plums, strawberries, apples, pears, pomegranates, citrons, lemons, limes, and the refreshing fruit of the orange or prickly pear, called by the Arabs kermes, our Christian fig. This fruit was probably first brought into the country from the Canary Islands, as it abounds in Suse and is called by the shells of South Atlas takanite, the canary fruit. A ridge of mountains passes from Taniat along this province to the eastward as far as Bonet in Algiers. These mountains are called Jibal Arif by the natives and the Lesser Atlas by Europeans. El Ghab. The next province is called El Ghab Guttural. It is of the same nature with that already described. From the port of El Arich eastward as far as the foot of Atlas is a fine champagne country, extremely abundant in wheat and barley. Here are the extensive plains of Inshara Rumela, famous for the camp of Muley Ismail, great-grandfather of the present Emperor Solomon, where he retained his army of Bukhari Black to the amount of 100,000 horse. This army possessed the finest horses in the empire. The remains of the habitations are still discernible. There is a forest eastward of El Arich of considerable extent, consisting chiefly of oak with some corked and other valuable large trees. More to the southward and eastward we discover a forest of cork only, the trees of which are as large as full-grown oaks. From Mequinas to Mulia Idris-Siran, the renowned sanctuary at the foot of Atlas, east of the city of Mequinas, the country is flat with gentle hills occasionally, and inhabited by the tribe of Atamurta Kabyle, which dwells in straggling tents, and a warlike tribe of Berabers. The Emperor Sidi Muhammad, father to the reigning Emperor Solomon, used to denominate the Atamur the English of Barbary. The district of Fas and province of Beni Hassan. The country between Fas and Mequinas and from thence to Salid is of the same description as the foregoing, a rich champaign abounding prodigiously in corn, and inhabited altogether by Arabs, with the exception, however, of the Zimmer Shell and of the Kabyle of Berabers. In short, the whole northern division of this empire is an uninterrupted corn field, a rich black and sometimes red soil without stones or clay, with scarcely any wood upon it. The forests before mentioned and the olive plantations and gardens about the cities of Fas and Mequinas accepted, but incalculably productive. The inhabitants do not use dung, but reap the corn high from the ground and burn the stubble, the ashes of which serve as manure. During this period of the year, viz. August, enormous clouds of smoke are seen mounting the declivities of hills and mountains, penetrating without resistance the woods, and leaving nothing behind but black ashes and cinders. These fires heat the atmosphere considerably, as they continue burning during 2 months. In sowing, the husbandmen throw the grain on the ground and afterwards plough it in. Oats they make no use of. Beans, peas, caravances, and Indian corn are cultivated occasionally in lands adjacent to rivers. The fruits are similar to those before described, and are in great abundance, oranges being sold at a ducat or $1 a thousand at Tetun and Salid and some other places. Grapes, melons, and figs of various kinds and other fruits are proportionally abundant. Cotton of a superior quality is grown in the environs of Salih and Rabat, also hemp. The tobacco called Mequinas is so much esteemed for making snuff, is the produce of the province of Beni Hassan, as well as the country adjacent to the city of Mequinas. Provinces of Tansina, Shawur, Juquela, to Abd Shebnet and the district of Morocco. These are most productive in corn. The crop of 1 year would be sufficient for the consumption of the whole empire, provided all the ground capable of producing wheat and barley were to be sown. These fine provinces abound in horses and horned cattle. Their flocks are numerous, and the horses of Abdar are of the most select breed in the country. The cavalry of Tamsina is the best pointed of the empire, excepting the black troops of the emperor called Abid Sidi Bukhari. 2 falls of rain in Abdar are sufficient to bring to maturity a good crop of wheat, nor does the soil require more. The watermelons of Juquela are of a prodigious size, and indeed everything thrives in this prolific province. Horses, horned cattle, the flocks, nay, even the dogs and cats all appear in good condition. The inhabitants are for the most part laborious and trading people and great speculators. They grow tobacco for the markets of Soudan and Timbuktu. Nearly midway between Safi and Morocco is a large salt lake from which many camels are daily loaded with salt for the interior. The province of Shedma produces wheat and barley. Its fruits are not so rich as those of the north or of Suse. It abounds, however, in cattle. Of goats it furnishes annually an incalculable number, the skins of which form a principal article of exportation from the port of Mogoda, and such is the animosity and opposition often among the merchants there, that they have sometimes given as much for the skin as the animal itself was sold for. Honey, wax, and tobacco are produced in this province, the two former in great abundance, also gum, Arabic, called by the Arabs alcohol, but of an inferior quality to that of the Marocco district. Province of Hahar. Hahar is a country of great extent, interspersed with mountains and valleys, hills and dales, and inhabited by 12 cabals of shellers. This is the first province from the shores of the Mediterranean in which villages and walled habitations are met with scattered through the country. The before-mentioned provinces, with the exception of the seaport towns and the cities of Fas, Meknes, Morocco, and Mulia, Idris, Siron, being altogether inhabited by Arabs living in tents. The houses of Hahar are built of stone, each having a tower, and are erected on elevated situations, forming a pleasing view to the traveller. Here we find forests of the argan tree, which produces olives, from the kernel of which the shellers express an oil much superior to butter for frying fish. It is also employed economically for lamps, a pint of it burning nearly as long as double the quantity of olive or salad oil. Waxed gun, sandrak, and Arabic almonds, bitter and sweet, and oil of olives are the productions of this picturesque province, besides grapes, watermelons, citrons, pomegranates, oranges, lemons, limes, pears, apricots, and other fruits. Barley is more abundant than wheat. The shellers of Hahar are physiognomically distinguishable by a person who has resided any time among them from the Arabs of the plains, from the Moors of the towns, and from the Berabers of North Atlas, and even from the shellers of Susa, though in their language, manners, and mode of living they resemble the latter. The mountains of Hahar produce the famous wood called arad, which is proof against rot or the worm. Some beams of this wood taken down from the roof of my dwelling house at Agadir, which had been up 50 years, were found perfectly sound and free from decay. Province of Susa. We now come to Susa, the most extensive and, except in grain, the richest province of the empire. The olive, the almond, the date, the orange, the grape, and all the other fruits produced in the northern provinces abound here, particularly about the city of Teredant, the capital of Susa, formerly a kingdom, Braz-al-Wed, and in the mountains of Editenin. The grapes of Editenin are exquisitely rich. Indigo grows wild in all the lowlands and is of a vivid blue, but the natives do not perfectly understand the preparation of it for the purpose of dyeing. Susa contained many warlike tribes, among which are Hawar, Wald, Abu Sebat, and 8 Bamaran. These are Arabs, Sh Chuka, Delalat, Edultit, 8 Atat, Kituat, and Sejinat, and Iditenin, who are shellers. There is not perhaps a finer climate in the world than that of Susa generally, if we except the disagreeable season of the hot winds. It is said, however, and it is a phenomenon, that at Akarain never falls. It is extremely hot there in the months of June, July, and August. About the beginning of September the Shum hot wind from Sahara blows with violence during 3, 7, 14 or 21 days. One year, however, whilst I resided at Agadir, Santa Cruz, it blew 28 days, but this was an extraordinary instance. The heat is so extreme during the prevalence of the Shum that it is not possible to walk out. The ground burns the feet, and the terraced roofs of the houses are frequently peeled off by the parching heat of the wind, which resembles that which proceeds from the mouth of an oven. At this time clothes are oppressive. These violent winds introduce the rainy season. The Luxab sugar cane grows spontaneously about Teredant. Cotton, indigo, gum, and various kinds of medicinal herbs are produced here. The stick licorice is so abundant that it is called Ark Susa, the root of Susa. The olive plantations in different parts of Susa are extensive and extremely productive. About Ras-el-Wed and Teredant, a traveller may proceed 2 days through these plantations, which form an uninterrupted shade impenetrable to the rays of the sun. The same may be said of the plantations of the almond, which also abound in this province. Of corn they sow sufficient only for their own annual consumption, and although the whole country might be made one continued vineyard, yet they plant but few vines, for wine being prohibited they require no more grapes than they can consume themselves or dispose of in the natural state. The Jews, however, make a little wine and brandy from the grape as well as from the raisin. The date which here begins to produce a luxurious fruit is found in perfection on the confines of the desert in Lower Suse. At Akka and Tata the palm or date tree is very small but extremely productive, and although the fruit be not made an article of trade as at Tafilelt, it is exquisitely flavoured and possesses various qualities. The most esteemed kind of date is the beetroot, the next is the buskerry. Suse produces more almonds and oil of olives than all the other provinces collectively. Gum Amarad, a red gum partaking of the intermediate quality between the tall gum, gum Arabic, and the Orwart or Alk Southern Senegal gum is first found in this province. Wax is produced in great abundance, also gum euphorbium, gum sandrock, wild thyme, wort seed, orris root, or kilo weeds, and coloquinth. Antimony, saltpeter of a superior quality, copper and silver are found here, the two latter in abundance about Lalad and in Sh. Draha and Tafilelt. Draha and Tafilelt produce a superior breed of goats and a great abundance of dates. The countries situated near the banks of the rivers of Draha and Tafilelt have several plantations of Indian corn, rice, and indigo. There are upwards of 30 sorts of dates in this part of Bled Algeret. The best and most esteemed is that called beetroot, which is seldom brought to Europe as it will not keep so long as the Abmo date, the kind imported into England, but considered by the natives of Tafilelt so inferior that it is given only to the cattle. It is of a very indigestive quality. When a Philo Arab has eaten too many dates and finds them oppressive, he has recourse to dry fish, which it is said counteracts their ill effects. This fruit forms the principal food of the inhabitants of Bled Algeret, of which Tafilelt is a part, the produce of one plantation near the imperial palace. At Tafilelt sold some few years past for $5,000, although they are so abundant there that a camel load or 3 quintals is sold for $2. The face of the country from the ruins of Pharaoh to the palace of Tafilelt is as follows. Tafilelt is 8 Erhilat, a load day's journey on horseback from the ruins of Pharaoh. Proceeding eastward from these ruins, the traveller immediately ascends the lofty Atlas, and on the third date about sunset reaches the plains on the other side. The remaining 5 days' journey is through a wide extended plain totally destitute of vegetation, and on which rain never falls. The soil is a whitish clay impregnated with salt, which when moistened resembles soap. A river which rises in the Atlas passes through this vast plain from the southwest to the northeast. At Tafilelt it is described to be as wide as the Morbio. At Azama in West Barbary, that is to about the width of the Thames. At Putney, the water of this river receives a brackish taste by passing through the saline plains. After running a course of 15 Erhilat or 450 miles, it is absorbed in the desert of Anged. It has several electric castles of terrace wall on its banks, inhabited by the sheriffs, princes of the reigning family of Morocco. Latterly wheat and barley have been cultivated near the river and the castles. The food of the inhabitants, who are Arabs, consists for the most part, as already observed, in dates. Their principal meal is after sunset, the heat being so intolerable as not to suffer them to eat anything substantial while the sun is above the horizon. There is another river inferior to the one before mentioned, which rises in the plains north of Tafilelt, and flowing in a southerly direction is absorbed in the great desert of Sahara. The water of this river is so very brackish as to be unfit for culinary purposes. It is of a colour similar to chalk and water, but if left to stand in a vessel during the night it becomes clear by the morning, though it is still too salt to drink. These extensive plains abound everywhere in water, which is found at the depth of 2 cubits, but so brackish as to be palatable only to those who have been long accustomed to the use of it. The people have among themselves a strict sense of honour. A robbery has scarcely been known in the memory of the oldest man, though they use no locks or bars. Commercial transactions being for the most part in the way of barter or exchange, they need but little specie. Gold dust is the circulating medium in all transactions of magnitude. They live in the simple patriarchal manner of the Arabs, differing from them only in having walls habitations which are invariably near the river. It is intensely hot here during a great part of the year, the Shum wind from Sahara blowing tempestuously in July, August, and September, carrying with it particles of earth and sand which are very pernicious to the eyes and produce a famine. A considerable trade is carried on from this place to Timbuktu, Hausa, and Guinea south of Sahara, and to Morocco, Fas, Suse, Algiers, Tunis, and Tripoli. Indigo abounds here, but from the indolence of the cultivators it is of an inferior quality. There are mines of antimony and lead, or the alcohol phial so much used by the Arabs and African women to give a softness to the eyes and to blacken the eyebrows, is the produce of this country. The common dress of the inhabitants consists of a loose shirt of blue cotton with a shawl or belt round the waist. An akbat or accumulated caravan goes annually from hence to Timbuktu. Woolen hakes for garments are manufactured here of a curious texture, extremely light and fine, called el hake filali. If we except the habitations and castles near the river, the population of the plains is very inconsiderable. A few tents of the Arabs whose original stock inhabit Sahara are occasionally discovered, which serve to break the uniformity of the unvaried horizon. A person who imagines a vast plain bounded by an even horizon similar to the sea out of sight of land will have an accurate idea of this country. The goats of Tafilelt are uncommonly large. There is a breed of them preserved by the Emperor of Morocco on the island of Mogoda. Chapter 4. Population of the Empire of Morocco. Account of its seaports, cities and towns. Various and contradictory statements have been made by travellers of the population of this country. From all the accounts which I have been able to collect on the subject, and from authentic information extracted from the imperial registers of the inhabitants of each province, persons who have travelled through the country and acquainted with the mode of living of the inhabitants may probably consider the above as an exaggerated statement, but it should be understood that a stranger in such cases sees little of the population, as the various douars of Arabs are at a considerable distance from the roads from which they always retire to avoid the visits of travellers, to whom they are compelled by the laws of hospitality to furnish with necessary provisions for 3 days without receiving any pecuniary remuneration. Of this fact travellers in general have not been apprised, and have in consequence formed calculations which represent the population very inferior to what it actually is. The western coast of Morocco is defended with numerous rocks level with the surface of the water, which extend along the shore in various parts from the Straits of Gibraltar to Agadir. We find, however, occasionally in the intermediate places an extensive beach where the water is shallow and the surf runs high. The Empire of Morocco is separated from Algiers by the river Malouwe, which falls into the Mediterranean Sea inland. W from London 130. The seaports of this empire have but a limited commerce with foreign nations, and are consequently neither very extensive nor populous. Proceeding along the coast of the Mediterranean, we come to the town of Melilla, the ancient residuum called by the Arabs Melilla, in possession of the Spaniards, who have a garrison here. The country in its vicinity abounds with wax and honey, which latter is equal to that of Minorca, and when kept a year it is nearly as hard and white as loaf sugar. The Goths, in whose possession Melilla was when the Arabs invaded the country, abandoned it, and the latter, after retaining it some years, forsook it to dwell in their tents. The Spaniards took possession of it about the beginning of the 15th century. It was besieged by Sidi Muhammad ben Abdullah, Emperor of Morocco, in the year 1774, but without effect. The next town worthy of notice is Bediz de Gamera, situated between 2 mountains, at the bottom of which there was anciently a city called Bediz, supposed to have been founded by the Carthaginians. The Arabs call it Beliz, and some Europeans by a corruption of the word Veliz, the name given it in most of our maps and charts. In the neighbourhood of this place are forests of excellent timber, with which the Moors, before the Spaniards obtained possession of it, built fishing vessels. Proceeding from hence westward, we discover the river Busaga near Tetouan, or Tetouan as it is called by the Arabs, where some of the emperor's galleys occasionally winter. About 4 miles inland from the roadstead stands the town of Tetouan in the province of El Garb. This town is built on the declivity of a rocky hill, but is neither large nor strong. Its walls are built of mud and mortar, framed in wooden cases and beaten down with mallets. The inhabitants are rich from commerce, receiving from Spain and Gibraltar dollars, German linens and cloths, also British manufactures, for which they barter wax, skins, leather, raisins, almonds, olives, oranges, honey, etc. It is inhabited by Moors and Jews, who for the most part speak a corrupt Spanish, in which language their commercial negotiations are transacted. The environs of Tetouan abound in gardens of the most delicious fruits. Here are grown the finest oranges in the world, and they are in great abundance. The adjacent country abounds also in vineyards, the grapes of which are exquisite and in great variety. From the raisins and figs the Jews distill an ardent spirit called Mahaya, which when a year old is similar to the Irish usquebet, and they prefer it to European brandy or rum, because it does not, as they pretend, heat the blood. They drink immoderately of this spirit, and generally take a glass of it before eating. Tetouan was founded according to report by the Africans, and was a populous town at the time the Moors were driven out of Spain. It was a place of residence for many of the consuls of the European powers till the year 1770, when an Englishman having shot or wounded and mauled all the Europeans were ordered to quit the place, and the Emperor Sidi Mohammed declared he would never suffer an European to settle there again. It is remarkable that in this declaration he literally kept his word. This port carried on a considerable trade in provisions with Gibraltar, as vessels are obliged to come here in preference to Tangier whenever the wind is in the west and does not permit them to make the latter place. At this time ships may lie in security, and our fleets often water and victual here, as did that of the immortal Nelson previous to his victory in Abukir Bay. We next come to Sidut, or Sutut as it is called by Europeans. It is situated near Jibal Tazatut, Eights mountain, called by the ancients Abila, one of the pillars of Hercules. The town of Ceuta is probably of Carthaginian origin. The Romans colonized it. It afterwards became the metropolis of the places which the Goths held in Hispania. Trisfratana was next occupied by the Arabs and in 1415 taken by the Portuguese. It is now in the possession of Spain. It is celebrated for the strength of its fortifications, its advantageous situation at the entrance of the Mediterranean, being the nearest point to Europe. It is situated on the rising ground at the foot of the mountain. Near it stands the mountain with 7 summits, called by the Arabs Sebat Jibal and by the ancients Sept and Fratres. If the Emperor Yezd had succeeded in taking Ceuta, which he twice besieged about the close of the last century without success, his intention was to harass the trade of the European nations by fitting out galleys and rovers for the purpose of capturing and carrying the merchant ships into Tangier, Tetun and Ceuta as they pass through the straits, but the place is capable on the land side of resisting every attack that may be made upon it by the Mohammedans unless they were aided by some European naval force. The whole coast from hence to Tangier, the next town we come to, is rugged and interspersed with projecting cliffs. Tangier, anciently called Tingiz and Tingiyat, and now by the Arabs Tingiat, is situated at the western mouth of the straits and a day's journey distant from Tetun. This town was first possessed by the Romans, next by the Goths, and was given up by Count Julian to the Mohammedans. It was taken in the 15th century by the Crown of Portugal, which gave it in 1662 as part of the dowry of the Princess Catherine of Portugal upon her marriage to Charles II of England. The English, however, finding the expenses of keeping it to exceed the advantages derived from the possession of it, abandoned it in 1684 after destroying the mole and fortifications. It still retains some batteries in good condition facing the bay, at the bottom of which is a river, and the remains of the bridge of Old Tangier, but the sand has so accumulated at the mouth of this river that the bridge, had it stood, would have been now useless. Tangier is favourable to Moorish piracy even without the possession of Ceuta, being the narrowest part of the straits, but it will never become a commercial town, having but few productions in its vicinage. The Spaniards here ship eggs, fowls, vegetables and some fruits, but the chief exports are cattle and edible vegetables, which are carried to Gibraltar for the supply of the garrison. This supply is allowed by the Emperor, not perhaps from any predilection towards us, although he apparently prefers the English to any other European power, but because it was a grant from his great-grandfather Mullah Ismail, whose successors have not infringed on the ordinances of their renowned ancestor, the Mohammedans, having a great respect for the deeds of their forefathers. Westward of Tangier is Cape Spartel, the headland which divides the straits from the Western Ocean. After doubling this cape at the distance of 50 miles stands the little town of Arcilla, called by the Carthaginians Ziliat and by the Romans, who had a garrison here. Julia traduced it. It belonged afterwards to the Goths and latterly to the Mohammedans. Alfonso of Portugal took it in 1741, but about the end of the 16th century it was abandoned by the Portuguese and again fell into the hands of the Moors. A river discharges itself at this place into the ocean, but there is no trade carried on. Proceeding down the coast southward, we discovered at the distance of 33 miles the town of El Arish, standing on the river El Kos. El Arish, whence its name is derived, signifies in the Arabic flowered or pleasure gardens. This was formerly a town. Of some commonest remains of the commercial houses, which appear to have been large and spacious, still exist. The adjacent country is very fine and productive and furnishes corn, waxed, and oil, the two former in abundance. It also contains woods of full-grown trees fit for shipbuilding. The river El Kos has a bar of sand at its entrance, but is sufficiently deep to admit ships of 100 tons. The gardens of the Hesperides have been supposed to have been situated here. El Arish was fortified about the end of the 16th century by Muley ben Nasar. In 1610 it was given up to Spain, and in 1689 retaken by Muley Ismail. There is an excellent marketplace in the town. The castle, which commands the entrance of the road, is in good repair, and the guns well mounted, an uncommon thing in this country, and it is further strengthened by several batteries on the banks of the river. The French entered the river in 1765, but by a feint of the Moors they were induced to go too far up when they were surrounded by superior numbers and fell victims to their own impetuosity. Some foreign commerce was carried on here by the nations of Europe so late as the year 1780, when the Emperor Sidi Muhammad for some reason unavowed caused it to be evacuated and ordered the Europeans to quit it, some of whom went to Mogudad and others to Europe. The larger vessels of the Emperor, which however are but small when compared to our ships of the line, generally winter in a cove on the north side of the river, where there are magazines of naval stores sufficient for the equipment of such force. The soil is sandy and too loose to admit of the erection of stocks for shipbuilding. The road is not secure in winter when the winds blow from the south and west, but from April to September inclusive it is a safe anchorage. El Arish stands in 3511 Enlat. Proceeding southward from El Arish we reach Mahduma, or Mamourat as it is called by Europeans, distant 65 miles. This town is situated on an eminence close to the river near the southern banks. It is a poor neglected place, the ferrymen and the inhabitants of which subsist by fishing for shebel, a species of salmon, of which they take an incredible quantity for the supply of the interior as well as the neighbouring country from the autumn till the spring. The country hereabouts is a continued plain in which are 3 freshwater lakes, one of which is 20 miles in length. This country was formerly populous, but the incalculable number of mosquitoes, gnats, nippers, and other annoying insects have obliged the inhabitants to quit the place. These lakes abound in eels, which are taken and salted for preservation, and sailed ducks, and all kinds of waterfowl also abound on them. Skiffs made of the fan palm and of rushes about 7 feet long and 2 broad are used by the fisherman, who guides them with a pole and pierces the eels with a lance or long dart when he sees them in the water, which is not deep. There are a few insulated spots in the largest lake, on which are Zawiat sanctuaries inhabited by the marabouts, who are held in veneration by the inhabitants of the plains. The plains and valleys are delightfully pleasant in the months of March and April, but in June, July, and August, when mosquitoes are so indescribably troublesome, they are parched up. On an eminence at the southern extremity towards the river Sebut is a sanctuary and asylum for travellers, annexed to which are several gardens and plantations of olives and almonds. The sand bank at the mouth of the Sebut has partially disappeared, and perhaps a little nautical skill might make the river navigable with safety to ships of 200 tons burden. Travelling to the south from Mahduma at the distance of 16 miles we reach Slat or Salit on the northern bank of the river, which is formed by the junction of the streams of the Bury and Weru. The river at Sali was formerly capable of receiving large vessels when going thence. However, a few years since to Mogudad, the vessel which conveyed me, being about 150 tons burden, struck 3 times on the bar, and as the sand continues to accumulate, it is likely that in another century there will be a separation from the ocean at ebb tide, as is the case in some of the rivers of Hahar and Suse already mentioned. Sali is encompassed by a strong wall about 35 feet high and 3 feet thick, on the top of which are battlements flanked with towers of considerable strength. At the southwest corner of the town there is a battery of 24 pieces of cannon, which commands the entrance of the Bury. To the north of the town in the plains are the remains of many gardens and the ruins of a town built by Muley Ismail for his Abid Sidi Bukhari black troops. When I visited Salid, I was conducted to the subterraneous apartment where the Europeans were formerly confined, who had the misfortune to fall into the hands of these miscreants. It is a miserable dungeon, though spacious. The streets of Salid, like those of all old towns in this country, are narrowed, and the commissariat or department for shops and buying and selling, as well as many of the streets, have a canopy which extends across from house to house, which is expedient to the comfort of the people, protecting them from the fierce effulgence of the meridian sun. Sali stands in 34-2 Enlat. After crossing the river we enter the town of Rabat, sometimes denominated New Salid, which is more modern and rather larger than Sali. European factories have been established at different times in Rabat but have been frequently quitted or altogether abandoned on account of some new order from the emperor, the instability of whose decrees whenever they relate to commerce is but too well known. At other times these establishments have been neglected from the insufficiency of the supplies from Europe owing to a want of confidence in the security of property in a country whose affairs are directed too frequently by the momentary impulse of a despot who often orders, judges, and executes without considering cause or consequence. The walls of this town enclose a number of gardens, orchards, and cornfields. Near the entrance of the river de Rabat on an eminence are to be seen the ruins of an old castle built by the Sultan El-Mansur in the 12th century. Some subterraneous magazines, remarkable for their strength being bomb-proofed, are still preserved. There is also the remains of a small battery which defended the entrance of the river. Some batteries were rebuilt here in 1774 on a more extensive plan, but the engineer has made the embrasures so close that it would be inconvenient to work the guns against an attacking enemy. At a short distance south of the castle, on an elevated situation, is a square fort erected by Muley al-Rashid. The walls were built by the Sultan El-Mansur when he resided here. They are about 2 miles in circuit and strengthened by square towers. They enclose the castle, the town of Rabat, and a large space of ground where a palace and the mausoleum of Sidi Muhammad, the reigning emperor's father, stand. Here lamps are burning night and day, and fakirs are continually praying with a loud voice under the colonnades surrounding the latter building, which gives an air of solemnity to the place, impressing with all the minds of the passengers who halt and repeat an ejaculatory prayer. The town and walls of Rabat, having been built by Spanish slaves taken by the Sultan El-Mansur in his wars with Spain, are not very strong, and it has even been reported that the Christians expressly built the houses weak that the roofs might fall on the Moors, which it is also said actually happened, and the emperor in retaliation ordered the same Spaniards to be decapitated at the Iron Gate. This Sultan repaired the Roman well at Shelat and built a spacious mosque at Rabat, the roof of which was supported by 360 columns of marble. Toward the east were apartments for those who had employment in the mosque. Many of the rough marble columns are still remaining broken and scattered about. There are also the remains of a large mikveh subterranean cistern which was attached to the mosque, the tower of which is called Smar Hassan, the Tower of Bini Hassan, so named from the province in which it stands. I have frequently visited this curious tower, and once went to the top of it with a very ingenious Frenchman, the Comte de Forbin. It is built of hewn stone and is 180 feet in height. The view from it is pleasing and extensive. It has a gradual ascent to the top made of a mixture of lime and sand, which time has so hardened that when the Emperor Sidi Muhammad ordered the building to be destroyed, he having been informed that it was a place of signation to gratify illicit passions, the workmen, after hammering at it for several days, were able only to destroy a few cubits of the terraced floor. The Emperor afterwards came to Rabat, and having been informed of the slow progress of the workmen, he himself visited the tower and was so struck with the durability of the work that he ordered them to desist and caused the entrance to be closed up, which however has since been opened. A man on horseback may ride up to the top of this building. At every 2 or 3 circles of the terrace are apartments built of solid stone. It is reported that this tower, the Grand Tower at Morocco and the Tower of Seville in Spain, were built after the same plan and by the same architect in the 12th century. At a small distance to the north of it are to be seen the ruins of an ancient wall on which were formerly erected a battery and a castle. The country in the neighbourhood is planted with vines, olives, figs, pomegranates, almonds, oranges, and cotton of an excellent quality. At Rabat there is a manufactory of cotton cloth which is made more for durability than sale. There are docks for shipbuilding at Salit as well as at Rabat. At the latter place, when I was last there, the hulls of 2 sloops of war were nearly finished. I went aboard of them and was astonished to learn that they had been built by a man who must have had a natural genius for shipbuilding, as he built them by the eye without the use of rules and compasses, a circumstance which appeared to me very extraordinary and incredible. But I was repeatedly informed by many of the inhabitants of Rabat, Moors, Jews, and Christians, that it was a known fact and might be ascertained by going to see the daily progress made in the building of them. The road of Sali is dangerous for shipping, and the accumulation of sand at the entrance will scarcely permit a vessel of 100 tons to enter the river without danger. Vessels may lie in safety out of the river near Rabat from April till September inclusive, but they are not secure the rest of the year, the wind blowing from the southern quarter and often obliging them to quit their moorings. The best anchorage in this season is between the Mosque of Rabat and the old Tower of Hassan, having the latter to the north. A great number of anchors having been lost, much attention must be paid to the cables and buoys. Rabat stands in 34 lat. On the eastern side of Rabat is a walled town named Shella. This is sacred ground and contains many Moorish tombs held in great veneration. The town is a sacred asylum and is entered only by Mohammedans. Once, however, when I was staying at Salid, an English captain dressed himself in the Arabian habit and accompanied by a confidential friend entered this sacred town and viewed what his guide told him were the tombs of 2 Roman generals, but he had not time to examine the inscriptions thereon for fear of exciting observation. Shella was probably the Carthaginian metropolis on the coast of the ocean. Various Roman and ancient African coins used to be continually dug up here, but the exorbitant price given for them by some agents of European antiquarians induced the Jews to imitate them, which they did so correctly that these amateurs were deceived, and lately people have fallen into the opposite extreme, being now so overcautious as to dispute even the antiques themselves. For this reason the Moors often sell them to the silver and goldsmiths for their weight in silver. The last time I was in Africa I collected a number of these coins, but the vessel in which I was coming to England sprung a leak and foundered, and although I saved some clothes I could not get at the coins, which were stowed away in a secret part of the ship to be secure from discovery in the event of our falling in with any French privateer. About 25 miles south of Rabat is a square building called El Mansouriya, the building of El Mansour, it having been erected by that sultan in the 12th century as a refuge for travellers during the night, as the adjacent country is favourable to the depredations of robbers, and the people of this neighbourhood have been noted from time immemorial as mischievous plunderers. Following the coast southward for 25 miles more, we reach Adala, where a peninsula which forms an indifferent shelter to small vessels has been called in some maps an island. The Emperor Sidi Muhammad, before he founded Moboda, was desirous of building a city here. The situation as to country and produce is delightful, and to encourage commerce he caused the corn to be brought from the matamors of the adjacent provinces and allowed it to be shipped here. It being cheap, he induced the merchants to build houses as a condition of their being allowed to export it, but the place, although in excellent situation, was abandoned soon after the corn was shipped, owing to some new whim of the emperor, for such is the fickle instability of the Moors that it is no uncommon thing in this extraordinary country to see a town deserted before the buildings are all completed, and such indeed was the case with this delightful place. The road here is, I believe, with the exception of that of Agadir, the only one where ships may ride at anchor in security in winter, which is owing to the land south of the peninsula before mentioned projecting into the ocean towards the west. About 12 miles to the south of Fadalat is Dar al-Baydat, a town formerly belonging to Portugal but now in ruins and consisting only of some huts. The plains in the vicinage of Dar al-Bayda are so abundant in grain that when the old Emperor Sidi Muhammad reigned he received annually for duties on corn shipped at this place 500,000 or 600,000 Mexico dollars, but since the accession of his son, the present emperor, and the consequent prohibition of the exportation of grain, the soil here and elsewhere has lain fallowed, as it would be useless for a people whose mode of life renders their wants so few to sow corn without having a market to sell it at, and I myself know that in consequence of this prohibition corn had become so cheap that many husbandmen, after the famine and plague in 1800 had subsided, let their crops stand, the value of them being insufficient to pay the expense of reaping them. 44 miles south of Dar al-Bayda stands the town of Azamort in the Arab province of Juquelata, at some distance from the mouth of the river Morbaya. The entrance to this river being dangerous, the town of Azamort is not adapted to commerce. The walls built here by the Portuguese are still standing. It was besieged in 1513 by the Duke of Braganza, but abandoned by the Portuguese about a century afterwards. There is an immense quantity of storks here, insomuch that they considerably exceed the number of inhabitants. The air is very salubrious. A little to the south of Azamort, on the northern extremity of the Bay of Mazagend, are the ruins of Tet, which signifies in Arabic Titus, and is therefore supposed to be the ruins of the ancient city of Titus founded by the Carthaginians. On the southern extremity of this bay stands the town of Mazagend, built in 1506 by the Portuguese and called by them Castilla Real, or the Royal Castle. There is a dock on the north side of the town capable of admitting small vessels, but large vessels anchor about 2 miles from the shore on account of the Cape of Azamor stretching so far westward, as in the event of a southwest wind blowing they would not be able to clear it if they lay nearer. Mazagan was besieged by the Moors in 1562 ineffectually, and in 1769 the Portuguese had resolved to abandon it when the Emperor Sidi Muhammad ben Abdullah laid siege to it and took it, the Portuguese having previously evacuated it. It is a strong and well-built town, having a wall 12 feet thick strengthened with bastions mounting cannon. The air of Mazagan is peculiarly salubrious. The water is also excellent and has a good effect on horses soon after their arrival here, after passing a country where that element is very indifferent and is taken up in buckets from wells about 100 feet deep. There still exists in this town a subterranean cistern constructed by the Portuguese in a very elegant style, sufficiently large to supply the garrison with water, which is collected in the rainy season from the terraces of the houses, which are made with a gentle inclination towards the cistern. This water becomes extremely clear, and the lime brought with it from the terraces clarifies and preserves it from worms and corruption. The cistern was somewhat damaged by the bombs thrown into the town during the siege in 1769, but it still serves the purpose of preserving the water. The vaulted roof is supported by 24 columns of the Tuscan order, and the descent is by stairs. The exportation of corn and wax from this place was very considerable in the time of Sidi Muhammad ben Abdullah. But a short distance southwest of Mazagan is an ancient town called Burija, whence the Moorish name Burija, which they give to Mazagan. 35 miles south of Mazagan is the town of El Waladia, situated in an extensive plain. Here is a very spacious harbour, sufficiently extensive to contain 500 sail of the line, but the entrance is obstructed by a rock or two, which it is said might be blown up. If this could be effected, it would be one of the finest harbours for shipping in the world. The coast of El Waladia is lined with rocks, at the bottom of which, and between them and the ocean, is a tableland almost even with the surface of the water, abounding with springs, where every necessary and luxury of life grows in abundance. The view of this land from the plains above the rocks is extremely beautiful and picturesque. The town of El Waladia is small and encompassed by a square wall. It contains but few inhabitants. It may have been built towards the middle of the 17th century by Mulid el Wales, as the name seems to indicate. To the south of this, at the extremity of Cape Content, are the ruins of an ancient town called by the Africans Content, probably the Cont of Leo Africanus. 25 miles south of El Waladia we discover the ancient town of Safi, situated between two hills, which render it intolerably hot and in winter very disagreeable, as the waters from the neighbouring mountains, occasioned by the rains, discharge themselves through the main streets into the ocean, deluging the lower apartments of the houses, and this happens sometimes so suddenly and unexpectedly that the inhabitants have not time to remove their property from the stores. The walls of Safi are extremely thick and high. It was probably built by the Carthaginians, but in the beginning of the 16th century it was taken by the Portuguese, who voluntarily quitted it in 1641 after having resisted every effort of the Mussulman princes who endeavoured to take it. The road is safe in summer, but in winter, when the winds blow from the south or southwest, vessels are obliged to run to sea, which I have known some do several times in the course of a month whilst taking in their cargoes. There are many sanctuaries in the environs of Safi, on which account the Jews are obliged to enter the town barefooted, taking off their sandals when they approach these consecrated places, and if riding they must descend from their mules and enter the town on foot. The people of Safi, although it has been a place of considerable trade, particularly in corn, are inimical to Europeans, fanatical and bigoted, insomuch that till lately Christians found it an unpleasant residence. The surrounding country abounds in corn, and 2 falls of rain a year are sufficient to bring the crops to maturity. South of Safi we come to a defile close to the road, where only one person can pass, called Jafel Ud, the Jew's cliff, so named as it is reported from a Jude who, in passing, slipped and fell down the cavity, which is some 100 feet deep. 60 miles south of Safi we reach the river Tensift, which discharges itself into the ocean near the ruins of an ancient town, probably the Asama of Ptolemy. Travellers pass the Tensift on horseback in summer, but on rafts in the rainy season, which in passing drift down to a square fort surrounded by trees on the opposite side of the river, built by Muley Ismail for the accommodation of travellers. Proceeding through the plains of Akirmut, we discover the ruins of a large town near the foot of Jebel el-Hadid, depopulated by the plague about 50 years since, and after a journey of 48 miles from the river, we reach Mogudad, built by the Emperor Sidi Muhammad ben Abdullah ben Ismail in 1760, and so named from a sanctuary in the adjacent sands called Sidi Mogadal, but the proper name is Sawirat, a name given by the emperor in allusion to its beauty, it being the only town altogether of geometrical construction in the empire. Mogoda is built on a sandy beach forming a peninsula, the foundation of which is rock adjoining to a chain of lofty hills of movable sand impelled by the wind into waves continually changing their position, resembling the billows of the ocean, and hence aptly denominated a sea of sand, which sandy sea separates it from the cultivated country. The town is defended from the encroachment of the sea by rocks which extend from the northern to the southern gate, though at spring tides it is almost surrounded. There are two towns, or rather a citadel and an outer town. The citadel Luxeba contains the custom house, treasury, the residence of the alcalde, and the houses of the foreign merchants, together with those of some of the civil officers, etc. The Jews who are not foreign merchants are obliged to reside in the outer town, which is walled in and protected by batteries and cannon, as well as the citadel. The wind being high all the summer with little intermission, nothing will grow here in sufficient quantity to supply the inhabitants. All kinds of fruits and vegetables are therefore brought from gardens from 4 to 12 miles distant, and the cattle and poultry are also brought from the other side of the sandy hills, where the country, although interspersed with harsh stony spots, is yet capable of producing every necessary of life. The insulated situation of Mogudad and the want of fresh water, which is brought from the river a mile and a half distant, deprive the inhabitants of all resource except that of commerce, so that every individual is supported directly or indirectly by it. In this respect it differs from every other port on the coast. The island, which lies southward of the town, is about 2 miles in circumference, between which and the mainland is a passage of water where the ships anchor, but as there is but 10 or 12 feet at ebb tide, ships of war or those of great burden do not enter the port, but lie at anchor about 1.5 miles west of the Scala Long Battery, which extends along the west side of the town towards the sea. This battery was constructed by a Genoese and is perhaps more remarkable for beauty than strength, and better calculated for offensive than defensive operations. Proceeding southward towards the entrance of the road, we come to a circular battery on which are cannon and some mortars, besides a curious brass gun taken by General Lord Heathfield during the siege of Gibraltar. The carriage, which is also of brass, is in the form of a lion, opens in the middle and contains the gun within it. Underneath this battery is an extensive and copious method or cistern, into which the rain falls from the flat roofs or terraces during the wet season, and is sufficient to supply the garrison of 12 a month. Within the harbour at the landing place are 2 long batteries mounted with very handsome brass 18-pounders, which were presented to the Emperor Sidi Muhammad by the Dutch government. The town is defended on the land side by a battery of considerable force to the eastward, and is fully adequate to keep the shellers and Arabs at a distance. Various opinions have been given of the strength of Mogudad by the different naval officers who have visited it, and with whom I have come round the fortifications by permission of the governor of the citadel. I think the best one is that if the works were all completely mounted and well manned, it would require 6 or 7 large frigates to capture it, or rather destroy the place, for if it were entered by storm, a dreadful slaughter would be made among the assailants by the inhabitants from the tops of the houses, every house being a battery from whence the most destructive fire might be kept up with small arms. This was the case when the Arabs of Shedma, headed by their sheikhs, entered the town one Friday afternoon after prayers. The cause was this: some persons in the town, being dissatisfied with the governor, who was a Bukiri black or slave and not a Hore freeman, engaged the Bashar of Shedma to enter the town with the chiefs of his province, assuring him the people were well disposed towards him, and would, in the event of his forcing an entrance, give up the government to him, thereby securing to the town the necessary supplies of provisions, with which it had of late been but ill supplied, owing to the enmity between the alcalde of the town and the Bashar of the neighbouring province. Things being mature for execution, the army of Arabs secreted themselves behind the sand hills in the hollows about a mile from the town, whilst the Bashar and chiefs rode in and reached the entrance gate just as it was opened after prayers, and secured the gatekeepers until about 17 or 18 of the chief Arabs of the province had passed into the town. By this time the inhabitants made a desperate push and got the gates closed again, and the chiefs running about the streets were fired upon by the armed populace from the tops of the houses until the whole were killed. The Bashaw took refuge in an old house near the Haha gate and offered a large sum of money if they would spare his life, but to no purpose. He was shot by the rabble. In the meantime, the scouts from the army secreted in the bottom, seeing no signal from the town for their approach, were dismayed, and too soon found it necessary to return to their homes. With the loss of the flower of the province, the most undaunted warriors who had so often signalized themselves against their neighbors, the Abda and Haha clans. The Arabs entered the town one by one with fixed bayonets, a very unusual thing in that country, and the whole was conducted in so private a manner that whilst I was walking round the town with Mr. C. Leighton, we met the Bashaw, who saluted us, for he was attached to the English, and said we had nothing to fear, that all would terminate to our satisfaction before the morning. As the balls were flying in all directions, we went to the battery at the landing place, and there remained till the tumult was over, and when we returned again into the town, were received by the governor with compliments of congratulation on our escape. The houses at Mogador are built as in other towns of the empire, but those of the foreign merchants are more spacious, having from 8 to 12 rooms on a floor, which are square or long, and open into a gallery which surrounds a court or garden in the interior of the house, which, if occupied by merchants, is appropriated to the packing and stowing of goods. The roofs are flat and beat down with terrace, a composition of lime and small stones, and when this is properly done, it will remain several years without admitting the rain, provided it be washed over once every autumn with lime whitewash. These terraces serve to walk on to take the air, and are preferable to the walks out of the town, where there is nothing but barren sands drifting with the wind. When, however, the trade wind does not blow strong, which is but seldom the case during the summer months, one may walk without being annoyed by the sand. Mogador has a very beautiful appearance to distance, and particularly from the sea, the houses being all of stone and white, but on entering the streets, which cross each other at right angles, we are greatly disappointed, for they are narrowed, and the houses having few windows towards the street, they have a sombre appearance. In case of an attack, Mogador would find some difficulty in procuring water, which is brought from the river to about 1.5 miles to the south in jars and casks by mules and asses. The Emperor Sidi Muhammad, to impress on the minds of his subjects his desire to make Mogador the principal commercial port on the ocean, ordered the Bashaw Ben Amarant and others of the great officers about his person to bring him mortar and stones, whilst he with his own hands began to build a wall, which is still to be seen on the rocks west of the town, and in order to encourage the merchants to erect substantial houses, he gave them ground to build on, and allowed them to ship produce free of duty by way of remuneration for their expenses. This is the only port which maintains a regular and uninterrupted commercial intercourse with Europe. A winter seldom passes, but some ships are driven ashore here by the southwest winds, and this happens generally between the 12th of December and the 22d of January, the season called Laili by the Arabs, and the only period dangerous to shipping in the bay. Proceeding to the south along the coast, the next port we reach is Agadir or Santa Cruz, called in the time of Leo Africanus Gerticus. It is the last port in the Emperor's dominions on the shores of the Atlantic. The town, which stands on the summit of the Atlas, is strong by nature and almost impregnable. Its walls are also defended by batteries, but the principal battery is at a short distance from the town, halfway down the west declivity of the mountain, and was originally intended to protect a fine spring of fresh water close to the sea. This battery also commands the approach to the town both from the north and south, and the shipping in the bay. The town, called by the Portuguese Font and by the Shellers Agiorum, is still standing at the foot of the mountain towards the sea, and the arms of that nation are yet to be seen in a building erected over the spring. This town was appropriated to warehouses for the merchants of Santa Cruz to deposit their effects during its establishment. Santa Cruz was walled round and strengthened by batteries in 1503 by Emmanuel, King of Portugal, but it was taken from the Portuguese by the Moors in 1536. This place would make an excellent depot for the produce of South America. The natural strength of the place, situated on the summit of Atlas, would secure it from the attacks of the Shellers and Arabs, who would soon become hospitable and friendly. They are addicted to traffic. Plantations of olives, vines, dates, and oranges abound in the adjacent country. It produces also gum, almonds, copper, lead, saltpeter, and silver. Gold dust is brought here from Soudan, silver from the adjacent mountains, and ambergris from the coast to the southward. The Bay of Agadir is probably the best road for vessels in the empire, being large, deep, and well defended on every side from all winds. The proof of this is that during my 3 years' residence there was not a ship lost or injured. It abounds in exquisite fish, immense quantities of which are caught by the inhabitants of the town and prepared in ovens for transportation to the interior. In the reign of Muley Ismail, Agadir was the centre of a very extensive commerce with the Arabs of the desert, and the people of Soudan resorted to purchase various kinds of merchandise for the markets of the interior of Africa, and caravans were constantly passing to and from Timbuktu. The natural strength of the place, however, its imposing situation and capability of resisting any force, excited the jealousy of the emperors, which was confirmed in 1773 by the inhabitants becoming refractory and Talb sold the governor, refusing to deliver it up. On learning this, the Emperor Sidi Muhammad immediately levied an army and marched from Morocco against it. The place did not make a long resistance, for the rebellious governor, finding it impossible to withstand the imperial army, yielded to the persuasions of the chiefs to accept an invitation the emperor had sent him to come and declare his allegiance, as on doing that he should receive his pardon. He accordingly repaired to Tamarack, but found too late that this was only a stratagem to seize his person, as he was immediately imprisoned, but procuring by the assistance of a friend a penknife which was sent and baked in a loaf of bread, he with this terminated his existence, and the town soon after surrendered. The merchants were allowed but a short time to collect together their effects, when they were ordered to proceed to Moguda, where the emperor, as before mentioned, encouraged them to build houses. Beyond Santa Cruz there is no port frequented by shipping. There is a tract of coast, however, which holds out great encouragement to commercial enterprise, and secure establishments might be effected upon it, which would amply remunerate the enterprising speculator. The people of Suse are also well disposed toward Europeans, particularly the English, and the communications and short distance between this place and the provinces or districts where most of the valuable products of Barbary are raised render it peculiarly adapted to trade. When curiosity induced me to visit this coast, I was invited by the Amirani Arabs to establish a factory at a certain eligible place. The Sheikh offered to get a house built for me free of expense, and declared that all exports and imports should be regulated by a duty of only 2% on the value, as he was however liable to be shot, being a celebrated warrior, and as I was not sufficiently known in England to procure the credit necessary to carry on advantageously such an establishment, I thought it prudent at that time to decline the overture. If, however, I had been able to procure the same support from Europe that I should have had from the natives and their sheikhs, an eligible opportunity would have presented itself to open an extensive and lucrative trade with the interior, which in a short time would have supplied the whole of the inland countries of North Africa with European manufactures and produce. From Santa Cruz southward the sovereignty of the emperor slackened, so that at wedding noon it is scarcely acknowledged, and the difficulty of passing an army over that branch of the Atlas which separates Suse from Haha secures to the wedding noon their arrogated independence. There are but 2 roads yet discovered fit for shipping between Santa Cruz and Cape Bojador, an extent of coast for the most part desert of 70 leagues, the whole of which is inhabited by various tribes of Arabs who have emigrated at different periods from the interior of Sahara and pitched their tents wherever they could find a spot capable of affording pasture to their flocks. All along this dangerous and deceitful coast there are rocks, even with or very near the surface of the water, over which the waves break violently, and the rapidity of the currents which invariably set in towards the land too often drive vessels ashore here. In these southern climates the people are more superstitious than in the northern provinces. The heat, inflaming the imagination, multiplies the number of fanatics who, under the name of fakirs or saints, impose on the credulity of the people. They have but few mosques, and therefore pray in the open air or in their tents. Here we see horses, camels, and other beasts living together with men, women, and children indiscriminately. When they are in want of water for their religious ablutions, they substitute the use of sand. These restless people are continually at war with their neighbours, which originates in family quarrels. Plunder keeps them incessantly in motion, and they traverse the desert to Southern Timbuktu and Wangara with as little preparation as we should make to go from London to Hampstead. Medinoon is a kind of intermediate depot for merchandise on its way to Soudan, and for the produce of Soudan going to Mogoda. Gums and wax are produced here in abundance, and the people living in independence indulge in the luxuries of dress and use many European commodities. A great quantity of gold dust is bought and sold at Medinoon. They trade sometimes to Mogoda, but prefer selling their merchandise on the spot, not wishing to trust their persons and property within the territory of the Emperor of Morocco. With Timbuktu, however, they carry on a constant and advantageous trade, and many of the Arabs are immensely rich. They also supply the Moors of Morocco with starters convoys through the desert in their travels to Timbuktu. Some of the more enlightened merchants of Mogador towards the close of the last century had a great opinion of an establishment somewhere on this coast between the latitude of 27 and 30 north, but a famine and afterwards a most destructive plague added to various other incidents conspired to prevent the execution of the plan. It is certain that a very profitable commerce might be carried on with these people, and most probably Bonaparte, if he succeed in the final conquest of Spain, will turn his mind decidedly to an extensive factory somewhere here, which besides many advantages which existing circumstances prevent me explaining here would effectually open a direct communication with Timbuktu and Soudan, and supply that immense territory with European manufactures at the second hand which they now receive at the fifth and sixth. Having said thus much about the coast, we will proceed to describe the principal inland towns of viz. Marocco, Mequinez, Fas and Teredant. Morocco. The city of Morocco is situated in a fruitful plain abounding in grain and all the other necessaries of life, and pastured by sheep and cattle and horses of a superior breed called Siftain Toga, the breed of Ain Toga. To distance, the city has a beautiful and romantic appearance, the adjacent country being interspersed with groves of the lofty palm, and the towering snow-topped mountains of Atlas in the background seem to cool the parched and weary traveller reposing in the plains, for although none
can hold a fire in his hand by thinking on the frosty Caucasus.
Shakespeare. Yet in the sultry season the traveller, by viewing these mountains, experiences an agreeable sensation difficult to be described. The lily of the valley, the fleur-de-lis, lupins, roses, jonquils, mignonet, jasmines, violets, the orange and citron flowers and many others grow here spontaneously, and in the months of March and April the air in the morning is strongly perfumed with their grateful and delicious odours. The fruits are oranges of the finest flavour, figs of various kinds, water and musk melons, apricots, peaches and various kinds of grapes, pears, dates, plums and pomegranates. The city of Morocco was founded in the 424th year of the Hejira 1052 by Jews of Teshin of the family of Ladunus, a tribe of Arabs inhabiting the plains east of Atlas on the way to Tafilelt, and in the time of his grandson Ali ben Yusuf it is said to have contained 1 million of inhabitants. Latterly, however, it has been much depopulated, and owing to the devastations of succeeding conquerors retains little of its ancient magnificence. The accumulated ruins of houses and gardens within the town, which were once the sites of habitation, indicate its decay. It is surrounded by extremely thick walls formed of a cement of lime and sand in earth put in cases and beaten together with square rammers. These walls were in many places broken and decayed so that horses might pass through them, but the breaches were repaired previous to the siege and capture of the city by Mu'tazids in February 1792. Some of the houses are built with much elegance and taste, but being all behind high walls they are not visible from the street, and these outer walls are of the rudest construction, for every individual here is anxious to conceal his wealth and to impress the public and the state with an idea that he is poor and distressed. The imperial palace of Morocco, which faces Mount Atlas, is built of hewn stone ornamented with marble. It is not so magnificent a building as that of Mequinez. The architecture of the principal gates is Gothic, embellished with various ornaments in the arabesque taste. The walls of some of the rooms are of filigree work, and others of vesuvian or glazed tiles similar to the Chinese tiles, which are fixed in the walls with much art and have a cool effect. 3 gardens are attached to the palace. The first and largest is called Jain el Erdwat, the second Jain el Afird, and the third, which is the smallest and situated at a private door, Jain Nile, or the Garden of the Nile, so named from its containing the fruits and plants of the Nile, Timbuktu and Soudan, with many others the produce of Barbary. In the 2 former of these gardens the emperor allows the foreign merchants to pitch their tents whenever they visit him, which is generally every time he goes to Morocco, and in the Jain and Nile they have their audience of business, that is the second audience, the first being an interview of ceremonies, and the third an audience of leave to depart. The 2 first gardens abound with olives, oranges, grapes of various kinds, apricots, peaches, pomegranates, watermelons, citrons, limes, etc. These, however, are surpassed in richness by the Jain and Nile, the orange trees of which are small but very fruitful, and the flowers extremely odoriferous. The roses in particular are unequalled, and mattresses are made of their leaves for the men of rank to recline upon. In these gardens are copper pavilions about 40 feet square, with pyramidal roofs covered with glazed tiles of various colors and lighted from 4 lofty and spacious doors which are opened according to the position of the sun. They are painted and gilt in the arabesque style and ornamented with square compartments containing passages from the Quran in a sort of hieroglyphic character or Arabic shorthand understood only by the first scholars. As the luxury and convenience of tables, chairs, and curtains are unknown in this country, the furniture of these apartments is very simple, consisting of a couple of sofas or couches, some china and tea equipage, clocks, a few arms hung round the walls, a water pot, and carpets to kneel upon in prayers. Here the emperor takes coffee or tea and transacts business with his courtiers. The grand pavilion in the middle of the enclosure is appropriated to the women. It is a very spacious building and fitted up in the same style of neatness and simplicity as the others. Near to the palace is the entrance or place of audience, an extensive quadrangle walled in but open to the sky, in which the emperor gives audience to his subjects, hears their complaints, and administers justice. In Morocco are many temples, sanctuaries, and mosques. Of these the most curious is one in the middle of the city called Jama Sidi Yusuf, built by a prince named Muley al-Mu'min on the site of one erected by Sidi Yusuf, which the former destroyed with a view to obliterate the latter prince's name. In this, however, he was disappointed, for though he expended great sums in the erection of the present building and called it after himself for the purpose of transmitting his own name to posterity, yet the people continue to call it by the old name which it retains to the present time. There is another mosque said to have been built by Muley al-Mansur. The body of it is supported by many pillars of marble, and under it is a mikveh cistern which holds a large quantity of water collected in the rainy season and used by the Mohammedans for their ablutions. The tower is square and built like that of Seville in Spain, and the one near Rabat already described. The walls are 4 feet thick, and it has 7 stories, in each of which are windows, narrower on the outside but wide within, which renders the interior light and airy. The ascent is not by stairs but by a gradually winding terrace composed of lime and small stones so firmly cemented together as to be nearly as hard as iron. On the summit of the tower is a turret in the form of a square lantern, hence called Smar al-Fanar, the lantern tower, which commands a most extensive prospect, and from whence Cape Canton, distant about 120 miles, is distinctly visible. The roofs of the different chambers in this building, which are all quadrangular, are very ingeniously vaulted, and indeed the whole workmanship is of the most excellent kind. Prayers are performed here every Friday in presence of the emperor. That part of the city adjoining this edifice is quite a heap of ruins. There is another tower in the city which may be mentioned from the circumstance of its having 3 golden balls on its top, weighing together, it is said, 10 quintals, equal to 1,205 pounds. A wajib. Several kings, when in want of money, have, it is said, attempted to take them down, but without success, as they are very firmly and artfully fixed. The superstitious people say they are fixed by magic, that jinn spirit guards them from all injury, and that all those who have attempted their removal were soon after killed. There is a tradition that the wife of Muley al-Mu'min, desirous of ornamenting the temple built by her husband, caused these globes to be made of the gold melted down from the jewels which the king gave her. At the extremity of the city towards the outskirts and near the imperial palace is the department for the Jews called El Miller, the gates of which are shut at night. These people have an alcalde appointed over them, to whom they apply for protection against insult. They pay a certain tribute or poll tax called El Vazir to the alcalde. They are for the most part rich, but from motives of policy under this despotic government they endeavor to appear poor, miserable, and dirty. Not more than 2,000 Jewish families now reside here, great numbers having been induced from various causes to emigrate to the adjacent mountains, where they are free from taxation. In this quarter stands the Spanish convent, which till lately was inhabited by 2 or 3 friars, but it is now deserted. The Cassiria, or department for trade, is an oblong building surrounded with shops of a small size filled with silks, cloths, linens, and other valuable articles for sale. Here the people resort to transact business, to hear the news, etc., much in the same manner as is done on the exchanges of European towns, and independent gentlemen who have no occupation at court often hire one of these shops merely for the purpose of passing the morning here in conversation on politics and other subjects. The principal gates of Morocco are the Bab el-Khumais and Bab Jukrullah. The former takes its name from a market called Souk el-Khumais, or the Fifth Day's Market, or Thursday's Market, where horses, cattle, and all kinds of merchandise are bought and sold. The latter, or Jukrullah gate, takes its name from the province of that name. Besides these there is the gate of the miller, the gate of the Luxembourg palace, and 2 or 3 other gates. The city of Morocco is supplied with water from numerous wells and springs amongst the different olive plantations, and the rich procure it from the river Tentif, which flows at a short distance from the city. This water is very salubrious and antibilious, and is drank in cases of indigestion. There is also a subterraneous aqueduct built of brick which surrounds the town 20 feet below the surface, and from which at about every 100 yards pipes of brickwork branch off and convey the water into the different houses. Over each of these branches are excavations from the surface through which persons descend to repair any injuries below, but this aqueduct is now much neglected and out of repair. This city being now on the decline, little can be said of its cleanliness. The streets are mostly filled with ruins of houses which have gone to decay, and in the middle or Jews' quarter heaps of dung and other filth are seen as high as the houses. The Moors, however, from a natural desire of cleanliness in which the Jews are scandalously deficient, pay more attention to the streets in which they reside. The houses of the Alcades Sheriffs, or nobles, and other military officers are lofty, spacious, and strongly built, with a turret in the middle or on one side where the women take the air and pass the evening in fresco. The rest of the houses being almost all old, they swarm with vermin, particularly bugs, which in the summer season are literally a plague, the walls being covered with them. At this period also the inhabitants are much annoyed with scorpions, which are frequently found in the beds and other places. To these may be added the domestic serpent, but this is rather considered as an object of veneration than a nuisance. The air about Morocco is generally calm. The neighbouring mountains of Atlas defend the plain in which it stands from the scorching humid or hot wind which blows from Tafilelt and Sahara by arresting its progress, and the snow with which they are always covered imparts a coolness to the surrounding atmosphere. In summer, however, the heat is intense, though the nights during that period are cooled. In winter the cold is very sensibly felt, but the climate is altogether extremely healthy. The inhabitants, particularly the Jews, are however affected with the famine. On the death of Ali ben Yusuf, a private individual named El Mahdi, a man of ambitious character, sprung up in the Atlas Mountains, and levying a large army proceeded to Morocco and laid siege to the town, which was then commanded by Muley Ibrahim, successor to Ali ben Yusuf, who, collecting his forces, marched out to give El Mahdi battle, but being completely overpowered and defeated, he fled to Nsmiz in the Atlas east of Morocco. El Mahdi, not satisfied with his escape, ordered his general-in-chief to pursue him with one half of his numerous army, whilst he took possession of Morocco with the other. The general pursued the king so closely that he arrived immediately after him at Oran, where the latter, finding no sport and being driven to despair, mounted his horse in the night, and placing his queen behind him, rode out of the place, and clapping spurs to the horse, passed over a precipice, and was together with his queen dashed to pieces. His body being discovered, the general, who was a prince and named Muley el-Mamun, returned with the army to the city of Morocco, where on his arrival, finding El Mahdi dead and succeeded by his son, he attacked the city, and after a year's siege took it. Irritated at being so opposed, he put El Mahdi's son to death, and a dreadful massacre of the army and citizens ensued, after which he was proclaimed Sultan and Emir el-Mu'minin, and established the first Diwan, which consisted of 10 men learned in the Arabic language and in the laws of the Quran. This al-Mamun's posterity reigned at Morocco from the 516th to the 668th year of the Hejira, and then were dispossessed by a king of the tribe of Marin, whose posterity reigned with despotic sway till the year 785 of the Hejira. Mekwanez. The city of Mekwanez stands in a beautiful valley about 60 miles from Salih, near the sanctuary of Muley Dressironde, and is surrounded by gentle eminences and highly cultivated vales ornamented with plantations of dates, grapes, figs, pomegranates, oranges, olives, etc., all which grow in abundance, the surrounding country being well watered by various springs and streams. The city owes its present extent and consequence to the Sultan Muley Ismail, who, after having secured to himself the undisputed sovereignty of the small kingdoms which now form the Empire of Morocco, determined, in order to keep his people in more complete subjection, to have 2 imperial cities, and in consequence made Morocco the capital of the south, and Mekwanez that of the north. He at the same time considerably enlarged the city to the westward, and erected a beautiful palace which is defended by 2 bastions mounted with a few guns of small calibre. In the plain on that side of the city towards the Atlas Mountains is a wall of circumvallation about 6 feet in height, which was built as a defense against the Berbers, whose attacks, though impetuous, are momentary and do not require a long defense. Muley Ismail and his successor Muley Abdullah have repeatedly defended themselves in this city against these people, when in attempting to bring them under their yoke they have been routed and their armies pursued to its very walls. At the south end of the city stands the palace, which encloses the Haram or Seraglio, the very extensive quadrangular edifice built by Ismail after his own design. It contains several gardens admirably laid out and watered by numerous streams from the adjacent country. Aid obtained permission to view this building from the emperor's brother, as no person is suffered to enter it without leave. In the centre of the enclosure is the Haram, within which is a spacious garden planted with tall cypress trees. It is surrounded by a gallery supported by columns, which communicates with the adjoining apartments, the largest of which are appropriated to the women, the smaller rooms being for the eunuchs and female attendants, and terminate in a hall or large chamber built on a causeway which divides the gardens. Here the females look through the iron latticed windows and take the air, which in the summer is perfumed with the smell of violets, jasmines, roses, wild thyme, and other delectable odours. The palace is also interspersed with buildings called cupboard, which contain a spacious square room, the roof of which is pyramidical and on the inside curiously carved and ornamented with painting and gilding. This extensive palace is rendered more spacious by being built altogether on the ground floor. The rooms are long and lofty, but narrow, being about 12 feet wide, 18 high, and 25 long. The walls are inlaid with glazed tiles of bright colours, which give an air of coolness to the apartments, and the light is communicated by means of 2 large folding doors, which are opened more or less according to the degree of light required in the room. Between the different suites of apartments are courts regularly paved with squares of black and white marble, and in the centre of some of these stands a marble fountain. The mill, or that part of the city inhabited by the Jews, is walled round and is extensive and in good repair. Many of the Jews live in affluence. Contiguous to the Miller is another enclosure called the Negroes' Quarter, built by Ismail for the residence of the families of his black troops. Of this, however, nothing remains but the walls. In this city was an hospitant or convent of Spanish monks, founded about a century since by the King of Spain for the relief and spiritual comfort of Catholic captives and Christian travellers. This convent and that at Morocco were much respected by the Muslimin from the essential service afforded by the monks to the poor, whom they used to supply with medicines gratis, but after a long practice they found their prescriptions were grossly abused by the Moors, who took them without any regard to regime, and they were therefore obliged to make a general medicine for all applicants, composed of a decoction of simples with honey, and this they denominated the Jewish sheriff or princely remedy. This convent was deserted by the monks previous to the accession of Suleiman, the present emperor. The streets of Mequinas are not paved, and on this account it is a very disagreeable place in winter, as the rains cause the mud to accumulate, which renders walking abroad very unpleasant. The inhabitants are extremely hospitable. They invite strangers to their gardens and entertain them sumptuously. Indeed, the manners of the people in this part of the empire are more mild perhaps than in any other. Nature seems to have favoured the women of Mequinas, for they are handsome without exception, and to a fair complexion, with expressive black eyes and dark hair. They unite a suavity of manners rarely to be met with even in the most polished nations of Europe. Fas. This city, which is divided into old and new, called Fas Jadid and Fas el Bali, is the most celebrated in West Barbary. It was founded about the 185th year of the Hijra AC, 786 by Idris, a descendant of Muhammad. It stands for the most part upon gentle hills, except the centre, which is low and in winter very wet and dirty. It is not so extensive as Morocco, but the houses being more lofty and spacious, it contains more inhabitants. The houses have flat roofs ingeniously worked in wood and covered with terrace, on which the inhabitants spread carpets in summer to recline upon and enjoy the cool breezes of the evening. The small turret containing a room or two is also erected upon them for the use of the females of the family, who resort thither for amusement and pastime. In the centre of each house is an open quadrangle surrounded by a gallery, which communicates with the staircase and into which the doors of the different apartments open. These doors are both wide and lofty and are made of curiously carved wood painted in various colours. The beams of the roofs of the different apartments are whimsically painted with gay colours in the arabesque style. The portals of the houses are supported with pillars of brick pasted over. The principal houses have mixed cisterns under them containing water used in the baths, which are built of marble or stone. Every house is also supplied with water from a river which rises in the Atlas and enters the town in various places by covered channels. The hospitals, colleges, and houses of the great and wealthy have within inside spacious courts adorned with sumptuous galleries, fountains, basins of fine marbled, and fish ponds shaded with orange, lemon, pomegranate, and fig trees abounding with fruit, and ornamented with roses, hyacinths, jasmine, violets, and orange flowers emitting a delectable fragrance. In the city are a great number of mosques, sanctuaries, and other public buildings. About 50 of these are very sumptuous edifices, being ornamented with the kind of marble unknown in Europe, procured in the Atlas Mountains. The maintenance of professors and students in the mosques has lately become very scanty, the wars having destroyed many of the possessions by which learning was promoted. The students are mostly employed in reading the Quran. If any one read a text which he does not understand, the professor explains it to him in public. At other times they dispute among themselves, and the professor finally explains the passage. A public bath is attached to each mosque for religious ablutions. There are also public baths in various parts of the town, whither the common people resort, the men at 1 hour and the women at another. When occupied by the latter, a rope is suspended from the ceiling of the first apartment as a signal to the stranger not to proceed farther, and so particular are they in this respect that a man would not be here permitted to speak to his own wife. Such regard have they for their reputation. These baths produce a considerable sum annually. Besides these, there are chalybates, sulphureous and antimonial baths. There is also a bath celebrated as a specific for venereal disease, which is said to be an infallible cure in 3 months. The hospitals, which have been mentioned by early writers as being in fast, must have fallen greatly into decay, as there are now very few. In these the poor are fed, but no surgeon or physician is attached to them. Women attend the infirm and sick till they recovered or death terminate their sufferings. There is a muristan or madhouse where deranged people are confined. They are chained down and superintended by men who use them very harshly. Their apartments are disgustingly filthy. There are nearly 200 caravanserais or inns called fondek in this city. These buildings are 3 stories height and contain from 50 to 100 apartments, in each of which is a watercock to supply water for ablution and various other purposes. As the mode of travelling is to carry bedding with one, they do not provide beds in these inns, but leave you to make use of what you have got, providing only a mat, and if you want any refreshment you cannot order a meal, but must purchase it at a cook's shop or procure it at the butcher's, and get it dressed yourself, paying so much per day for your apartment, the master of the fondek supplying charcoal and umdramas or portable earthen fire pots, etc. There are a great many corn mills in Fas, for the inhabitants being mostly poor and unable to lay up corn sufficient in store, they purchase meal of the millers, who make great profit by it. The rich buy their own corn and send it to the mills to be ground. Each trade or occupation has its separate department allotted to it. In one place are seen several shops occupied by notaries or scriveners, 2 in each shop, in another stationers, in another shoemakers, here a fruit market, there wax chandlers. Another part is allotted to those who fry meat and make a light kind of bread called esfinge, fried in oil and eaten with honey. Animals are not suffered to be slaughtered in the city. This is done at a distance from it, near the river, and the meat is sent from thence to the different shops in the town, but first to the mutazebt or officer, who superintends the price of provisions, who, after examining it, sets a price upon it on a piece of paper. This the vendors show to the people, who buy it at the rate fixed. The inhabitants of Fas are fond of poultry, which they rear in cages to prevent them from running about the house and dirtying the rooms. The Caesarea is a square place walled round and divided into 12 wards, 2 of which are allotted to the shoemakers who work for the printers and gentlemen. The others consist of silk mercers and cloth and linen shops. There are 60 dello criers or itinerant auctioneers who receive from the various shops pieces of cloth, linen, etc., and going about crying al-Zayda.
Who bids more?
Sell the lot to the highest bidder. Fas Jadid, or New Fas, which lies contiguous to Old Fas, is a well-built town in which are the looms and other machinery for the different trades. The gardens here abound with all sorts of delicious fruits, and roses and other odoriferous flowers perfume the serene air, so that it is justly called a paradise. Westward towards the Emperor's palace stands a castle built by one of the princes of the Lantuna family, wherein the kings of Fas kept their court before the palace was built, but when New Fas was begun by the sovereigns of the Marin dynasty, the castle became the residence of the governor of the city. Trident. This is a metropolis of the south and was formerly that of the kingdom of Suse. The town is spacious and very ancient. The buildings, generally speaking, are handsome. There is a magnificent palace here with gardens producing in abundance a variety of the most delicious fruits. The adjacent plains are incredibly fertile. The population of this city has decreased considerably. It is now celebrated for salt better of a very superior quality, for the manufacture of leather and for saddles, also for dyeing. The river Suse passes through the town. Trident has stood various sieges, and during the last the inhabitants were reduced to the necessity of eating rats and dogs and burning their doors for fuel. Chapter 5. Zoology. The horses of West Barbary, though small, are renowned for fleetness and activity. The breed, however, has been much neglected, except in Abdot and about Morocco at a place called Ain Toga. These horses have stronger sinews than those of Europe, and after a little training are peculiarly docile. The stallions only are rode, the mares being kept for breeding, except among the Shellers, who use them for riding. Geldings are unknown in Mohammedan countries. The Muslimin will neither castrate nor sell the skin of the beast of the Prophet. The Arab is particularly attached to the horse. He rises with the sun, visits him, and laying his right hand on the horse's face, he ejaculates the words Bismillah, in the name of God. He then kisses his hand, which is supposed to have received a benediction from the touch of the favourite animal of their Prophet Muhammad. He then has the place where the horse stands swept clean, some dry sand spread, and an armful of straw trodden small by oxen placed before him at such a distance that he can by stretching out his neck just reach it, for the horse being piqueted and fastened by a ropes round the fetlock cannot move from his place. This is done to lengthen the neck and to strengthen the forehand by exertion. The length of neck is considered as a great perfection, so that when the Arabian jockeys purchase a horse they measure from the top of the shoulder to the tip of his nose, and then from the top of the shoulder to the end of the fleshy part of the tail. If the length of the former exceed that of the latter, it is the criterion of a good horse, but if the latter half exceed the front half in length, the horse is considered of an inferior kind. Such a predilection have Mohammedans for ablution that the best horses are sprinkled with water every morning on the chest, loins, and sexual parts. This, as they pretend, improves the strength of the animal and promotes his health. At noon only he is watered, then he has a little more straw, and remains afterwards fasting till sunset, when they feed him with a bag of barley attached to his head like our hack and coach horses. They reprobate Christians for feeding their horses in a manger, and observe that when a horse is used to a manger he will not eat out of a bag, and as mangers are not to be found in this country in travelling, the plausibility of preferring the bag is evident. They do not suffer him to eat any straw after the feed of barley, alleging that it would destroy the good effect of the latter. The Arabs are expert farriers. Their horses are generally healthy, but are subject to jaundice, which they cure by drawing the skin from the flesh at certain places with a pair of pincers, and then piercing it with a hot iron like an awl. They turn them out to grass every spring during 40 days, after which they physic them. Thus they give them a pound of old butter called buddera, which they mix with 2 ounces of pepper. They give this to the horse in a fluid state, that it may be the more easily swallowed. They then let him remain the whole day fasting, giving him in the evening only half of his accustomed quantity of barley. They next keep them without riding 7 days. This process is said to secure the horse against disorders, and quickly takes off the prominent belly common after grass, disposing the flesh to the flanks. To the various colours of horses they attach various properties. They assert that a dark-coloured or black horse is in his fullest figure towards dark or night, that the powers of a chestnut horse come with the rising sun, and he is not so fleet in the evening. To a white horse they attribute vigilance, and of a grey they signify the soundness of their feet by an Arabian adage which indicates that if a cavalcade be passing through a stony country, the grey horses will break the stones with their feet. This opinion appears founded on experience, for in the Atlas Mountains, in some parts of Suse, and in all harsh stony districts, we find a much greater proportion of grey horses than of any other colour. Their feet are so hardy that I have known them to travel 2 days' journey through the stony defiles of Atlas without shoes, over roads full of loose broken stones and basaltic rocks. Besides horses, mules and asses abound everywhere in Barbary, also camels and horned cattle. In the Atlas and in the forests near Mequinas there are lions, panthers, wild hogs, hyenas, apes, jackals, foxes, hares, serpents, lizards, chameleons, etc. The birds are ostriches, pelicans, eagles, flamingos, storks, herons, bustards, wild geese, wood pigeons, turtle doves, ring doves, partridges, red ducks, wild ducks, plovers, tibbids, larks, nightingales, blackbirds, starlings, and various others. The same varieties of fish that are found in the Mediterranean are taken on the shores of West Barbary: mullet, red and grey brim, anchovies, sardines, herons, mackerel, rock cod, skates, soles, plaice, turbot, turtles, besides fish peculiar to the coast called by the shellers as limsey, tassagold, and ergold, which are very abundant, particularly in the Bay of Agadir and on the coast of Wedinoun. They are prepared in the ovens of Aguram, to town at the foot of the mountain whereon Agadir stands, for the purpose of being conveyed to the interior to Bled, Algeret and Sahar. These fish form a considerable article of commerce and are much esteemed in Bled Algeret. As there is no country in the world so little explored as Africa, nor any that produces such a variety of animals, a few observations on some of the most remarkable may not be uninteresting. Quadrupeds. The thaleb. The animal called thaleb is the red fox. It emits the same strong scent as the fox of Europe, and is found in all parts of the country, but is far from being so common as the deeb, which some have compared to the jackal, others to the brown fox. It is certain that the deeb emits no offensive smell. It is a very cunning animal, and its name is applied metaphorically to signify craft, which it possesses in a greater degree than any other animal. This circumstance alone seems to ally it to the fox species. It is very fond of poultry, and at nights a little after dark the still air of the country is pierced with its cries, which alternately resemble those of children and that of the fox. They assemble in numbers and abound throughout the country, particularly in the environs of plantations of melons and other vinous plants. Some of these deebs have longer hair than others, and their skins are particularly soft and handsome. The provinces of Shedma, Hahat and Susa abound with this animal. The Arabs hunt it and bring the skins for sale to the Mogoda market. The dubba hyena. The dubba, the term which designates the hyena among the Arabs, is an animal of a ferocious countenance, but in its disposition more stupid than fierce. It is found in all the mountains of Barbary, and wherever rocks and caverns are seen. This extraordinary animal has the opposite quality of the deeb, having a vague and stupid stare, insomuch that a heavy dull person is designated by the term dubba. The flesh of this animal is not eaten except in cases of extreme hunger. Those, however, who have tasted it assert that it causes stupefaction for a certain time. Hence, when a person displays extraordinary stupidity, the Arabs say kulu ras dubbat, he has eaten the head of a hyena. The mode of hunting this animal is singular. A party of 10 or 12 persons, accompanied with as many dogs of various kinds, go to the cavern which they have previously ascertained to be the haunt of the hyena. One of the party then strips himself, and taking the end of a rope with a noose to it in one hand, he advances gradually into the cave, speaking gently and in an insinuating tone of voice, pretending to fascinate the hyena by words. When he reaches the animal, he strokes him down the back, which appears to soothe him. He then dexterously slips the noose round his neck, and instantly pulling the rope to indicate to those on the outside of the cave who hold the other end that it is fixed, he retires behind, throwing a handkerchief or cloth over the eyes of the hyena. The men then pull the rope from without, whilst he who fixes the noose urges the animal forward when the dogs attack him. Some of the shellers are very expert at securing the hyena in this manner, and although there may be some danger in case the rope breaks, yet the man who enters the cave always carries a dagger or large knife with him, with which he has considerably the advantage, for this animal is by no means so ferocious as he appears to be. In the southern Atlas I have seen them led about by the boys, the rope being fastened round their animal's neck, and a communicating rope attached to it on either side, 3 or 4 yards long, the end of each being held by a boy, keep him perfectly secure. It is confinement that is inimical to a hyena, and which increases his ferocity. There are other modes of hunting this stupid animal, either in the night with dogs or by shooting him, but he never comes out of his cave in the daytime, but sits at the further end of it, staring with his eyes fixed. Their general character is not to be afraid of man, nor indeed to attack or avoid him. They will, however, to attack and destroy sheep, goats, poultry, asses and mules, and are very fond of the intoxicating herb called hashisha. The hyena is said to live to a great age. The dubba and the deeb resemble each other in their propensity to devour dead bodies, so that whilst the plague ravaged West Barbary in 1799 and 1800, these animals were constant visitors of the cemeteries. The drawing of the hyena in the 5th volume of the work just quoted is very correct. The gazelle antelope. The gazelle is that pretty, light and elegant animal, swift as the wind, timid as a virgin, with a soft, beautiful, large and prominent black eye, which seems to interest you in its favour. In its general appearance the gazelle resembles our deer. It is, however, much smaller, and has straight black horns curving a little backwards. The eye and figure of the gazelle, so well known to all Arabian poets, are emblematical of beauty, and the greatest compliment that can be paid to a beautiful woman is to compare her eyes to those of the gazelle. Much art is employed by the Arabian females to make their eyes appear like those of this delicate animal. Eyes originally black and lively are made to appear larger and more languishing by tinging their outer corner with alcohol violet, a preparation of lead or procured from Tafilelt, which gives an apparent elongation to the eye. The eyelashes and eyebrows being also blackened with this composition, they appear peculiarly soft and languishing. It is said also to improve and strengthen the sight. Everyone who has accurately observed the eye of the African gazelle will acquiesce in the aptness of the simile before alluded to. The word angel, so often employed by our poets to designate a beautiful female, is with the Arabs transformed to gazelle, thus the Arabian sonnet. Kol al-Ghazali rak. Hulatini nerjek. Kif alam amalmak. Ash haliti wa ash amili. Rafi bilia I huak. Ayatash Miriam Ghazali. Say thou antelope in beauty, since permitted to return. Say what is a lover's duty, who with ardent fire doth burn. Sympathize with him who loves you, crown of all my hopes and joys. 'Tis your constant swain approves youth, his gazelle all his soul employs. Great numbers of gazelles are found in all those extensive plains situated at the foot of the Atlas Mountains. In those of Fruga, south of Morocco, after descending the Atlas, I have seen 100 together. They also abound in the plains of Shawa near Ainak Jimal. Wild as the hare and more fleet than the Barbary courser, they are seen bounding over the plains in large numbers. The antelope, however, soon fatigues, so that the horses of the Arabs gain on it, and the dogs are enabled finally to come up with it. It is hunted rather for the meat, which is similar to venison, than for actual sport, the Arabs having little desire to hunt merely for amusement. They kill and cut the throats of as many animals as they can procure. They often hunt the gazelle with the Sloge African greyhound, a peculiarly fine breed of which is produced in the province of Suse. The Arabs and Moors, whilst hunting the antelope, often throw zawat, thick sticks about 2 feet long, at their legs to break them and thereby incapacitate them from running, a cruel device at which the natural predilection for this delicate and beautiful animal recoils. Al-Hore. This, as its name implies, is reckoned among the Arabs the prince of animals and the emblem of cleanliness. It is an inhabitant of Sahara and its confines, and is not found north of the river Suse. It is somewhat similar to the gazelle in its form and size. The colour of its back and head is of a light red, inclining to that of a fawn. The belly is of a beautiful and delicate white, insomuch that its brilliance it affects the eyes in a similar manner to the sensation produced in them by looking steadfastly at fine scarlet. This animal, according to the tradition of the Arabs, never lies down lest it should deface the colour of its belly to the beauty of which it appears to be conscious. The stone called in Europe bizarre stone is produced by the horate, but whether it be the concretion formed in its stomach or an egg or the testicle is probably not accurately ascertained. The bide el horate or egg of the horate signifies also the testicle of the animal, and I am inclined to think it is either the testicle or a peculiar concretion formed in its stomach, all those which I have seen being nearly of the same size and form similar to a pigeon's egg. This stone is scraped and taken as an antidote against poison. Some whimsical people carry it about with them, taking it frequently in tea. From this rare and beautiful animal's being an emblem of purity, its skin chilled el-hore is held in great estimation by the Bashurs and men of rank, who prefer it to every other substance to prostrate themselves upon at prayers. The Bashurs generally have an attendant with them who carries this skin, which is cured or prepared with alum and tijarat and assumes a white colour when it comes from the tanners. The Aeudid. This animal is to be found only in the very steep and inaccessible cliffs and in the woods and forests of the mountains of Atlas south of Morocco and in Lower Suse, except when it descends to the rivers to drink. It throws itself from lofty precipices into the plains below, alighting generally on its horns or shoulders. None of them have ever been caught in a state to allow of their being kept alive, being so very wild that it is not possible to approach them without great danger. In size and colour the Aeudid is similar to a calf. It has a beautiful long mane or beard growing from the low part of the neck. Its teeth are very strong and indicative of its longevity. The horns are about 12 inches in length, curved to a dark colour, and are used for various purposes. The only two skins of this animal which ever came to Europe I had the honour of sending to the Right Honourable President of the Royal Society. The horns and teeth were with one of them, which I had much difficulty in procuring from a Shellam merchant, who, having inadvertently observed to some of his friends the interest I took in procuring it, the jealousy of the Moors was raised, and they, conceiving it to be some rich treasure, the officers of the custom house obliged me to pay an enormous duty for it. No other skin of this hitherto undescribed animal has been brought to Europe since, nor do I apprehend we shall know more respecting the animal itself whilst the present imperfect knowledge of Africa continues. Emissaries, whether commercial or philosophical, to that country should furnish themselves with a general and practical knowledge of the Arabic language, without which little progress can be expected in its discovery. The wild boar, this animal, the hunting of which affords so much sport, is by the Arabs called el-Kunjad or el-Helif. They abound in the Shela province of Hahar, and in Susa, where they are called Amur, and they are so plentiful about Agadir that it is not unusual to catch 2 or 3 before midday. One day we saw 7. They will sometimes run by a group of men without appearing at all alarmed, an instance of which happened once, as I remember, near Agadir, where, at a picnic party under some high trees, some Europeans who were present were not a little alarmed at seeing 2 wild hogs pass close by them, but they never attack a person unless wounded by him. In hunting this animal, whose strength is proverbial, the dog should be good and strong enough to keep him at bay, for if he be fired at and wounded by a man on foot, he will immediately make up to him if he discovers from whence the wound was inflicted, but in the meantime he is either attacked by the dogs, diverted from his object by stratagem, or brought down by some of the shot. A boar will sometimes rip open the dogs as well as the horses with their tusks, but this rarely happens when the hunt is well pointed. A strong dog of the greyhound breed is the best and most effectual in securing this ferocious animal. The Slogers greyhounds of Susa, of the 3rd breed, always attack the boar on the nape of the neck and never quit their hold. The Nimma. The word Nimma may be translated leopard. It is spotted rather than striped, and in size resembles the royal tiger of Asia. The strength and agility of this animal is wonderful. I have seen one receive 9 balls before he fell. When the Nimma is known to be in any particular district, deep holes are made in the ground and covered lightly over it, on which, if he happen to tread, the ground sinks and he falls in. The sides of the hole being formed like an inverted cone, the animal cannot get out, though he will make many efforts to regain his liberty. In the meantime the hunters come up and shoot him. At other places where he is supposed likely to pass, they build up a wall and cover it over, making a hole or 2 sufficiently large to admit a musket barrel, and here the patient sheller will wait whole days for his enemies, living all the time on hassour barley meal mixed with water. After building a few of these walls enclosed like rooms, several shells will go in quest of the Nimma, each taking his station either in these buildings or in some lofty trees, and waiting a favourable opportunity to get a shot at him. The Arabs say that this ferocious animal, after he has seized his prey, if he be not impelled by hunger, will leave it for a few days and afterward return to the spot and devour the carcass, even if it be putrid. The lion is too well known to need a particular description in this place. He is hunted by the Africans in the same manner as the Nimma, but they do not consider the chase to be so dangerous. The lion is not so active, nor does he climb as the Nimma does. The Arabs say that if a person unarmed meet the Nimma, he is sure of being destroyed, but that if on the sight of a lion he let his garments drop off and stand before him undaunted, seeming to defy him, the lion will turn round and quietly walk off. Few people would be inclined to try the experiment for the purpose of ascertaining the truth of this assertion. In the forests near the city of Mequinez the lions are very fierce, and have frequently been known so to infest the roads as to render it impracticable for the caravans to pass. They are seen also at the foot of the Atlas, where the country is well wooded. The flesh, when eaten, is said by the Arabs to inspire courage. The bear. Various conjectures have been formed respecting this animal's being a native of Africa from the concurrent testimony of the inhabitants. I am of opinion that it does not exist in West Barbary. It may however have been seen, as I have heard it has, in the upper regions of Atlas, which are covered with snow during the whole year. The name given by the Arabs to this animal is dub. The sidsib. This animal appears to be of an intermediate species between the rat and the squirrel. It is somewhat similar to the ichneumon in form, but not half its size. It inhabits the Atlas and lives in holes among the stones and caverns of the mountains. It has brown head and a beautiful tail resembling that of the squirrel, about the length of its body. The Shells and Arabs eat this animal and consider it a delicacy, and it is the only one the Mohammedans torment before death. This is done by taking hold of its fore and hind legs and rubbing its back on a stone or flat surface for a few minutes, which causes the animal to scream out. They then cut its throat according to the Mohammedan custom. Seeing some Shellers in South Atlas performing this operation and asking their motives for it, they informed me that the rubbing made the flesh eat tender, that in taste it resembled a rabbit, but that without the friction it was not palatable. Being the subterraneous animal, it is prohibited food, but the eating of any forbidden thing becomes lawful to the Mohammedan by ascribing to it some medicinal property. It is then denominated Jew medicine and not food. By this evasion, wine is drank by many who are not rigorous Muslims. I never saw the Sidsib north of the province of Suse, but it abounds in the mountains of that district. Its motions are so excessively quick that it is extremely difficult to shoot it. Wild cat. El-cat el-Berani is the Arabic name for this animal. It is much larger than the domestic cat, but similar in form. The back, neck and forepart of the legs are of a dirty grey inclining to brown. The belly is a dirty white spotted with brown, and the tail is long and handsome. The wild cat is so fierce that when pressed with hunger it will sometimes attack a man. The ape. This animal, which appears to form the intermediate link between the human species and the brute, is found of a very large size in North Atlas and also about Ceuta. There are various species of the ape. Some are called by the Arabs Tazatut, others al-Kurd. The Berabers or Africans call them Tongemant or Baboon, and affirm that the hell-shell-tailed men of Sahara are a production from these animals with the human species. They live upon fruits, grass and corn, and are often seen in great numbers in the fields, having a sentinel to keep watch on some eminence, and when any person appears he gives the alarm, and they all run off together to the woods, climbing the trees. The females will jump from one branch to another with their young on their shoulders. They are very subtle and vindictive, though easily appeased. The rhinoceros. Riyan is the Arabic name of the rhinoceros. Various and contradictory have been the accounts both of the ancients and moderns respecting the beast with one horn called the unicorn, which is probably no other than the young rhinoceros, which is said by the Arabs to have but one horn till of a certain age, when a second appears, and some affirm that a third appears when the animal grows old. The horn of the Riem is called Kirkadun by the Arabs, and figuratively Gurn and Gurnt, i.e. horn of horns, being extremely hard and fine-grained and receiving a high polish. It is sold at the most enormous price and is used for the hilts of swords. With regard to the animal called by our heralds the unicorn and represented in armorial bearings, I doubt if ever such an animal existed. The Riem is called also Hudid, which signifies the beast of one horn. Auda signifies a mare, hence perhaps by an easy corruption of names the Auda has been mistaken for Hudid, and the figure of a horse with a horn has been adopted as the figure of the Riem in our heraldic supporters, for I have frequently conversed with men who have been 20 years in the different countries of the interior of Africa, but never could learn that a beast with one horn existed in figure resembling a horse. The Riem is also figuratively denominated Bojern el-Harsh, i.e. the father of the hard horn. Jumas. The reputed offspring of the ass and the bull or cow is an animal whose existence is still doubted. I have never in any of my travels seen such a one, but I was once informed by Sid Muhammad Em that such a beast was sometimes seen in Bled el-Jared. He had not, however, seen it himself. Dr. Shaw has described one that he saw in Barbary, notwithstanding which the Count de Buffon disputes its existence. These observations on the more remarkable wild animals may serve as a clue to future travellers. Their names in the language of the country being accurately given, it will not be difficult to procure some of the natives to direct where to find them, by which means their respective species may be ascertained by those who may be desirous of elucidating natural history. I shall now mention the most particular domestic quadrupeds, or such as are subservient to the use of man. Al-Harit or Aratwal. Nature, ever provident and seeing the difficulty of communication from the immense tracts of desert country in Sahara, has afforded the Sahrawans a means upon any emergency of crossing the great African desert in a few days, mounted upon the airy desert camel, which is in figure similar to the camel of burden, but more elegantly formed. The Arab, with his loins, breast and ears bound round to prevent the percussion of air proceeding from a quick motion, rapidly traverses upon the back of this abstemious animal the scorching desert, the fiery atmosphere of which parches and impedes respiration so as almost to produce suffocation. The motion of the area is violent and can be endured only by those patient, abstemious, and hardy Arabs who are accustomed to it. The most inferior kind of area are called Tawlat, a term expressive of their going the distance of 3 days' journey in one. The next kind is called Sebaid, a term appropriated to that which goes 7 days' journey in one, and this is the general character. There is also one called Tasaid, or the area of 9 days. These are extremely rare. The Arabs affirm that the Sebaid does not always produce another Sebaid, but sometimes a Talataid and sometimes a Tasaid, and that its class is ascertained by the period which elapses before the young one takes the teat of the mother. Thus, if it be 3 days, it is considered to be the Talataid; if 7 days, the Sebaid; and if 9 days, it proves to be an area of 9 days' journey. If it prove a Tasaid, there are great rejoicings, it being an accession of wealth to the proprietor, as a Tasaid is bartered for 200 camels, the Sebaid for 100, and the Talat for 30 or thereabout. This valuable and useful animal has a ring put through its upper lip, to which is fixed a leathern strap which answers the purposes of a bridle. The saddle is similar to that used by the Moors, or what the mountaineers of Andalusia use. The goat skin or a bakel, a porous earthen pitcher filled with water, a few dates and some ground barley. The Arab travels from Timbuktu to Tafilelt, feeding his eyrie but once at an oasis in the desert, for these camels on an emergency will abstain from drinking and from food 7 days or more. A journey of 35 days caravan travelling will be performed by a Sebai. In 5 days they go from Timbuktu to Tafilelt in 7 days. One of these animals once came from Fort St. Joseph on the Senegal River to the house of Messrs. Cabane and Decras, French merchants, at Mogodet in 7 days. In the great desert of Africa, where cultivation is so rare that one may travel several days on an ordinary camel with baggage without seeing any habitation, the use of the eyrie must be evident, for it is more abstemious and bears a longer continuation of fatigue than the S8 Trouba Uri desert horse hereafter described. The self-exiled Mullah Abdurrahman, the prince of undaunted courage and great penetration, son of the old emperor Sidi Muhammad bin Abdullah bin Ismail of the Tafilelt dynasty, whilst residing among the Arab clan of Hawara and Susa, kept night and day at the door of his Kema tent 2 areas ready caparisoned, one having a load of gold dust and jewels, and the other for riding in case of a sudden surprise, that he might pass into the desert out of the reach of his father's power. The emperor's soldiers, by their master's order, having treated his highness's woman in a manner disgraceful to a Mussulman, he had retired to the confines of Sahara for more security. The swiftness of the eyrie is thus described by the Arabs in their figurative styles.
When thou shalt meet Eyrie, and say to the rider, Salam Alik, ere he shall have answered thee, Alik Salam, he will be afar off, and nearly out of sight, for his swiftness is like the wind.
Talking with an Arab of Susa on the subject of these fleet camels and the desert horse, he assured me that he knew a young man who was passionately fond of a lovely young girl whom nothing would satisfy but some oranges. These were not to be procured at Mogodet, and as the lady wanted the best fruit, nothing less than Morocco oranges would satisfy her. The Arab mounted his eyrie at the dawn of day, went to Morocco, purchased the oranges, and returned that night after the gates were shut, and sent the oranges to the lady by card of one of the batteries. I am aware, in relating this circumstance, that I shall incur the imputation of credulity, but Mr. Bruce, who related many things very common in Africa, was lampooned by Munchausen. Much, however, of what was doubted has been confirmed by other travellers after him, and I am persuaded that in a short time much more will be ascertained to be fact, which he has, by the ignorant and presuming, been censured for relating. If transactions and facts well known by the African be incompatible with the European's ideas of probability, and on that account rejected as fables, it is not the fault of the former, but of the latter, who has neglected to investigate a neighbouring quarter of the globe. The Sh Shruba Uri, or desert horse, is to the common horse what the desert camel is to the camel of Berlin. This animal does not, however, answer the purpose so well for crossing the barren desert, as he requires a feed of camel's milk once every day, which is his only sustenance, so that there must necessarily be 2 she-camels wherever he goes to afford this supply, for he will touch neither barley, wheat, oats are never given to horses in Africa, hay, straw, nor indeed any other thing but camel's milk. They are employed chiefly to hunt the ostrich, at which sport they are very expert. When the desert horses are brought to Morocco, as they sometimes are, they fall away, and if obliged ultimately from hunger to eat barley and straw, the Moorish proven that they recover, gradually fill up and become handsome to the sight, but lose entirely their usual speed. Al-Qaid Omar ben Dordid, an Arab of Rahamena, when governor of Mugaddat, had 2 Sahrawan horses in his stables. Finding it inconvenient to feed them constantly on camel's milk, he resolved to try them on the usual food given to Barbary horses. He accordingly had their food gradually changed, and in a short time fed them altogether with barley, and occasionally with wheat and straw. They grew fat and looked better than before, for those of Sahara of this particular breed are by no means handsome. They have a small slender body formed like that of the greyhound, a powerful broad chest and small legs, but they lost their speed and soon afterwards died, as if nature had designed them to be appropriated solely to that district whose arid and extensive plains rendered their use essentially necessary. A person unaccustomed to ride the Shrubra Uri finds its motion uneasy at first, but the saddle forms a safe seat, and a man who never rode before acquires a facility in these saddles. In a few days the pommel rises perpendicularly in front and the back part rises reclining a little from a perpendicular and supports the back as high as the loins. The stirrups are placed far back and give the rider a firm hold, inducing him to grasp the horse's sides with the knees, as from the form and disposition of the stirrups and the seat the legs and knees naturally incline inwards and press the horse, so that the rider can by this means turn the animal whichever way he pleases without using the reins. The stirrup is broad at the bottom and receives the whole length of the foot. At the heel of the stirrup is hung loosely a spike 6 inches long, which is the Moorish spurt, a barbarous looking weapon, which a person unacquainted with the dexterous manner of using it would expect to rip open the horse's sides, but a good horseman seldom uses it in a way to injure the horse. It is sufficient that he shake it against the stirrups to animate him. The whole art of riding is confined to the dexterous management of the spurs, and a good rider is distinguished from a novice by their position, as the points should never be nearer to the flank than about 4 inches. Sometimes they are not within 8. I have seen one of the Arabs of the warlike and powerful province of Shawiya, whilst mounted, and the horse curvetting mark his name in Arabic characters with the spurt on the horse's side. This is accounted the perfection of horsemanship among the Shawians, who are acknowledged to be the first horsemen in Morocco, and not inferior to the Bukhari cavalry of the Emperor's Life Guard, both of whom consider the Mamelukes as very inferior to them in everything but their gaudy trappings. Their exercise of cavalry consists in what they call el haka, which is running full speed about a quarter of a mile or less till they come to a wall, when the rider fires his musket and stops his horse short, turning him at the same time. This amusement, of which they are ridiculously fond, they continue several hours, wasting much powder to little purpose, as they do not improve in the direction of their piece, having no ball with a charge nor mark to fire at. Their pieces have nothing in them but gunpowder rammed down, for if they had wadding, many accidents would happen from their discharging them close to one another's faces. 10 or 20 horsemen suddenly dart off at full speed, one half turning to the right and the other to the left after firing, so as not to interfere with each other. The men who ride these Trubra Aries, as well as the Arabs who ride the Aries, have their bowels relaxed at the termination of their journey, for which, on leaving the desert, they drink a draught of camel's milk called halib naeg, which being rejected by the stomach, they drink again. This second draught, after remaining a longer time, is sometimes also rejected. The third draught, finding the tone of the stomach somewhat restored, remains and turns to nourishment. Jimel, the camel of burden. This most useful animal serves for various purposes of domestic life. Its flesh is good, and when young is preferred by the Arabs to beef. It is however rather insipid, but very easy of digestion. The milk of the Naga female camel is extremely nutritious, and if taken in the morning for breakfast is an infallible remedy for murderous consumption. On this account it is in high estimation among all ranks of people. The Arabs of Sahara for the most part live on nothing else. It is of a bluish hue and possesses a rather glutinous quality. In Southern and Sahara the camel carries a load not exceeding 400 weight. Those of Juquela and the north of Morocco carry 600, 700 and 800 weight. The difference of the burden varies with the abundance or paucity of food, and the camel will never rise from the ground with a burden which he cannot proceed with. Sheep. This useful animal is found in all parts of West Barbary, even to the confines of Sahara, where their flesh is of a peculiarly fine flavour, which is occasioned by the aromatic herbs on which they feed. About the mountains of Lower Suse and Wedinoun the mutton is of such a superior flavour that when the emperor is at Morocco it is often sent to him in presents. As the aromatic herbs of Africa are much stronger scented than those of Europe, the flesh of the Wedinoun sheep has accordingly a stronger aromatic flavour than those of the Sussex South Down. They are larger than the ordinary sheep. They use a very prolific yeaning twice a year, and having often 2 or more lambs at a time. I sent a ram of this breed to England, where it did not with the change of climate lose altogether its prolific nature, for the use to which he was admitted produced 2 lambs each. The wool of these sheep varies considerably, that of some being very coarse, whilst that of others is extremely fine. No care is taken of the quality, but nature is left in this respect, as in all others in this country, to take its course. Tafilelt, a rich province bordering on Atlas north of Morocco, abounds in sheep whose wool is so fine that no silk is softer. It is used in the manufacture of caps worn by the opulent, and is sold at fast for a very high price. Its exportation being prohibited, it is consumed by the inhabitants. A breed of these sheep would be an acquisition in Europe, and they might be procured. The average price of a fleece of wool in Barbary is 1 drachm 1 ounce, or 5 pence English. That of a sheep is 1 Mexico dollar. Wool was till lately exported to Europe, particularly to Marseille and other ports in the Mediterranean, to Amsterdam, Hamburg, and London, but to very inferior quality. Being sent to the latter place, it got a bad name. The demand, however, from other places was so great that the emperor had representations made to him that wearing apparel of the Barbary manufacture was rising in value in consequence of the unlimited exportation of wool, and an order was accordingly issued prohibiting it to the emperor to gratify his people, assuring them that for the future he would not suffer it to be carried out of the country. Goats. Every lady in England has contributed to the Emperor of Morocco's treasury by consuming the leather which is made from the skin of the goat, that denominated Spanish leather being prepared from the Morocco goat skins. The goats of Africa are very prolific, particularly those of Tafilelt, which is one cause of such an immense number being exported. The duty on this article of commerce forms a considerable part of the custom house revenue. They have young twice a year, and often one goat is followed by 6 or 7 kids of her own, the production of 9 months. The goats of the Arab province of Shedmad and the Shella province of Hahat are the finest in West Barbary, but the Tafilelt goats, as before observed, surpass them in size and quality. Their milk is richer and more abundant, their meat more delicate, particularly when young. The jilled filely Tafilelt leather is the softest and the finest in the world, and much superior to that of Morocco, or even to that of Teredant. Soft and pliable as silk, it is impervious to water. The tanners of Tafilelt use the leaves of a shrub called tiseret, which grows in the Atlas mountains. This, it is pretended, gives their leather that peculiar softness for which it is so much esteemed. This, however, is doubtful, as the tanners above all people are cautious of discovering to strangers their art of tanning. Some quality in the air and water possibly may contribute to give the leather that extraordinary pliability. Reptiles, insects, serpents, etc. The chameleon. Tata is the Arabic and Tay of the Shell, name for this extraordinary and complicated animal. Its head resembles that of a fish, the body that of a beast, the tail that of a serpent, and the legs and feet are somewhat similar to the arms and hands of a human being. The tongue is pointed like that of a serpent, and is so instantaneous in its motion that the human sight can scarcely perceive it. When it darts it out to the length of its body to catch flies, its ordinary food, in doing this it never misses its mark, so that I imagine there must be some clue in the substance which attaches the fly to the tongue, or else it pierces the insect with its point, which is very sharp. I have often admired the velocity with which the chameleon thus secures its food, but never could discover whether it were to be attributed to the former or the latter cause. It is partly nourished by the sun and air. It delights to bask in the sun with its mouth open to receive the heat of its rays. The length of the chameleon when full grown is 10 or 12 inches, including the tail. When suddenly discovered and pursued, it runs fast, forgetting its wonted caution, which is never to trust to the tread of the foot, the toes of which grasp the object they tread on. In its ordinary movements its step is geometrically exact. It looks carefully around to discover the state of the surrounding place, and to ascertain if everything be safe, one eye looking behind, the other before it, and in all transverse directions, for this organ is a perfect hemisphere projecting from the head and moving in various and independent directions. Having ascertained that its feet are safe and that the substance on which they are fixed is firm, the chameleon disengages its tail and proceeds on with the same caution, again fastening the tail by twisting it round some branch or twig till it has attained the safety of the next step. Many doubts have arisen with regard to the chameleon's mode of changing its colour from the various and repeated observations which I have from time to time made on this most extraordinary animal in a confined as well as in a free state. I have been enabled to ascertain that in gardens its ordinary resort it gradually changes its colour, assuming that of the substance over which it passes, and to do this it requires 2 or 3 minutes, the change beginning by the body becoming covered with small spots of the colour of the substance over which it actually passes, and which gradually increase till it is altogether of that particular colour. Green appears its favourite, or at least it assumes that hue more distinctly than any other, for I have seen it on vines so perfectly green that it was scarcely distinguishable from the leaves. When it assumes a white or black colour, these are not clear, but of a dirty hue inclining to brown. When irritated, it will gradually assume a dirty blackish colour, which it retains whilst the irritation lasts, swelling its sides and hissing like a serpent. When asleep or inclined to rest, it is of a whitish cast. In the course of the various experiments which my curiosity and admiration of the chameleon induced me to make, I discovered that it never drinks, and that it always avoids wet and rain. I kept 3 in a cage for the period of 4 months, during which time I never gave them any food. They appeared withered and thin. Others, which I kept in a small confined garden, retained their original size and appearance. Consequently, it is to be supposed that they feed on the leaves of vegetables. Those confined in the cage did not vary their colour much, appearing generally that of the cage, but if anything green, such as vegetables, were placed near it, they would assume that hue. Those confined in the garden assumed so much the colour of the object over which they progressively passed as to render it difficult to discover them. Various medicinal qualities are assigned to the flesh of the chameleon, and many whimsical effects are attributed to fumigation with it. When dried, debilitated persons have recourse to it, and it is accordingly sold in all the drug shops at Morocco fast, and of the places which shops are named Hanut el Adari. The smell arising from the fumigation is by no means grateful, but what scent will prevent an African from using that remedy which credulity or superstition has persuaded him will give strength to the impotent. The Arabs assert that the chameleon is the only animal which destroys the serpent, and it is said to do it in the following manner. It proceeds cautiously on the bough of some trees under which the serpent sleeps, and placing itself perpendicularly over its head, discharges a glutinous thread of saliva having a white drop at the end, which falling on the serpent's head soon kills him. This assertion being general and uncontroverted among the Arabs, I have mentioned it as a hint to future travellers who may be desirous of investigating its truth. The chameleon is by some persons said to be venomous, but I never knew any harm done by them, though the boys sometimes carry them in their bosoms. The double Saharan lizard. This animal always avoids water. It is about 18 inches long and 3 or 4 inches broad across the back. It is not poisonous, being an inhabitant of Sahara, which, like Ireland, is said to contain no venomous animals. It lays eggs like the tortoise. It is very swift, and if hunted will hide itself in the earth, which it perforates with its nose, and nothing can extricate it but digging up the ground. The similarity between the name of this reptile and the Arabic name of the bear dub has probably led some persons to assert that there are bears in Africa. Locust Gerard. This destructive creature, which the French call sauterelle, confounding it with the common grasshopper, differs very much from that insect in the direful effects and devastation it causes in the countries it visits. Dr. Johnson, in his translation of Lobos abyssiniae, has rendered it grasshopper, although it evidently should have been translated locust. Locusts are produced from some unknown physical cause, and proceed from the desert, always coming from the south. When they visit a country, it behoves every individual to lay in a provision against a famine, for they are said to stay 3, 5, or 7 years. During my residence in West and South Barbary, those countries suffered a visitation from them during 7 years. They have a government among themselves similar to that of the bees and ants, and when the Sultan Gerard, king of the locusts, rises, the whole body follow him, not one solitary straggler being left behind to witness the devastation. When they have eaten all other vegetation, they attack the trees, consuming first the leaves and then the bark, so that the country in the midst of summer, from their general rapacity, bears the face of winter. In my travels I have seen them so thick on the ground as sometimes actually to have covered my horse's hoofs as he went along. It is very annoying to travel through a host of them, as they are continually flying in your face and settling on your hands and clothes. At a distance they appeared in the air like an immense cloud darkening the sun, and whilst employed in devouring the produce of the land, it has been observed that they uniformly proceed one way as regularly as a disciplined army on its march, nor will it be possible to discover a single one going a different way from the rest. In travelling from Moguda to Tanya before the plague in 1799, the country was covered with them. The singular incident then occurred at El Araj. The whole country from the confines of Sahara to that place was ravaged by them, but after crossing the river El Kos they were not to be seen, though there was nothing to prevent them from flying across it. Moreover, they were all moving that way, that is to the north, but when they reached the banks of the river they proceeded eastward, so that the gardens and fields north of El Araj were full of vegetables, fruits and grain. The Arabs of the province of El Kab considered this remarkable circumstance as an evident interposition of Providence. This curse of heaven can only be conceived by those who have seen the dismal effects of their devastation. The poor people, by living on them, become meagre and indolent, for no labour will yield fruit, whilst the locusts continue increasing in numbers. In the rainy season they partially disappeared, and at the opening of the spring the ground is covered with their young, those crops of corn which are first matured, and the grain which becomes hardened before the locust attains its full growth are likely to escape, provided there be other crops less forward for them to feed upon. In the year 1799 these destructive insects were carried away into the Western Ocean by a violent hurricane, and the shores were afterwards covered with their dead bodies, which in many places emitted a pestilential smell, that is, wherever the land was low or where the salt water had not washed them. To this event succeeded a most abundant crop of corn, the lands which had lain fallow for years being now cultivated, but the produce of the cultivation was accompanied with a most infectious and deadly plague, a calamity of which the locusts have often been observed to be the forerunners. The Sahrawians or Arabs of the desert rejoiced to see the clouds of locusts proceeding toward the north, anticipating therefrom a general mortality, which they call Al-Khir, the good, or the benediction, for after depopulating the rich plains of Barbary it affords to them an opportunity of emanating from their arid recesses in the desert to pitch their tents in the desolated plains or along the banks of some river, as was done by one of the Kabyles of Tuat after the plague had depopulated Barbary in the summer and autumn of 1799 and the spring of 1800, when these wild Arabs poured into Draa from Sahara and settled along the banks of the river of that devastated country. Locusts are esteemed a great delicacies, and during the above periods dishes of them were generally served up at the principal repasts. There are various ways of dressing them. That usually adopted was to boil them in water half an hour, then sprinkle them with salt and pepper and fry them, adding a little vinegar. The head, wings and legs are thrown away, the rest of the body is eaten and resembles the taste of prawns. As the criterion of goodness in all eatables among the Moors is regulated by the stimulating qualities which they possess, so these locusts are preferred to pigeons because supposed to be more invigorating. A person may eat a plateful of them containing 200 or 300 without any ill effects. When the locust is young it is green, as it grows it assumes a yellow hue, and lastly becomes brown. I was informed by an Arab who had seen the Sultan Jarad, king of the locusts, that it was larger and more beautifully coloured than the ordinary one, but I never myself could procure a sight of it. The mode of catching locusts is thus: several persons go out in the evening, and where they find the bushes covered they throw hakes or garments over them, beating them with sticks or canes. They then collect the insects together and put them in a sack, which they will fill by this means in half an hour. A drawing of this devouring insect will be found in Plate 8, page 103. The venomous spider tenderwoman. This beautiful reptile is somewhat similar to a hornet in size and colour, but of a round form. Its legs are about an inch long, black and very strong. It has two bright yellow lines latitudinally crossing its back. It forms its web octagonally between bushes, the diameter being 2 or 3 yards. It places itself in the centre of its web, which is so fine as to be almost invisible, and attaches to whatever may pass between those bushes. It is said to make always towards the head before it inflicts its deadly wound. In the cork forests the sportsman, eager in his pursuit of game, frequently carries away on his garments the tenderwoman, whose bite is so poisonous that the patient survives but a few hours. The scorpion El Akab. The scorpion is generally 2 inches in length, and resembles so much the lobster in its form that the latter is called by the Arabs Akab del Bahar, the sea scorpion. It has several joints or divisions in its tail, which are supposed to be indicative of its age. Thus, if it have 5, it is considered to be 5 years old. The poison of this reptile is in its tail, at the end of which is a small curved sharp-pointed sting, the curve being downwards that turns its tail upwards when it strikes a blow. The scorpion delights in stony places and in old ruins. In some stony parts of the district of Haha they abound so much that on turning up the stones 3 or 4 will be found under each. Some are of a yellow colour, the others brown, and some black. The yellow possess the strongest poison, but the venom of each affects the part wounded with frigidity, which takes place soon after the sting has been inflicted. During the summer, the city of Marocco is so infested with this venomous reptile that it is not uncommon to find them in the beds. All persons therefore who visit Morocco at this season of the year should have the feet of their bedsteads placed in tubs or pans of water. This precaution will also prevent the attack of bugs, which in summer are a perfect nuisance, but the inhabitants are accustomed to all these sorts of inconveniences and care little about them. Most families in Morocco keep a bottle of scorpions infused in olive oil, which is used whenever any person is stung by them, for although the scorpion carries an antidote in itself, it is not always to be caught, as it often stings a person whilst asleep and disappears before he awakes or thinks of looking for it, in which event the body of the live scorpion cannot of course be procured. It is necessary to bind the part, if possible, above the place stung, then to cauterize and afterwards to scarify the puncture to prevent the venom from pervading the system. This method is sometimes effectual and sometimes not, according to the situation of the part wounded and the nature of the scorpion, some being more poisonous than others, but where the flesh of the reptile can be obtained the cure is said to be infallible. Mosquitoes and emus. Mosquitoes, gnats, and various other kinds of annoying insects appear to have made the lakes of West Barbary their general rendezvous. I was once compelled to encamp during the night on the banks of the Lake of Marmora, having travelled on horseback a fatiguing day's journey of 56 miles, where I was intolerably tormented with the mosquitoes, it being suggested that they were attracted by the lights in the tents. These were extinguished, but without affording any relief. Fatigued as I was, as well as every one else, I endeavoured in vain to sleep, and was at length obliged to cause the tents to be struck, the camels loaded, and to proceed on my way in the night, all which the servants and Arabs cheerfully performed, though nearly exhausted with the heat of the preceding day. In the morning I found my face and hands in a most deplorable condition, being similar to those of a person in the worst stage of the smallpox. The mosquitoes and other insects attack strangers with great keenness, biting them and sucking their blood in a most distressing manner. The thick skins of the Arabs, exposed daily to the scorching heat of the sun, are impenetrable to their bite, otherwise they would not be able to exist, for although the country is productive and the soil good, yet nothing can compensate for the vexation arising from the unremitted attacks of these irritating insects. Cricket. This insect abounds in the Atlas Mountains, piercing the still air of night with its incessant noise. They are very large, having beautiful grey wings covered with several gold-coloured spots. The back is yellow variegated with green. Serpents Henache. Of these there are various species in Barbary, but 2 only are extremely venomous. The one is of a black colour, about 7 or 8 feet long, with a small head which it expands frequently to 4 times its ordinary size when about to attack any object. This serpent is called busker, and is the only one that will attack travellers, in doing which it coils itself up and darts to a great distance by the elasticity of its body and tail. I have seen it coil itself and erect its head about 12 or 18 inches above the ground, expanding it at the same time when it darted forward. The wound inflicted by the bite is small, but the surrounding part immediately turns black, which colour soon pervades the whole body, and the sufferer expires in a very short time. This serpent is carried about by the Asawi charmers of serpents. El-Efer is the name of the other serpent, remarkable for its quick and penetrating poison. It is about 2 feet long and as thick as a man's arm, beautifully spotted with yellow and brown and sprinkled over with blackish specks similar to the horn-nosed snake. They have a wide mouth by which they inhale a great quantity of air, and when inflated therewith they eject it with such force as to be heard at a considerable distance. These mortal enemies to mankind are collected by the Asawi before mentioned in a desert of Suse, where their holes are so numerous that it is difficult for a horse to pass over it without stumbling. The bob or desert snake is an enormous monster from 20 to 80 feet long, as thick as a man's body, and of a dingy colour. This inhabitant of Sahara is not venomous, though it is not less destructive. The Arabs, speaking of it figuratively, affirmed that as it passes along the desert it fires the ground with the velocity of its motion. It is impossible to escape it. It will twist itself round an ox, and after crushing its bones will swallow it gradually, after which it lies supinely on the ground 2 or 3 days, unable to proceed till the animal be digested. 2 of these monsters stationed themselves near the road from Morocco to Teredant, near to the latter city. A few years since one of them was killed, the other remained there several days and prevented travellers from passing the road. They were both young ones, being about 20 feet long. Various stories are related by the Arabs of Sahara respecting the bows, but they are mostly ingenious fables originally intended to inculcate some moral lesson. Without speaking of all the various kinds of serpents which are either timid, harmless, or not venomous, I must observe that the domestic serpents claim some attention. In the city of Morocco these animals abound. There is scarcely a house without its domestic serpent, which is sometimes seen moving along the roofs of the apartments. They are never molested by the family, who would not hurt them on any consideration, conceiving them a benediction on the household. They have been known to suck the breasts of women whilst asleep and retire without offering any further injury. They are so susceptible as to be sensible of enmity towards them, and it is thought imprudent to incur their displeasure. For this reason the inhabitants of Morocco treat them kindly and as members of the family, not wishing to disturb an animal that claims the rights of hospitality by settling in their house. The tortoise. Fakron, land tortoises of a very large size, abound in Barbary and in Suse, where in the afternoon of a hot day one may collect a dozen in the course of an hour. They are esteemed good eating by the French and the inhabitants of the shores of the Mediterranean. The wonderful geometrical construction of this animal is such that it will bear a ton weight on its back. In Sahara the turpins or land tortoises are reported to be very large, weighing 400 or 600 weight, but I never heard of any like those found at the time Leo Africanus wrote, who mentions a man who had seen one as big as a ton, and he himself says he saw one the size of a barrel. Birds. The ostrich. An arm is the name given by the Western Arabs to the ostrich. It is found on the confines of Sahara in every part from Wedinoun on the Western Ocean as far as Sinat. Those which are taken about Wedinoun and Cape Bojador are the largest in the world and have the finest plumage. The feathers of the male bird are the best, being thicker and more tufted than those of the female. The black feathers are taken from the tail. The fine long white plumes used by our females of fashion are from the forepart of the wings. The smaller feathers of the wing are also sometimes black. I have seen ostriches from Cape Bojador 8 feet high from the foot to the beak when the neck was erect, which is the natural position. The ostrich appears to be a stupid bird and indifferent to everything, taking no notice of persons except they have metal buttons on their clothes at which they will eagerly snap. It is not, however, to be credited that they digest iron or any other metal, although pieces of such are often found in their stomachs when cut up by the hunters. The ostrich forms the intermediate gradation between the bird and the beast, for it neither simply flies nor runs, but rather does both, never rising however from the ground, but is assisted considerably by its wings in its progress through the desert, running over many hundred miles of ground in a short time. They are sometimes seen in Sahara by the Akabas of Soudan in great numbers, appearing at a distance at twilight like a host of thundering Arabs. The ostrich lays several eggs of the size of an African citron, or a 36-pound shot white, and of an oval form, weighing from 8 to 10 pounds. After laying these eggs the bird goes away, forgetting or forsaking them, and if some other ostrich discover them she hatches them as if they were her own, forgetting probably whether they are or are not. So deficient is the recollection of this bird. In addition to their usual food they swallow stones, gravel, sand and metals. It is not ascertained whether they drink or not. Among the various animals which the Arabs hunt for sport or profit, that which most fully rewards their exertions is the ostrich. A party of about 20 Arabs, mounted on the desert horses already described, set out together, riding gently against the wind, one after the other. At the distance of about half a mile asunder they walk on, tracing the footmarks till they discover those of the ostrich, which they then follow. When they come in sight of their game they rush towards it at full speed, always keeping nearly the same distance as at first. The bird, finding her wings an impediment to her progress against the wind, turns towards the horseman, and after escaping the first and second is perhaps shot or brought down by the third or fourth or some of those that follow. They are however often a whole day in the chase before they secure their bird. Were it not for this stratagem, aided by the stupidity of the ostrich, it would be impossible to take it. The Saharauans carry muskets, but in hunting the ostrich they rarely use them, trusting rather to their zawata, which is a stick about 2 feet long and 3 inches in circumference, taken from the Algsoudan tree, or the tree that produces the Senegal gaunt. Being a hard, close-raned, heavy wood, this zawata they throw with extraordinary dexterity at the legs of the birds, and by breaking or maiming them impede their progress, and by that means secure them. Having cut the throat according to the Mohammedan practice, they pluck off the feathers and divide them as well as the carcass into different portions. On these occasions, as on all others, whether in hunting, pillaging, or attacking Akabas, the accumulated caravans from Soudan, they divide the Buta into as many shares as there are persons to partake, caring but little about the equality of them. Then each person taking something that he has about him, such as a key, a knife, or a piece of money, they put it into the corner of a hape or garment and covers it over, waiting till some stranger or uninterested person appears, whom they engage to take out of the garment before mentioned the different articles deposited therein, and to place one on each of the parcels or lots of feathers and meat. When each person takes up that portion on which the article belonging to him is placed, they then separate and retire to their respective dwars, where they regale themselves and their families with the produce of their sport. The flesh of the ostrich is by no means palatable to an European. It is a dark-coloured and strong meat. The fat is much esteemed in medicine for all kinds of bruises and sprains, and is sold at a very high price, but money will not always procure it, friendship or hospitality being more powerful in these regions than even money itself. This medicine, therefore, is often procurable only through the former. The feathers are sold by the hunters to the agents of the merchants of Mogador, established at Wedinoon for the purpose of transportation finally to Europe to adorn the heads of our fashionable females. Writing as I am for the information of merchants as well as others, it may not be unacceptable to my readers, some of whom may perhaps be induced to form establishments in those unknown regions, to learn the method of purchasing ostrich feathers in West and South Barbary. It is as follows. These 12 oz over the quintal are brought into imaginary pieces or single feathers. Thus 412 surplus face feathers are equivalent to 1 ounce, so that 12 oz will make 54 feathers. The contract will therefore stand thus: 100 lb at 90 drachms per lb is 9,000 drachms or 900 Mexico dollars. 54 feathers or pieces at 9 drachms per piece is 486 drachms. 9,486 drachms, which sum is equivalent to 948,610 Mexico dollars. 412 surplus face feathers are calculated at 1 oz. 100 ditto 2,215 oz. But custom makes 100 feathers count for 22 oz, without the fraction before mentioned. This explanation may give some idea of the mode of purchasing this article of commerce, which requires much practice and experience before the purchaser will be free from imposition. There are but 2 or 3 persons at Mogador who perfectly understand it and the method of passing them at the custom house. The price here affixed is the average. The competition among the Jews and the almost entire monopolization of the Morocco trade by these people has latterly enhanced the price by contriving to exclude the English and the Christians in general as much as possible from commerce. They are too often induced to trade beyond their capital, and by frequently overstocking the market cause a forced trade, thereby throwing the profits which before were reaped by the European into the hands of the natives. The consequence of this is that the emperor, displeased at his subjects becoming too suddenly rich, exacts an additional duty on the exportation of the article, whereupon its price in the country immediately falls, and the surplus of profit is by this policy thrown into the imperial exchequer. The Vulture. Excepting the ostrich, this is the largest bird in Africa. It is common in all places where the gum ammoniac plant grows, and it is said to feed on the horn beetle which lives upon that plant. In the plains east of El Arich, where the plant abounds, I have seen at least 20 of these birds in the air at once, darting down on the insects with astonishing rapidity. They build their nests on lofty precipices, high rocks, and in dreary parts of the mountains. Mr. Bruce calls this bird the Nesset or golden eagle, but I apprehend he has committed an error in denominating it an eagle, the generical name of which in the Arabic language is el-bez. The eagle. Bez el-Hori designates the largest species of eagle with undescribably clear and beautiful eyes of an orange color. I shot one of these birds in crossing the Atlas Mountains between Morocco and pterodont and attempted to preserve it for the purpose of sending it to Europe, but it died on the third day. This is the bird which is reported by the Africans to engender the dragon on the female hyena, the chimera, originating undoubtedly in some Arabian fable or allegorical tradition, though generally credited by the inhabitants of Atlas, who affirmed the dragon thus engendered to have the wings and beak of an eagle, to serpent's tails and short feet like a hyena, the eyelids never close, and that it lives in caves like the hyena. Hawks and falcons. The sheriffs and bashaws and higher orders of society are much attached to falconry. Muley Tate, brother to the present emperor, was passionately fond of this kind of sport and had the best falcons in the country. They teach these young hawks dexterously to fly at and catch ducks, wild geese, partridges, hares, bustards, and antelopes. The latter, however, is too strong to be held by the falcon, which hovers about its head and impedes its progress till the greyhounds come up with it and secure it. I have hunted with the Prince Muley Tate and his falconers several times, accompanied by Dr. Bells, an English surgeon who attended him. White herons, buffalo. The white heron differs from the guard buff foxkeepers. It is called bufula in the singular number. The guard buff is called by the Arabs tir al-bukra, which signifies the cowbird, as the large red-spotted lizard is called urdar al-bukra because it sucks the cow's milk. A person might, however, easily mistake the guard buff for the white heron, as I did once myself, having killed about 100 at different times. I have often shot the former for the latter. The Arabs always persuaded me they were not the same, and in fact so I found, for I never saw a heron killed near a cow. They are found on the banks of rivers where they feed on worms at a distance of 50 yards. They are exactly the same in appearance. The heron, however, when examined, appears to differ in the colour of the legs, which are black, whereas those of the guard buff are yellowish or brown. The heron has two long narrow feathers on the crown of the head hanging over the neck. The guard buff has none. The heron has from 20 to 100 aigrette feathers on its back. The guard buff has none. With regard to what is said in the note below, it may be observed that the transposition or omission of one point or dot in the Arabic language is sufficient to make bucula name Maud. What is bucula in the West is written the same in the East and pronounced bufula. The K of the Western Arabs is the S of the Eastern. But the curlew is called buculat and the white heron or egret bufula in the East as well as in the West. The bustard abounds in the provinces of Tensina, Bin Hassan, and Juquela. Some are also found in Abda and Suse. Being a shy bird, the Arabs approach it gradually and in a circular line. When they reach within 100 yards, they fall down and creep along the ground gently till they come within shot. The flesh of this bird is much esteemed and is considered an acceptable present by men of high rank. The stork bee helhaj. The general colour of the stork's plumage is white, the extremities of the wings being tipped with black. They are from 2 to 3 feet in height from the feet to the bill. During the summer, the old towns of West Barbary are frequented by these birds, which go generally in pairs. They are migratory, and when they do not return to their usual haunts at the accustomed season, it is considered ominous of evil. Any person that should presume to shoot this sacred bird would incur the resentment of the whole city and be accounted a sacrilegious infidel, for besides being of the greatest utility in destroying serpents and other noxious reptiles, they are also emblematical of faith and conjugal affection, and on that account held in the highest estimation by all true Muslims. They build their nests, which are curious, on the top of some old tower or castle, or on the terraces of uninhabited houses, where they constantly watch their young exposed to the scorching rays of the sun. They will not suffer anyone to approach their nests. The cities and towns of Mekwanas, Fast, Morocco, Muli, Dris, Siron, Rabat, Salit, El Arich, Azmord and Safi are annually visited by the stork. There are none at Mogoda, it being not only a new town but situated on a peninsula at the extremity of vast heaps of moving sand, which separate it from the cultivated country and prevent serpents and other noxious animals from harbouring there. The partridge. This beautiful bird abounds in every part of West Barbary. It is larger and finer feathered than that of Europe. The legs are red. The Moors have a peculiar manner of hunting the partridge in the plains of Akamute and Jibble-headed in Shedma. They take various kinds of dogs with them, from the greyhound to the shepherd's dog, and following the birds on horseback and allowing them no time to rest, they soon fatigue them when they are taken by the dogs. But as the Musulman eats nothing but what has had its throat cut, he takes out his knife and, exclaiming Bismillah,
in the name of God,
cuts the throat of the game and by letting it bleed destroys the flavor. For this reason, game is not esteemed at the repasts of the Arabs, where mutton and beef are preferred. Lamb and veal are unlawful, it being an injunction of the Mohammedan law to eat nothing till it is full grown, which is one cause of the great quantity of cattle which feed in the plains. El-Roga. This bird is similar to the English partridge, having however darker plumage. It is found only in arid stony places where the shrubs are stunted and in all harsh plains or places covered with basaltic rocks, but I believe nowhere else except when on the wing to drink at some river, which they do regularly at noon and at sunset, basking in the sun all the day and pecking at the harsh stunted shrubs found in the above-mentioned situations. The roga is unknown in Europe according to Dr. Brassenet, an eminent botanist for whom I shot several during his residence at Mogodet in the quality of French charge d'affaires. Pigeons. Pigeons, denominated El Hammam by the Arabs, are in prodigious numbers all over West Barbary. Tame as well as wild, the turtle dove called El Imam also abounds in the woods and gardens, adding considerably by their plaintive notes to the soothing pleasures of the country. There are immense quantities of wild pigeons in the island of Mogoda, which build their nests in the holes and excavated rocks of the island, and as it is unlawful to shoot there, it being the state prison of the empire, they are harmless and domesticated. Earlier in the morning they fly in immense flocks to the adjacent province of Harad, where they feed on the corn and vegetables during the day and return about an hour before sunset. The beautiful cream-coloured dove with a black ring round its neck is a native of Morocco and Pterident. Curlew's Bucalol. These birds abound in various parts of West Barbary and are so numerous at El Waladia that one would imagine it was the roosting place for all the curlews on the earth. The peninsula, which encompasses the large bay of water at this place, being rocky and uninhabited, is full of all kinds of them. It is a very delicious bird when the blood is not lost by the throat being cut. Tibib. The sparrow, denominated Suse, is rare in most parts of Barbary, but the tibib, which resembles it, is very common. This little bird visits the houses every morning, coming into the rooms undismayed. It is originally an inhabitant of Atlas, from whence it was brought by an English merchant about 20 years since to Mogoda, where the breed has continued to multiply ever since. The crested lark is common also in this country. The cuckoo-deek, as it is called by the Arabs, is a grey bird with large black spots, having much feathered and long wings, with a small and short body. They are esteemed a delicacy by the Arabs. I shot some one day for the purpose of tasting them, and found them extremely delicate and not inferior to a partridge. El-Hage. This is a small cinereous-coloured bird and scarcely so large as the common blackbird. It lives upon beetles and other insects of a similar kind, which it never eats till they begin to putrefy. It frequents thorny bushes, on the upper thorns of which it sticks the beetles, where remaining till they begin to decay. The hage, in passing through the air, is attracted by their scent and feeds upon them. The argan tree is the favourite resort of this bird, on the top or some conspicuous part of which it is generally seen, and often alone without its female. It is called El-Hage because it accompanies the caravans to Mecca. It is therefore held to be a sacred bird. On this account it would be imprudent to shoot it in presence of any Mussulman. As they destroy beetles and vermin, they are certainly entitled to the deference paid to them, and are canonized perhaps from having visited the tomb of Muhammad. The owl. The owl of Africa, called Mika, is similar to that of Europe, having the eye of a bright yellow. The screech owl, called Sahaya, is an ominous bird and is superstitiously thought to be the forerunner of evil. Fish. The same variety of fish that is found in the Mediterranean is caught on the shores of West and South Barbary. Of the freshwater fish, Shebel is in most request. It is similar to our salmon, but neither so large nor so red in the flesh, though extremely rich and delicate. Immense quantities are caught in the rivers of Barbary, particularly in those of El Kosmam or Tenzifte and Suse. They are salted or baked and preserved for the supply of Bled el Jared and other places of the interior, even as far as Soudan, but the greatest consumption of the dried shebel is in Bled el Jared, where the inhabitants lie for the most part on dates, as these fish are accounted a corrective of any ill effects produced from eating immoderately of that fruit. The people who catch the shebel give to the emperor a percentage by way of duty. There is a very considerable fishery on this coast, managed by the Spaniards from the Canary Islands, which extends from Lat. N2030 to Lat. N29 being nearly 600 miles and abounds in all kinds of excellent fish, as there is at present no town, the village or fixed habitation on the coast within the district above mentioned. The Spaniards fish unmolested, neither do cruisers ever approach these parts except by accident, so that the fishermen are secure from capture. In the spring and summer the fish are said to abound on the northern part of this extent of coast, and as the autumn approaches they go gradually southward. Whilst I was established at Agadir, I saw many kinds of curious fish which I have never seen in any other part of Africa or Europe. Whales. About the coast of Africa from Agadir to Arquin, whales are frequently cast on shore, deluded perhaps like the unfortunate mariners who, being led away imperceptibly by the impetuosity of a deceitful current, are ashore before they are aware of being even near the land. Whenever the whale is cast ashore, ambergris is found on the shore and is brought to Agadir for sale. The Moors, being very partial to this perfume, consume all that comes to market, so that none is sent to Europe. It is called in Arabic el ambert and is supposed to possess highly stimulating qualities, for which purpose it is often infused in tea by the African Arabs, Moors and others. Chapter 6. Metallic Minerals and Vegetable Productions. Metals and minerals. Gold and silver mines are found in several parts of the Empire of Morocco, but more particularly about Messa in the province of Suse. Being once on a visit to the vicegerent of this province, Alcade Mohammed ben Delemit at Sh Ducat, and desirous to examine the country in the vicinity of Messa together with its mines, I requested an escort from the vicegerent to accompany me thither, which he readily granted. On my arrival at Messa, I proceeded to the southern banks of the river, where I was shewn a gold mine which I was informed had been worked by the Portuguese when they were in possession of this district, and who previous to their departure had thrown stones into the aperture which the shells had frequently attempted in vain to remove. These stones were of an immense size, and it would have required considerable mechanical powers to effect their removal. I was next conducted through the bed of the river, when I discovered on a bluish soil 2 separate strata of blue sand intermixed with silver dust. Of this I collected a small quantity and sent it to England to be analysed, but such is the disposition of the people that they will not allow the sand to be taken away in any quantity for the purpose of extracting the metal, though they make no use of it themselves, being unacquainted with the proper method of refining it. Near Lala and Sh Dugat in the same province there is a very rich silver mine, but being situated between 2 clans they are continually fighting about it, and by this means both parties are deprived of the benefit it offers. I have purchased lumps of this silver which had been refined by the natives, and it was more pure than the silver of Spanish dollars. There is another silver mine in the plains of Ansagina near Santa Cruz. This was reported to the Emperor Sidi Mohammed to be extremely rich, and he accordingly sent some persons conversant in minerals to inspect and report upon it. Previous to their departure, however, they were secretly informed that he wished to discourage the working of this mine, lest the province might be thereby rendered too rich and powerful, and the people be enabled to throw off their allegiance. In consequence of this, after a formal examination had been made, it was reported that the mine would not pay for the expense of working it. The entrance was then broken in, and the shells, discouraged by this unfavourable report, and not suspecting the motive for destroying the mine, paid no further attention to it. This mine had probably been worked by the Portuguese when they were in possession of Santa Cruz and Aguram. Gold is also found in the Atlas Mountains and in Lower Suse, but the mines are not worked. Suse also produces iron, copper and lead ore. In the mountains of Idaldit they have iron, which they manufacture themselves into gun barrels and other articles. At Tafilelt the copper mines are extremely abundant, but they work them only as they want the metal. In Tafilelt are mines of antimonite. It abounds also in lead ore. Mineral salts. West Barbary, Bled El Jered and parts of Sahara abound in mineral salt of a red colour, which is dug from quarries and mines. In the province of Abda there is a very extensive lake which furnishes salts of a superior quality to the mineral. They are both exceedingly strong and are not fit to prepare meat with, having been frequently tried. This, however, may be owing to the unskilfulness of the Moors in curing meat. Near the cities of Fast and Mekwan a similar salt is also found, and a beautifully white and pure kind is procured among the rocks which bind many parts of the coast. This is produced by the effulgence of the meridian sun exhaling the water from the salt which remains in the cavities. Vast quantities of salt are conveyed by the Akbars to Soudan where none is produced, and on that account is so valuable that Timbuktu that a pound weight is frequently bartered for an ounce of gold dust. Saltpeter. This article, now prohibited from exportation except under certain restrictions and particular grants, is the produce of fast Marocco, and Teradent. That of Teradent or Suse is the best, purest and strongest, and in its unrefined state is equal to that of Morocco when refined. Lead or alcohol. There are two kinds of this mineral. That which is the best and most esteemed sells for double the price of the common kind, and is the basis of the black substance used by the African ladies to tinge their eyes, eyebrows and eyelashes. The Atlas Mountains abound with this lead, or particularly the eastern side of them towards Suse and Tafilelt. The best kind, as already observed, is called alcohol fili, i.e. lead ore of Tafilelt. Sulfur. Before this mineral was imported from the Mediterranean, it was dug from the foot of Atlas opposite to Teradent, where there are immense quantities. Fruits, plants, etc. Figs, called by the Western Arabs kermes. There are many kinds of this fruit, some of which are purple, others green. They are esteemed wholesome and abound in every part of the empire. At Teradent, Morocco, Fast and Tetun, they are uncommonly fine and of an exquisite flavour. Those of Moguda, however, are very inferior, as are most of the fruits that grow in the environs of that arid and sandy country. The Jews extract mahe, an ardent spirit, from figs, which they drink immoderately whilst hot from the alembic, but when they have patience to keep it a year or two, it becomes a mild spirit, losing its heating and pernicious quality. Indian fig or prickly pear, cactus opuntia, called takanarial by the Shells, and kerm used at Zara by the Arabs and Moors. The tree which produces this fruit grows from 10 to 20 feet in height. Its leaves, from the sides of which the fruit springs, are thick and succulent and impregnated with the transparent mucilaginous juice, which from its peculiarly cooling and anti-inflammatory qualities was much used with gum ammoniac during the plague for cataplasms and fumigations. The Indian fig is very different from other figs. When ripe it is of an oval form and of a colour inclining to orange or yellowed. It has a thick succulent rind so covered with fine sharp prickles as to render leather gloves or some other substitute necessary when peeling it. This fruit is of an extraordinary refrigerating quality, and is on that account eaten in the early part of the morning by the people of Haha and Susa, where it abounds. In hot weather it is a grateful restorative to the relaxed state of the bowels. The tree grows in stony, arid situations, and frequently affords refreshment to the traveller when he least expects to find so cooling a fruit. Almonds. The quantities of this fruit produced in the province of Susa are incalculable, and have lately been much increased. The bitter kind is exported to Europe, but the sweet, being an article of food, has been by the present emperor prohibited from exportation, which has recently diminished considerably the cultivation of this nutritious fruit. Gum sandrak tree. Thuyat or sandrak tree is probably the Arbor vita theophrastis. It is similar in leaf to the juniper, and besides producing the gum sandrak, the wood is invaluable, being somewhat like cedar, having the similar smell and being impenetrable to the worm. It is, however, the harder wood, and would be a great acquisition in shipbuilding, and there are means of procuring it. The roofs of houses and ceilings of rooms are made of this imperishable wood. Alwashal. A small plant little known, but used by the tanners in the preparation of leather. Tisrud or sueya. A shrub about 3 feet high, used also in the preparation of leather. It grows near the Jibal-headed in the plains of Akamut in the province of Shedma. See the map of West Barbary. Hashishat and Keef. The plant called hashisha is the African hemp plant. It grows in all the gardens and is reared in the plains at Morocco for the manufacture of twine, but in most parts of the country it is cultivated for the extraordinary and pleasing voluptuous vacuity of mind which it produces in those who smoke it. Unlike the intoxication from wine, to fascinating stupor pervades the mind, and the dreams are agreeable. The keef, which is the flower and seeds of the plant, is the strongest, and a pipe of it half the size of a common English tobacco pipe is sufficient to intoxicate. The infatuation of those who use it is such that they cannot exist without it. The keef is often pounded and mixed with el majun, an invigorating confection which is sold at an enormous price. A piece of this as big as a walnut will for a time entirely deprive a man of all reason and intellect. They prefer it to opium from the voluptuous sensations which it never fails to produce. Wine or brandy, they say, does not stand in competition with it. The hashishet or leaves of the plant are dried and cut like tobacco, with which they are smoked in very small pipes, but when the person wishes to indulge in the sensual stupid occasions, he smokes the hashish pure, and in less than half an hour it operates. The person under its influence is said to experience pleasing images. He fancies himself in company with beautiful women. He dreams that he is an emperor or a bashort, and that the world is at his nod. There are other plants which possess similar exhilarating qualities, among which is a species of the Palma Christi, the nuts of which mixed with any kind of food affect a person for 3 hours and then pass off. These they often use when they wish to discover the mind of a person or what occupies his thoughts. Snowbar. This is a plant much used by the tanners in the preparation of leather. It grows on Mount Atlas and about Tetun. Lotus. The lotus or water lily grows in the rivers and streams of El Gharbt. It is called by the Arabs Nifa. The lotus or nympha lotus has often been mistaken for a very different plant called by the ancients lotus or ramnus lotus, and which served formerly for food to a certain people in Africa, thence named lotifage. This plant, which is a shrub similar in appearance to the wild jujube or buckthorn, is called by the Arabs seavrad and grows about the Atlas Mountains east of Morocco and Teredon. It has been described by Mr. Mungo Park in his travels in Africa. Mallows. This herb is much used by the Arabian doctors, and the fruit is eaten by the Arabs as antifebrile. The generical name is kabeza. The garden Jew's mallow, called maloka, is also much esteemed as a strong incentive to venery. Coloquintida, called by the Arabs al-Hendald, is found along the coast on the sandy shore above the high water mark from Agadir to Wedinoon, to an extent of about 200 miles. It had never been imported into this country till last year by myself, when it sold at 3s. 8d per lb. Throughout this fertile country, roses and the various beautiful flowers which are carefully reared in hot houses with us grow spontaneously in the plains. Of these I have seen in Tansinat and about Rabat, and in Susa lupins, jonquils, wallflowers and hyacinths of various colours and exquisite fragrance. Of the latter there is a beautiful kind, being the Spanish brown inclining to scarlet. The roses about Morocco grow in the streams and ditches. At Tafilelt they have a powerful fragrance. It is from the leaves of the word Tafilelt or Tafilelt rose that the celebrated Adar of roses, commonly called Otto of roses, is extracted. The word Adar is an Arabic word signifying a distillation or filtration. Cernic. This vegetable grows on the declivities of the Atlas Mountains. The Moors drink a decoction of it for the purpose of inciting them to venereal pleasure. Truffles. This root, called by the Arabs tufas, is somewhat similar to the potatoes and about the size of a lemon. It grows in sandy places near the surface of the earth, where it is discovered by the light soil appearing swelled and cracked. It is not planted but grows spontaneously. Some are black, others white, but the former are the best. Both, however, have a black rind which does not peel off like that of a potato, but is cut or pared like that of an apple. The Arabs, Moors, Shellers and Jews equally prize the truffle. It is therefore in great demand and used in all made dishes, and is a very delicate, nutritious and wholesome food. They are also highly stimulating, on which account they are more esteemed among this amorous people than for their delicate taste. They are particularly palatable with wine, and often introduced in the dessert. They are very good boiled in water or in steam. In Susa, Abdad and Bled el Jared they are found in great abundance. The season for them is March, when the storms of thunder prevail. After a storm, the people repair to the sandy plains, dig them up, and bring them to the towns, where, being in great demand, they sell at a costly price. Gums, oils, etc. Euphorbin. Furbiun is the Arabic name of this gum, which is produced by a very curious succulent plant growing on the Atlas Mountains and called by the Shawers and Arabs dergum. Used in its general form, it resembles a large goblet, see the plate, and is somewhat like a wild thistle. From the main body of the plant proceed several solid leafless branches about 3 inches in circumference and 1 in diameter, from the top of which shoot out similar ones, each bearing on its summit a vivid crimson flower. These branches are scalloped and have on their outer sides a small knot, from which grow 5 extremely sharp pointed thorns about 1/3 of an inch in length. The stalk is at first soft and succulent, but becomes hard in a few years when the plant assumes the above-mentioned form, and may then be considered at its maturity. If cut in this state with a sword, it emits a large quantity of corrosive lactis juice, which, if squeezed between the fingers, will excoriate. When old, the plant withers, and this juice becomes dried and turns to powder. The inhabitants of those parts of the lower regions of Atlas make incisions in the branches of the plant with a knife, whence the juice issues, which, after being heated by the sun, becomes a substance of a whitish yellow coloured, and in the month of September drops off and forms the gum euphorbin. The plants produce abundantly once only in 4 years, but this 4th year's produce is more than all Europe can consume, it being a very powerful cathartic. The people who collect the gum are obliged to tie a cloth over their mouth and nostrils to prevent the small dusty particles from annoying them, as they produce incessant sneezing. The branches of the plant are brought to Mogoda for the use of the tanners by the boats which go from thence to Agadir, where it abounds, and to it probably the Morocco leather owes its reputed preeminence. It is also in great request among the women as a depilatory. Though the plant abound at Agadir, yet either from the nature of the soil or the climate not being sufficiently hot, it is stunted and never comes to perfection. During the 3 years I resided there, I never saw any gum attached to it. It flourishes in stony mountainous situations interspersed with rocks whose interstices are filled with a black loam of decomposed vegetable earth. Ammoniac, and called feshuk in Arabic, is produced from a plant similar to the European fennel, but much larger. In most of the plains of the interior, and particularly about El Arich and Anshara Ramallah, it grows 10 feet high. The gum ammoniac is procured by incisions in the branches, which when pricked emit a lactose glutinous juice, which being hardened by the heat of the sun falls on the ground and mixes with the red earth below. Hence the reason that gum ammoniac of Barbary does not suit the London market. It might, however, with a little trouble be procured perfectly pure by spreading mats under the shrubs to receive the gum as it falls. The gum in the above-mentioned state is used in all parts of the country for cataplasms and fumigations. The sandy light soil which produces the gum ammoniac abounds in the north of Morocco. It is remarkable that neither bird nor beast is seen where this plant grows, the vulture only excepted. It is, however, attacked by a beetle having a long horn proceeding from its nose, with which it perforates the plant and makes the incisions whence the gum oozes out. Gum Arabic. The gum called Morocco or Barbary gum is produced from a high thorny tree called a tilt, having leaves similar to the arad or gum sandrak tree and the juniper. The best kind of Barbary gum is procured from the trees of Morocco, Ras El Wed in the province of Suse and Bled Hamet in the province of Abdut. The secondary qualities are the produce of Shedma Duquelet, and of the provinces the tree grows abundantly in the Atlas Mountains and is found also in Bled El Jared. The gum when new emits a faint smell, and when stowed in the warehouse it is heard to crack spontaneously for several weeks, and this cracking is the surest criterion of new gum, as it never does so when old. There is, however, scarcely any difference in the quality. The headtail is not so large a tree as the arad which produces the sandrak gum, nor does it reach the size of the orwar tree which produces the gum senegal. It has a low crooked stem, and its branches, from the narrowness of its leaves, long and scanty, have a harsh, withered and unhealthy appearance at the time it yields the most gum, that is, during the hot and parching months of July and August. But although not an ornamental tree, it is a most useful plant and will always be considered valuable. Its wood is hard and takes a good polish. Its seeds, which are enclosed in a pericarpium, resemble those of the lupin, yield a reddish dye, and are used by the tanners in the preparation of leather. These seeds attract goats, who are very fond of eating them. The more sickly the tree appears, the more gum it yields, and the hotter the weather, the more prolific it is. A wet winter and a cool or mild summer are unfavourable to the production of gum. Oil of olives. The province of Susa produces great abundance of this oil. The people of Ras El Wed make 2 sorts, tabalut and sit el ord. The former is made from the olives when greened and nearly ripe, with which they frequently grind limes or wild thyme. This oil is very rich and white, and not inferior to the best Lucca or Florence oil, and might, with due attention, be made a considerable article of commerce to this country. The zit el ord is made from the olives when quite ripe, and after they have laid on the ground some time. In this state they yield the greatest quantity of oil, but it has a strong and often a rancid taste, which is not, however, disliked by the natives. It is used in Europe in the woolen and soap manufactories. Oil organic is also in abundance in Susa. It is much used for frying fish and burning in lamps. Pitch. The pitch of the Arabs called kitron is obtained from the wild juniper which abounds in the Atlas Mountains as well as in many parts of the Champagne country. The manner of obtaining it is thus: they dig a large and deep round hole in the side of which near the bottom they excavate another in the form of a cauldron which they place around. They then fill up the communicating aperture with stones or bricks, leaving a small channel of communication. The large hole is then filled with the boughs of the wild juniper which they call toga, broken into small pieces, after which the mouth of the furnace is closed up and fire set to the wood. The sap which forms the pitch then oozes out of the burning boughs and runs into the communicating hole. When the hole is cooled, it is taken out and put into skins or bladders. Chapter 7. Description of the inhabitants of West Barbary: their dress, religious ceremonies and opinions, their character, manners and customs, diseases, funerals, etiquette of the court, sources of revenue. The inhabitants of the Emperor of Morocco's dominions may be divided into 4 classes, namely Moors, Arabs, Berbers, which latter are probably the Aborigines, and Shellers. The Moors are the descendants of those who were driven out of Spain. They inhabit the cities of Morocco, Fas, Mequinas, and all the coast towns as far southward as the province of Haha. Their language is a corrupt Arabic intermixed with Spanish. In my transactions with these people I have generally observed in them a misanthropic insolence whenever they are addressed with courtesy and respect, but much civility when treated with dignity. They seem to imagine suavity of manners to be an indication of fear. The Arabs have their original stock in Sahara, from whence they emigrate to the plains of Morocco whenever the plague, famine, or any other calamity depopulates the country so as to admit of a new colony without injuring the territory of the former inhabitants. These Arabs live in tents, inhabiting the fertile and extensive plains, and indeed the whole territory west of Atlas and as far south as Mogodet or the confines of the Arab province of Shedra. See the map of Morocco. These populous tribes travel over the whole of Africa and are the agriculturists of Barbary and of Bled el-Jered. They speak the Koranic Arabic somewhat corrupted. They are a restless and turbulent people, continually at war with each other. In one province a rebellious Kabyle or clan will fight against a neighbouring loyal one, and will thus plunder and destroy one another till, fatigued by the toils of war, they mutually ceased, when the next year perhaps the rebellious clan will be found fighting for the emperor against the former loyal one, now become rebellious. This plan of setting one tribe against another is an act of policy of the emperor, because if he did not in this manner quell the broils continually breaking out amongst them, he would be compelled, in order to preserve tranquillity in his dominions, to employ his own army for that purpose, which is generally occupied in more important business. Hospitality is a prominent feature in the character of these people, insomuch that if an enemy be driven to the necessity of seeking an asylum among them, hostility is immediately forgotten. The Berbers inhabit the mountains of Atlas north of the city of Morocco, living generally in tents. They are a robust, nervous, and warlike people, having a language peculiar to themselves, which differs more from the Arabic or general language of Africa than any 2 languages of Europe differ from each other. This is probably a dialect of the ancient Carthaginian. In travelling through the Berber Kabyles of Atamurt and Seymour Shelot, I noticed many of the inhabitants who possessed the old Roman physiognomy. The general occupation of these people is husbandry and the rearing of bees for honey and wax. They possess much cunning and duplicity, and are never outwitted by the Moors or entirely worsted by the troops of the emperor, with whom they have had very frequent encounters, but have never been permanently subdued. They esteem it the greatest advantage possible to fight on their own territory. Their allegiance to the emperor has often been secured by retaining their chiefs at court, conferring favours on them, appointing them to offices of state and to seats in the Diwan, thus making them hostages, as it were, for the peaceable conduct of their respective Kabyles. The Shellers inhabit the Atlas Mountains and their various branches south of Morocco. They live generally in walled habitations or in towns, and are for the most part occupied in husbandry like the Berbers, though differing from them in their language, dress, and manners. They live almost entirely on a swab barley meal made into gruels and signed to barley roasted or granulated, which they mix with cold water when travelling. They occasionally indulge in kuskso, a nutritive farinaceous food made of granulated flour and afterwards boiled by steamed and mixed with butter, mutton, fowls, and vegetables. Many families among these people are reported to be descended from the Portuguese, who formerly possessed the ports on the coast, but who, after the discovery of America, gradually withdrew thither. East of Morocco, near Dimit on the Atlas Mountains, there is still remaining a church having inscriptions in Latin over the entrance, supposed to have been built by the Portuguese, which, being superstitiously reported to be haunted, has escaped destruction. The language of the Shellers is called Amazigh. The Shellers are a crafty people. They are perhaps better disposed towards Christians than the Moors or the Arabs. The term Kabyle applies to all cultivators of land and to those who rear the cattle and flocks. Sometimes we discovered in traversing this country an encampment of Bedouin Arabs who, in their migrations to far distant countries, pitch their tents wherever they find the country productive, and unoccupied. Here they sojourn till their flocks have consumed all the pasture, when they strike their tents and proceed on their long journey. These people live for the most part on camel's milk. They are an indolent race, and neither cultivate the earth nor do any kind of work, attacking and plundering caravans whenever they can do it with impunity. It is these Bedouins or Sahrawans who sometimes plunder the Akabas and caravans whilst traversing the great desert of Africa. The Arabs of Wald Abu Seba place a string over the crown of the head, bringing it down behind the ears, and shave the front hair to prevent, as is pretended, their enemies from catching hold of them. The same custom predominates among the independent shells of independent inhabitants of Atlas near Cape d'Agir. See the map of Morocco Plat. N. 3030. The Moors, as well as the other natives of this country, are generally of a middle stature. They have not so much nerve as the Europeans, and are for the most part thick and clumsy about the legs and ankles, insomuch that a well-formed leg is seldom seen among them. This may proceed from their constantly sitting cross-legged with their legs under them like the tailors of Europe, or perhaps from their wearing no covering to their legs, which are thus exposed to all weathers. Deformed persons are rarely met with. The loose Arabian dress covers deformities, and their mode of bringing up children, everything being left to follow nature, generally prevents it. Corns and deformed feet are unknown. The toes take their natural growth and are as useful to the mechanics as their fingers. Lame people are seldom seen, but the blind are more numerous than in Europe. Both sexes have remarkably fine teeth. They universally use a dentifrice, which is procured from vegetables from the interior country. Their complexion, from frequent intermarriage or intercourse with the Slavonic race, is of all shades from black to white. The women of Fas are as fair as the Europeans, with the exception of their eyes and hairs, which are universally dark. Those of Mequinez are in general so handsome that it is a rare thing to see a young woman in that city who is not lovely or pretty. With large black and expressive sparkling eyes, they possess a healthy countenance, uniting the colours of the lily and the rose, that beautiful red and white so much admired by foreigners and our English ladies. Indeed, their beauty is proverbial, as the term Mequinezia is applied to any beautiful woman of elegant form, with black sparkling eyes and white teeth. They also possess a modesty and suavity of manners rarely met with elsewhere. It is extraordinary that the inhabitants of two great and populous cities situated within 30 miles of each other should discover such a physiognomical difference as is apparent between the females of Fas and those of Mequinez, the former being generally of a sallow or pale complexion. The women of Juquela are ordinary and diminutive, whilst the men are the reverse, being tall and well-limbed with regular features. The men of Tensinat and Shawerd are a strong, robust race of a copper colour. The women possess much beauty and have features highly expressive, and the animation of the female countenance is increased by the use of alcohol filally, with which they tinge the eyelashes and eyebrows, as already described. In these provinces they are particularly fond of dyeing their hands and feet with a decoction or preparation of the herb henna, which gives them an orange colour, and in hot weather it imparts a pleasing coolness and softness to the hands by obstructing in a certain degree the quickness of perspiration. The Moorish dress resembles that of the ancient patriarchs as represented in paintings. That of the men consists of a red cap and turban, a under shirt which hangs outside of the drawers and comes down below the knees, a kaftan coat which buttons close before and down to the bottom, with large open sleeves, over which when they go out of doors they throw carelessly and sometimes elegantly the haik or garment of white cotton, silk or wool 5 or 6 yards long and 5 feet wide. The Arabs, however, often dispense with the kaftan, and even with the shirt, wearing nothing but the haik. The Berabers wear drawers and a cloak of dark blue cloth called a silam. The poor and penurious are contented with a burnous or black cloak of woolen cloth of a close texture, made so as to resist the rain. To this dress is added a pair of yellow sandals. The dress of the women nearly resembles that of the men, except in the adjustment of the haik or surtout covering, and in the rahayat slippers, which are scarlet or red. The hair is concealed in a black silk handkerchief over which they wear shawls of silk or handkerchiefs of various gay colours. They wear bracelets and armlets above the elbow and massive rings of silver round their ankles. Their earrings are of gold about the thickness of a goose's quill and set with precious stones or coloured glass, the ring being about 6 inches in circumference. These earrings have a gaudy appearance, or as the French express it,
Van boek op de paarden.
They wear also a number of necklaces, generally of amber beads or coral, some large and others small, and a variety of rings on their fingers. In their dress they are partial to striped silks, ginghams, and cottons of particular patterns. The people belonging to the court have a particular dress, never appearing before the emperor in a haik, but in a silamd or large hooded cloak of white woolen cloth, and in presence of a bashawt or governor. The haik is thrown down on the shoulders, which at other times covers the cap, a mode of salutation similar to that of taking off the hat among Europeans. The religion of the Emperor of Morocco's dominions is Islamism or Mohammedanism, which was first planted in West Barbary by the renowned Muley Drissirund on the spot where the town and sanctuary of that name is built, being east of Mequinas at the western declivity of the Atlas, near an ancient and magnificent ruin called by the Arabs Casa Pharaoh, and the ruins of Pharaoh. From hence, assuming the name of Dina Wassa, the unconfined lord, it quickly spread itself to the shores of the Atlantic Ocean, to Bled el Jared, Sijan, Nessasusat, and Sahara. At the beginning of the present reign of Sidi Solomon ben Muhammad, a considerable body of people who professed deism sprung up and spread themselves over the northern provinces, exclaiming, La ilaha illa Allah, there is no God but the true God, in distinction from the Muhammadan, whose creed is La ilaha illa Allah wa Muhammad Rasul Allah, there is no God but the true God, and Muhammad is his prophet. The emperor, however, by discouraging such tenets, found no difficulty in annihilating the sect. Throughout the country are discovered buildings of an octagonal form, with domes of stone or plastered with lime. These are called zawat sanctuaries, and attached to each is a piece of ground unenclosed for the interment of the dead. The priest or saint, who is called al-fakir or marabout, superintends divine service and the burial of the dead, and is often referred to for the adjusting of disputes or controversies. Criminals taking refuge in these consecrated places are screened from the hand of justice, and the opulent men of the country often for security deposit their treasure in them. The toleration of the Western Arabs and Moors is such that the emperor, although religiously disposed himself, will allow, on proper application being made, any sect which does not acknowledge a plurality of gods to appropriate a place to public worship, and even the more ignorant and bigoted Mohammedans maintain that every man should be allowed to worship God according to his own conscience or agreeably to the religion of his ancestors. They have a rooted contempt for all who change their religion, even if it be to Islamism. Such people are distinguished by the appellation of al-Aluj, renegades, who, after having embraced the Mohammedan faith, are obliged to practice a system of dissimulation and to affect more than ordinary contempt for Christians in order to appear Islamized and to prevent their being harassed and upbraided for their want of faith in Muhammad. This people have a particular aversion to the sound of bells, originating perhaps from their being peculiar to the Ajami barbarians, as they denominate Christians, or because Muhammad reprobated the ancient trumpet of the Jews, as well as the rattle of the Oriental Christians, and substituted the human voice to call people to prayer. Accordingly, a man denominated El Mudan goes to the top of the tower of each Jama mosque, and exclaims with a loud voice, first to the east or towards Mecca, and then to the south, west, and north, the following words: Al-Kabir. Ashtant la ilaha illa Allah Muhammad Rasul Allah Ha'Allah Astha Al-Kabir. Allah. God is great, witness that there is no God but one God, and Muhammad is his prophet come to praise. God is great. God. This religious ceremony is performed several times a day, and the different prayers are called Salarat al-Fajr, prayers at the dawn of day, Salarat al-Doha, prayers at 1:30 p.m, Salarat al-Asr, prayers at 4 p.m, Salarat al-Maghrib, prayers at sunsetting, and Salarat al-Ashur, prayers an hour and a half after sunsetting. The principal of these prayers is the Salarat al-Doha, when all such as are desirous of being thought true Mohammedans go to the Jama mosque, on entering which every one must take off his slippers. Every Jma Friday the Mufti preaches a discourse on religion similar to the sermons of Christian priests. The mosques have square towers adjoining the body of the building. The principal side faces Mecca, on which is erected a flagstaff and a white flag called Al-Al, and the signal is hoisted every day at 12 o'clock to warn the people out of hearing, or at a great distance to prepare by the necessary preliminary ablutions to prostrate themselves before God at the Doha service of prayer. At the dawn of day on every JMA Friday, the muezzin man who announces the prayers from the summit of the principal mosque chants a hymn out of the Quran, which, being scientifically sung in the stillness of the morning, makes a most pleasing impression on the mind. This hymn is concluded with the enunciation of the unity of God and the glory of heaven, impressing the mind of the Mohammedan with that grand fundamental principle of Islamism, the unity of God. The people of this empire, being born subjects of an arbitrary despot, they may be said to have no established laws. They know no other than the will of the prince, which is called Shra al-Mulk, as a military law, or Amasina, our Lord's decree, and if this should deviate, as it sometimes does, from the moral principles laid down in the Quran, it must nevertheless be obeyed, for no appeal can be admitted against Amasina unless His Imperial Majesty should discover an error in judgment, in which case he, and he alone, can alter the decree. Where the emperor resides, he administers justice in person, generally twice and sometimes 4 times a week, in the Edgewar place of audience, whither all complaints are carried. Here access is easy. He listens to every one, foreigners or subjects, men or women, rich or poor. There is no distinction. Every one has a right to appear before him and boldly to explain the nature of his case, and although his person is considered a sacred and established custom obliges the subject to prostrate himself and to pay him rather adoration than respect, yet every complainant may tell his story without the least hesitation or timidity. Indeed, if any one is abashed or appears diffident, his cause is weakened in proportion. Judgment is always prompt, decisive, plausible, and generally correct. Civil law is administered by the Qadis, judges who have attached to their court several locals, attorneys, some of whom manage civil controversies, others misdemeanors, and others matters relating to religion, marriages, divorces, etc. These controversies are decided by the laws of the Quran and which, and the commentaries thereon. They have no other written law. When 2 persons are engaged in a lawsuit, they retain their respective attorneys. If they cannot settle the dispute, they go to the Qadi, who generally sits on the ground at the gate of his house, where anyone may be present. The 2 disputants stand before him, surrounded by their respective friends. The plaintiff speaks first, the defendant replies. In these lawsuits, the respective claims of the suitors are investigated. The Arabs, however ignorant they may be in other respects, defend themselves, whether right or wrong, so long as they have hope of gain or fear of loss. But their well-laid plans to conceal the truth and elude the purposes of justice are often exposed and rendered abortive by the penetrating sagacity with which their pretensions are investigated by the Qadi. The Qadi takes the evidence of the witnesses and pronounces sentence, which is sometimes without appeal. The culprit is then taken into custody till he has satisfied the Lord, but in cases where he is entitled to an appeal, it is made to the emperor, who takes the opinion of the ulama learned and decides the controversy by pronouncing judgment. If the crime be punishable by death, the sentence is either executed or the criminal is delivered over to the aggrieved, and may then purchase of him his life by money or contrition. In places remote from the emperor's court, the caliph, vice-regent, or bashar does his enshwat, where he administers justice, sometimes according to the laws of the Quran, and at others as his caprice dictates. For the same imperious despotism which the emperor too frequently exercises over his bashars and alqads is exercised by them over those who fall under their government, and the same is done again by their subalterns when they have it in their power. Thus tyranny proceeds progressively from the prince to the lowest of his officers. These petty tyrants are dispersed over the whole empire, and often give sanction to their extortions by effecting them in the name of their master. The accumulation of wealth is the grand object of all their desires. When they learn from their emissaries or spies that an individual has acquired considerable property, they contrive to find out some cause of accusation against him, and by that means extort money from him. It often happens, however, that those who amass the greatest sums in this way enjoy their ill-gotten wealth but a very short time. Some unexpected order from the emperor accusing them of crimes or misdemeanors is made a pretext for depriving them in their turn of their property, which His Majesty never fails to inform them can be of no use to them, being more than sufficient to procure the necessaries of life, and ought therefore to belong to the Bayat al-Mal al-Muslimin Mohammedan treasury, into which it is accordingly delivered, never more to return to its former possessor. The influence of this mode of government upon the people is such as might naturally be expected. They are suspicious, deceitful, and cruel. They have no respect for their neighbours, but will plunder one another whenever it is in their power. They are strangers to every social tie and affection, for their hearts are scarcely susceptible of one tender impression. The father fears the son the father, and this lamentable mistrust and want of confidence diffuses itself throughout the whole community. The pride and arrogance of the Moors is unparalleled, for though they live in the most deplorable state of ignorance, slavery, and barbarism, yet they consider themselves the first people in the world, and contemptuously term all others barbarians. Their sensuality knows no bounds. By the laws of the Koran they are allowed 4 wives and as many concubines as they are able to support, but such is their wretched depravity that they indulge in the most unnatural and abominable propensities. In short, every vice that is disgraceful and degrading to human nature is to be found amongst them. It must be confessed, however, that some of the well-educated Moors are courteous and polite, and are possessed of great suavity of manners. They are affable and communicative where they repose confidence, and if in conversation the subject of discussion be serious and the parties become warm in dispute, they have generally the prudence to turn the subject in a delicate manner. They are slow at taking offence, but when irritated are noisy and implacable. There is one noble trait in the character of this people which I cannot avoid mentioning, that is fortitude under misfortune. This the Moor possesses in an eminent degree. He never despairs. No bodily suffering, no calamity, however great, will make him complain. He is resigned in all things to the will of God, and waits in patient hope for an amelioration of his condition. In illustration of this, I will take the liberty to relate the following anecdote, as it will also tend to show the great risks to which merchants are exposed in traversing this country and Sahara or the Great Desert. A Fas merchant with whom I had considerable transactions went with all his property on a commercial speculation from Fas to Timbuktu, and after remaining at the latter place a sufficient time to dispose of and barter his effects for gold dust and gum soudan, he set out on his return to Fas. After passing the desert he began to congratulate himself on his good fortune and great success, when suddenly a party of Arabs attacked the Kafila caravan and plundered all who belonged to it, leaving the Fas merchant destitute of everything but the clothes he had on his back. During the interregnum between the death of the Sultan Yazid and the proclamation of the present Sultan Suleiman, this man was plundered again on his way to Moguda, whither he was going to discharge some debts and to dispose of gum and other Saldanic produce. 4 wives and a numerous family of children rendered his case peculiarly distressing, yet when condoling with him a few days after his misfortunes had happened, he very patiently observed, Ashmendwa Allah brad you la ilad illa Allah, what remedy is there? God willed it so, and there is none but God. This man afterwards collected together what merchandise he could procure on credit, and proceeded again to Timbuktu, where he realized much property, and travelling therewith through Wangara and Hausa to Egypt, he was plundered a 3rd time of all he possessed near Cairo, and reduced to the greatest distress. This last misfortune he bore with the same fortitude as the former. He is now, however, one of the principal merchants established at Timbuktu. The Moors are equal by birth. They know no difference of rank except such as is derived from official employments, on resigning which the individual mixes again with the common class of citizens. The meanest man in the nation may thus aspire without presumption to the hand of the daughter of the most opulent, and accident or the caprice of the prince may precipitate the latter into misery, and elevate the former to prosperity and honour. The Moors are for the most part more cleanly in their persons than in their garments. They wash their hands before every meal, which, as they use no knives or forks, they eat with their fingers. 6 persons sit round a large bowl of kusk soaked, and after the usual ejaculation Bismillah,
In the name of God.
each person puts his hand to the bowl, and taking up the food throws it by a dexterous jerk into his mouth without suffering his fingers to touch the lips. However repugnant this may be to our ideas of cleanliness, yet the hand being always washed and never touching the mouth in the act of eating, these people are by no means so dirty as Europeans have sometimes hastily imagined. They have no chairs or tables in their houses, but sit cross-legged on carpets and cushions, and at meals the dish or bowl of provisions is placed on the floor. They have an excellent dish which they call al-kaliab. It is prepared without salt. The meat is cut in long slips about an inch wide and hung in the air for a few days, when it is put into jars which are filled with clarified butter smin. This preparation will keep several years. It is used by the rich and affluent when crossing the desert to Timbuktu, or when on a journey to Mecca, and indeed whenever they travel through a country where food is not readily procurable. Bread is seldom used in the traverse of the desert, but certain flat cakes similar to crumpets but without leaven are kneaded and put on embers, where they are half baked and eaten with honey and butter by the merchants and traders who accompany the caravans. The women are not less cleanly than the men, for besides performing the usual ablutions before and after meals, they wash their face, hands, arms, legs, and feet 2 or 3 times a day, which contributes greatly to their beauty. The poorer classes, however, look deplorable and excite disgust. The faces of the old women appear shriveled from the immoderate use of cosmetics and paint during their youth. The chief delight of the women is to attend diligently to their children, and a numerous posterity is fervently desired. In obedience to the injunction of Mohammed, mothers suckled their children 2 years. When circumstances oblige them to take a nurse, she is not treated as a servant, but becomes one of the family, and passes her days among the children she has suckled, by whom she is ever afterwards cherished and protected. The children are taught to consider her as their own relation, and she is called Imad el-Halib, the milk mother. In case of future adversity, she never applies ineffectually for succor to these children, who consider it a duty incumbent on them to assist her to the utmost extent of their power. These milk mothers are chosen from well-formed, young and healthy women. The newborn infant is not swaddled up in a profusion of clothes, but is laid naked on a carpet and exposed in a lofty and spacious apartment, where, breathing freely, it gradually acquires strength, while daily ablution renders it vigorous and healthy. The females are not taught to read or write, but learn early, and from experience, the domestic offices of the household. Their body and limbs are never confined by tight dresses. Their garments are loose and easy, suffering the limbs to have free action and the body to take its natural form. They are occupied in grinding the corn, baking the bread, and preparing the food for their husbands and family. Ancient custom and a predilection for the manners of their primogenitors, rendering these necessary occupations pleasant and agreeable. The male children, whose mode of education is equal throughout the empire, on attaining the 8th year, not 8th date, as some have asserted, are circumcised and then begin to study the Quran. He is taught to fear and adore God, to respect old age and his parents. He is initiated in the principles of hospitality, which virtues, being inculcated at school and being afterwards seen constantly practiced in his father's family, then cannot fail to be, at the age of puberty, indelibly engraven on his heart. His inclination directs him to learn the useful arts, the care of the flocks, the tillage of the soil, or the exercise of arms. Those engaged in the latter are particularly noticed by the emperor, and if they discover a Machiavellian or despotic policy, they are generally promoted to the government of some province or town. The Moors are not very fond of games or diversions. They are often seen sitting in the streets for hours together, sometimes in a dull lethargic humour, at others so vociferous and full of action with each other that a person unacquainted with their manner would suppose they were going to fight. Their usual games are leapfrog, jumping, and football. The last is the favourite diversion, at which they do not seek to send the ball to a goal, but kick it up, and amuse themselves with it without any definitive purpose. Of their military exercises, the lab al-borod, riding for speed, and firing is the only one. This is performed by all those who keep horses. The party starts off together and, running full gallop, fire their muskets, stopping short close to some wall, those being considered the best horsemen who approach nearest the wall and stop shortest. They then return, load again, and renew the race. This is the mode after which they charge an enemy. In the markets and public streets are seen expert jugglers who perform astonishing feats of legerdemain with most curious and uncountable dissections. The province of Suse is most celebrated for these arts. Certain theatrical orators go about the most busy parts of the cities and arrest the attention of the passengers by declamation. Some of these players personify all the various characters of drama with exquisite spirit and humour. In the evening, these amusements are laid aside, and the asnat or dancing boys excite the attention of the populace. These boys are accompanied by a governor or master, who is indispensably of a musical turn, and is accompanied by a kettle drum, a flute made of a reed and similar in sound to the Pandean pipe, and an instrument with 2 strings, somewhat like the Greek lyre. These dancers are habited in gaudy attire, and move their feet in dancing without taking them off the ground, but gradually proceeding forward till they, by a signal from their chief, vault into the air, and perform various evolutions somewhat similar to the tumblers at Sada's wells. Decency forbids the recital of what usually occurs after this entertainment is terminated. Amongst the Arabs, the girls dance in a very superior style. The Arabian ladies of the Moghrofa tribe, as well as those of Wald Abi Seba, eminently excel. I remember passing a night in one of their douars on the confines of Sahara with a large party of Arabs, and instead of going to sleep, the sheikh of the douar sent for 6 elegant females who engaged our admiration till the morning. Judging of the movements of these dancing Arabs with the sentiments of an Englishman, they would be thought somewhat lascivious, but the manners and customs of the country reconciles the propriety of these spirited movements. Signor Andrea de Christos, a Venetian merchant, was with me and declared that he had never seen better dancing in Italy. When a Mussulman is inclined to marry, he makes inquiry of some duenna or confidential servant respecting the person of her mistress, and if he receive a satisfactory description of the lady, an opportunity is sometimes procured to see her at a window or other place. This interview generally determines whether the parties are to continue their regards. If the suitor be satisfied with the lady, he seeks an occasion of communicating his passion to the father and proposes to marry his daughter. The father's consent being obtained, he sends presents to the lady according to his circumstances, which being accepted, the parties are supposed to be betrothed and marriage follows. Of the marriage ceremony much has been said by various authors. The bridegroom is mounted on a horse with his face covered, surrounded by his friends and those of the parents, who run their horses and fire their muskets at the feet or face of the bridegroom. The tabla, kettle drum, the oboe, triangled, an instrument similar to the Greek lyre, having however but 2 strings, and a rude kind of flute, form the band of music, whilst the friends of the married party dance and jump about, twirling their muskets in the air and otherwise discovering their satisfaction. This ceremony being terminated, the parties go to the house of feasting, where the evening is passed in conviviality till the bride and bridegroom retire to rest. The sheets are afterwards produced somewhat indecently as a proof of the virginity of the bride and exhibited in triumph to the relations. It is not expected that the woman should have a fortune or a settlement, but if the father be rich, he generally gives a dowry to his daughter and a quantity of pearls, rubies, diamonds, etc. The dowry remains the property of the female, and in case of a divorce by consent of the husband is returned to her. These separations proceed from various causes, as barren as the disappointment of expectation, incapability of performing the domestic duties, or incompatibility of disposition. Separation, however, not originating in the above causes, is reprobated as immoral and disreputable. A plurality of wives is allowed in all Mohammedan countries. The lawful number is limited by the Quran to 4, in addition to which they are allowed as many concubines as they can support. In this latitude of luxury, however, they seldom indulge. The emperor, the princes, and some of the bashars have often 4 wives, but even with them this number increases gradually. Thus the first wife, after having had a child, or when her bloom has passed, or the marks of age appear, makes way for a young one who is taught to respect the former, who still remains mistress of the household. When the second lady loses her bloom, she is supplanted by a third, and the third by a fourth, so that the rich and independent Mussulman, however old he be himself, has generally a young wife or a young concubine to cherish him, and this, they say, enables them to enjoy life longer than the Christians, for they maintain that as an old woman destroys the vigor of a man, a young woman increases it. But these uxorious debauchees, these devotees to the pleasures of the fair sex from their irregular excesses, are often about the age of 50, and sometimes before totally incapable of performing the duties of the matrimonial contract. Under these circumstances, stimulating drugs and aromatic compositions are in vain resorted to, and the wretched man becomes at once the victim of inflamed desire and impotency. It must not, however, be imagined that this insatiable desire for young females pervades the mass of the people. Mussulmans in general are satisfied with 1 wife, and in a tract of country possessing a population of 100,000 souls to 100 men will scarcely be found who keep 4. Such is the state of polygamy in this country. With regard to the Qadim concubines, they are generally black women purchased originally at Timbuktu. They reside in the house with the wives, performing the menial offices of the domestic establishment. The children of these concubines, when not the master's offspring, are born slaves and inherited by him, who either keeps them for the purpose of marrying them to some black slave of his own, or sells them in the public market. This latter mode of disposing of them, however, is seldom practiced except in cases of necessity, for although the law gives great latitude to masters having slaves, yet the children are generally brought up under the mother's care and become members of the family by serving at an earlier age in domestic occupations. They earn their living by their work, for in a country where the necessaries of life are prohibited from exportation, the expense of maintenance is inconsiderable, so that a large and numerous family is a blessing, and the more numerous the greater the blessing. Living on simple food for the most part of the foreignacious kind, their appetites are easily satisfied, their wants are few, and their resources many. This system of prohibiting the exportation of provisions does not, however, as might be supposed reduce their value, for it has been observed in the reign of Sidi Muhammad ben Abd Allah, when the prohibition was enforced only when a scarcity was anticipated, that during the prohibition the price of corn rose, the Arab farmers preferring the market and sale to Europeans for dollars to the tardiness of sale for domestic consumption, kept their corn in their matamos till an exportation was again permitted, and then brought it to market. Neither is there policy in the prohibition, except the Mohammedan principle of policy be admitted, that of promoting the poverty of the people or community, for by it the agriculturist, not having a sufficient market for the whole produce of his land, he cultivates but a third or a fourth part, leaving the remaining part fallow, and even this fourth part is found to produce quite as much as is necessary for the domestic consumption. The same argument applies to the other articles of produce, viz. sweet almonds, dates, raisins, figs, olive oil, etc. Accordingly, since their prohibition, the immense plantations of these articles in all the provinces, particularly in Suse where they abound, have been neglected and are gradually decreasing, the produce being more than the domestic demand, insomuch that the price is insufficient to pay the labour of gathering, for among this abstemious and parsimonious people it would be difficult to find the individual who would give 2 shillings for the same quantity of provision of one kind that he could procure of another kind for 1 shilling. The women are not so much confined as has been generally imagined. They frequently visit their relations and friends, and have various ways of facilitating intrigues. Thus, if a lady's rahayat sandals be seen at the door of an apartment, the husband himself dare not enter. He retires into another room, and directs the female slave to inform him when her Lela lady is disengaged, which is known by the sandals being taken away. On the other hand, when an ill-disposed husband becomes jealous or discontented with his wife, he has too many opportunities of treating her cruelly. He may tyrannize over her without control. No one can go to her assistance, for no one is authorized to enter his harem without permission. Jealousy or hatred rises so high in the breast of a Moor that death is often the consequence to the wretched female who has excited, perhaps innocently, the anger of her husband. The fate of those women who are not so fortunate as to bear a male child is too often to be lamented. Those who do are treated with extraordinary respect, the father being careful not to ill-treat the mother of his son or heir. A father, however fond of his daughter, cannot assist her, even if informed of the ill-treatment she suffers. The husband alone is lord paramount. If, however, he should be convicted of murdering his wife, he would suffer death, but this is difficult to ascertain, even should she bear on her the marks of his cruelty or dastardly conduct, for who is to detect it? Instances have been known where the woman has been cruelly beaten and put to death, and the parents have been informed of her decease as if it had been occasioned by sickness, and she has been buried accordingly. But this difficulty of bringing the men to justice holds only among the powerful bashaws and persons in the high stations, and these, to avoid a retaliation of similar practices on their children, sometimes prefer giving their daughters in marriage to men of an inferior station in life who are more amenable to justice. The etiquette of the court of Morocco does not allow any man to mention the word death to the emperor, so that when it be necessary to communicate to him the news of the decease of any Mohammedan, the courtiers thus express themselves: "You for Amara, he has completed his destiny or his period," to which the reply is Allah-e Erham, O God, be merciful to him. When a Jew dies, the Moors express it by Mart Bel Karen, the son of a cuckold is dead. On the death of a Christian, if he bore a good character, they say Mart Mesquin, the inoffensive man, is dead, but if he was unpopular or disliked, Mart El Kafir, the infidel, is dead. All persons at this court who have no faith in Muhammad being considered as infidels, a stigma is attached to their names when uttered before the emperor. Accordingly, they say Lihudi Shorka Sidi. El Kafir Shorka Sidi. He is a Jew for Shork Master. He is an infidel for Shork Master. This term ashork is an Arabic idiom and signifies,
I beg pardon for mentioning so degraded or contemptible a name in my master's presence.
There is a ridiculous prejudice throughout this country which extends as far as the Nile el Abid or Nile of Soudan. In considering the word 5 as indecorous, it is therefore never mentioned in the emperor's presence, nor even to any prince, bashor, or powerful man, the speaker expressing himself thus: Arbat u wahadai, 4 and 1. The number 5 is emblematical of the hand of power or tyranny, so that the poor Jews who are treated in this country somewhat worse than dogs in Christian countries have a hand with the fingers spread out painted on their doors or houses as an amulet to charm away oppression. Accordingly, Kunsa Alik,
Fie be upon thee, or the hand of power be upon thee,
is a curse or malediction frequently conferred by the Moors on the oppressed Jews. The imperial revenue consists of the following imposts. First, Skyu Lasha 2%. On camels, horses, mules, asses, cattle, sheep, goats, etc., and 10%. On corn and the produce of land. The payment of this branch of the revenue, which is the most considerable, is made either in cash or in kind, optional in the subject. Second, daras and succors, fines and presents, viz. Fines levied at discretion by the bashars of provinces, alcaldes of cities and towns, and douars and others employed by them. These consist in satisfaction for offences. Thus, if two men quarrelled and blood be spilt in the fray, half the property of the aggressor is often exacted as a fine for disturbing the peace. If a traveller be robbed, the douar or encampment where the robbery was committed is fined in double the sum, viz. The sum stolen is returned to the robbed, and an equal sum is paid to the bashar for the imperial treasury. The inhabitants of the douar are then left to discover the robbers and recover of them the property stolen. The beneficial effects of this salutary law must be evident to every man, but particularly to those who have frequently travelled through this country and by their own experience have seen and felt the influence which it has on every individual, and the interest that is diffused throughout the community to protect travellers from plunder. In an extensive champaign country like this, where the population of the provinces consists of encampments in the plains open to the attack of robbers and undefended, there would be no security were it not for the good effects of this law, which renders every individual a guard to the property of the person sojourning in the district of which he is an inhabitant. A traveller may exact a fine from a douar for inhospitable treatment by making a complaint to the bashar under whose government the sheikh of the douar lives. 3d. Legal disputes. Considerable sums are presented to the bashars, alcaldes, etc. to procure their attention to the interest of the parties disputing and to accelerate the termination. Thus a douceur to a bashar of a few $100s will sometimes give a man as much advantage over his antagonist as would be gained in England by the retaining of an eminent counsel to plead his cause. These douceurs are often paid to ministers by persons desirous to obtain some privilege from the emperor, and are usually regulated according to the rank of the applicant and the importance of the favour to be conferred. The ministers and other persons in authority do not conceal their operations, but will tell you what you are to pay for such a privilege or favour, which has at least this good effect, that you have a certain quid pro quo, and you are not seduced under false promises to attend on ministers ineffectually. Your business is expedited generally to your satisfaction. A knowledge of the ministers and of the spirit of the court, as well as the character of the emperor, is perhaps indispensably necessary to ensure success. When these sums and douceurs have been repeatedly given and have by accumulation become considerable, the pretext is seldom wanting to attack these bashars, cadis, alcaldes, and other officers for some misdemeanour or for maladministration of justice, and they are accordingly heavily mulcted, but they readily pay the fine, which thus ultimately forms a part of the imperial revenue, that they may again enter into their oppressive offices. In cases of dispute which come into the province of the civil law, the cadi determines the case, and the retaining in such cases able locals pleaders is attended with similar advantages as with us. In these disputes, however, a paper or two written in the most concise manner is all that is necessary. The wheels of justice are not clogged with such volumes of cases and briefs as with us. Fourth, immense presents are occasionally made by the bashars, alcaldes, etc. to the emperor to secure the imperial favour and to enable them to hold their places against the attacks continually made by others who spare no expense in presenting through the ministers their claims for preferment. The Bashar Ben Hamd, who governed Juquela in the reign of the present emperor's father Sidi Muhammad, every Friday as the emperor came out of the mosque presented him with a large wedge of pure gold of Soudan. 5thly. The fish called shebel, similar to sand, the produce of the great rivers, viz. the El Coast, the Sebib, the Morbaya, the Tenzift, and the river Suse, paid to the imperial treasury a heavy duty, but that duty is generally farmed to some wealthy individual who pays about 20% on the value of the fish caught, or gives so much per annum for the privilege of fishing in the rivers. 6th. Albede or gate duty, an impost from 1 blanquil to 2 ounces 112d to 1s on every camel load of merchandise carried out or brought into any city or town. 7th. Gizya, the poll tax levied on the Jews, viz. The pro rata of every Jew is calculated according to his property by a committee appointed by themselves. This tax may amount to about 10% on their income or profits. 8. Al-Warala, the hereditary tax. The emperor is heir to all the estates of his subjects who die without heirs, so that at the termination of the plague in 1800 he gained an incalculable accession of wealth in gold, silver, and in estates, many of which latter he has since given to the Jamaat mosques. This property of the mosques is called waqf, a term significant of anything the right of which continues in the original proprietor, but the profit issuing from it belongs to some charitable institution, so that the mosque lands are now extensive and consequently the priests are amply provided for. 9th. Duties on the importation of merchandise from Europe and on the exportation of the produce of the country. On the former the regulation is generally 10%, which is paid in kind, except only on iron, steel, Buenos Aires hides, leads and sulfate, which pay a duty on importation of $3 per quintal. The duties on the produce of the country are regulated by the option of the emperor. All ambassadors, envoys, consuls, merchants, and in short every individual who presents himself to the emperor, whether in a public or private capacity, must necessarily be accompanied with a present, a custom established from time immemorial in Africa as well as in the East, and these presents are in proportion to the magnitude of the negotiation. The King of Spain during the reign of Sidi Mohammed ben Abd Allah, the father of the reigning emperor, sent presents to an enormous amount in order to purchase the friendly alliance of the emperor and to induce him to continue the exportation of grain to Spain. In addition to all these sources of revenue may be mentioned the duties on the exportation of cattle and vegetables to our garrison of Gibraltar and on a few similar supplies to Spain and Portugal. Before the present emperor ascended the throne, the produce of the country was allowed to be exported from all the ports on the coast and formed a very considerable source of revenue. The duties on grain alone from Dar al-Baydat in 1 year amounted to $722,000. The exportation from the ports of Arzilat, El Arich, Marmor, Rabat, Fidela, Azama, Mazakan, Safi, Margudat and Santa Cruz in Susat were not quite so considerable. The present prohibition of the exportation of grain, together with all the articles enumerated above, to which may be added wool, flax and cotton, cannot be a proof of the emperor's avarice, a passion ascribed to him by many, as by allowing their exportation and encouraging their cultivation an accession of several millions would annually be added to the revenue of his empire. Chapter 8. Some account of a peculiar species of plague which depopulated West Barbary in 1799 and 1800, and the effects of which the author was an eyewitness. From various circumstances and appearances, and from the character of the epidemical distemper which raged lately in the south of Spain, there is every reason to suppose it was similar to that distemper or plague which depopulated West Barbary, for whether we call it by the more reconcilable appellation of the epidemic or yellow fever, it was undoubtedly a plague, and a most destructive one, for wherever it prevailed it invariably carried off in a few months 1/2 or 1/3 of the population. It does not appear how the plague originated in Fas in the year 1799. Some persons who were there at the time it broke out have confidently ascribed it to infected merchandise imported into that place from the East, whilst others of equal veracity and judgment have not scrupled to ascribe it to the locusts which had infested West Barbary during the 7 preceding years, the destruction of which was followed by the Jedri smallpox which pervaded the country and was generally fatal. The Jedri is supposed to be the forerunner of this species of epidemic, as appears by an ancient Arabic manuscript which gives an account of the same disorder having carried off 2/3 of the inhabitants of West Barbary about 4 centuries since. But however this destructive epidemic originated, its leading features were novel and its consequences more dreadful than the common plague of Turkey or that of Syria or Egypt. Let every one freely declare his own sentiments about it. Let him assign any credible account of its rise or the causes that introduced so terrible a scene. I shall relate only what its symptoms were, what it actually was, and how it terminated, having been an eyewitness of its dreadful effects, and having seen and visited many who were afflicted and who were dying with it. In the month of April 1799, a dreadful plague of a most destructive nature manifested itself in the city of Old Fast, which soon after communicated itself to the new city. This unparalleled calamity carried off 1 or 2 the first day, 3 or 4 the second day, 6 or 8 the third day, and increasing progressively until the mortality amounted to 2 in the 100 of the aggregate population, continuing with unabating violence 10, 15 or 20 days, being of longer duration in old than in new towns, then diminishing in a progressive proportion from 1,000 a day to 900, then to 800, and so on until it disappeared. Whatever recourse was had to medicine and to physicians was unavailing, so that such expedients were at length totally relinquished, and the people, overpowered by this terrible scourge, lost all hopes of surviving it. Whilst it raged in the town of Mogoda, the small village Diabet, situated about 2 miles southeast of that place, remained uninfected, although the communication was opened between them on the 34th day. However, after its first appearance at Mogoda, this village was discovered to be infected, and the disorder raged with great violence, making dreadful havoc among the human species for 21 days, carrying off during that period 100 persons out of 133, the original population of the village before the plague visited it. None died after this, and those who were infected recovered in the course of a month or 2, some losing an eye or the use of a leg or an arm. Many similar circumstances might be here adduced relative to the numerous and populous villages dispersed through the extensive shallow province of Hahat, all which shared a similar or a worse fate. Travelling through this province shortly after the plague had exhausted itself, I saw many uninhabited ruins which I had before witnessed as flourishing villages. On making inquiry concerning the population of these dismal remains, I was informed that in one village which contained 600 inhabitants, 4 persons only had escaped the ravage. Other villages which had contained 400 or 500 had only 7 or 8 survivors left to relate the calamities they had suffered. Families which had retired to the country to avoid the infection on returning to town when all infection had apparently ceased were generally attacked and died. A singular instance of this kind happened at Mogoda, where after the mortality had subsided, a corps of troops arrived from the city of Teradent in the province of Suse, where the plague had been raging and had subsided. These troops, after remaining 3 days at Mogoda, were attacked with the disease, and it raged exclusively among them for about a month, during which it carried off 2/3 of their original number, 100 men. During this interval the other inhabitants of the town were exempt from the disorder, though these troops were not confined to any particular quarter, many of them having had apartments in the houses of the inhabitants of the town. The destruction of the human species in the province of Suse was considerably greater than elsewhere. Teradent, formerly the metropolis of a kingdom, but now that of Suse, lost when the infection was at its height about 800 each day. The ruined but still extensive city of Marocco lost 1,000 each day. The populous cities of old and new fast diminished in population 12 or 1,500 each day, insomuch that in these extensive cities the mortality was so great that the living, having not time to bury the dead, the bodies were deposited or thrown altogether into large holes which, when nearly full, were covered over with earth. All regulations in matters of sepulture before observed were now no longer regarded. Things sacred and things profane had now lost their distinctions, and universal despair pervaded mankind. Young, healthy, and robust persons of full stamina were for the most part attacked first, then women and children, and lastly thin, sickly, emaciated, and old people. After this violent and deadly calamity had subsided, we beheld general alteration in the fortunes and circumstances of men. We saw persons who before the plague were common labourers now in possession of thousands and keeping horses without knowing how to ride them. Parties of this description were met wherever we went, and the men of family called them in derision El Warata, the inheritors. Provisions also became extremely cheap and abundant. The flocks and herds had been left in the fields, and there was now no one to own them, and the propensity to plunder, so notorious and attached to the character of the Arabs as well as to the Shelah and Maud, was superseded by a conscientious regard to justice, originating from a continual apprehension of dissolution, and that the Al-Kirt, as the plague was now called, was a judgment of the Omnipotent on the disobedience of man, and that it behoved every individual to amend his conduct as a preparation to his departure for paradise. The expense of labour at the same time increased enormously, and never was equality in the human species more conspicuous than at this time, when corn was to be ground or bread baked. Both were performed in the houses of the affluent, and prepared by themselves, for the very few people whom the plague had spared were insufficient to administer to the wants of the rich and independent, and they were accordingly compelled to work for themselves, performing personally the menial offices of their respective families. The country being now depopulated and much of the territory without owners, vast tribes of Arabs emigrated from their abodes in the interior of Sahara and took possession of the country contiguous to the river Drawad, as well as many districts in Susa, and in short settling themselves and pitching their tents wherever they found a fertile country with little or no population. The symptoms of this plague varied in different patients. The variety of age and constitution gave it a like variety of appearance and character. Those who enjoyed perfect health were suddenly seized with headaches and inflammations. The tongue and throat became of a vivid red. The breath was drawn with difficulty and was succeeded by sneezing and hoarseness. When once settled in the stomach, it excited vomitings of black bile attended with excessive torture, weakness, hiccup, and convulsion. Some were seized with sudden shivering or delirium and had a sensation of such intense inward heat that they threw off their clothes and would have walked about naked in quest of water wherein to plunge themselves. Cold water was eagerly resorted to by the unwary and imprudent, and proved fatal to those who indulged in its momentary relief. Some had 1, 2, or more buboes which formed themselves and became often as large as a walnut in the course of a day. Others had a similar number of carbuncles. Others had both buboes and carbuncles, which generally appeared in the groin, under the arm, or near the breast. Those who were affected with a shivering, having no bubo, carbuncle, spots, or any other exterior disfiguration, were invariably carried off in less than 24 hours, and the body of the deceased became quickly putrefied, so that it was indispensably necessary to bury it a few hours after dissolution. It is remarkable that the birds of the air fled away from the abode of men, for none were to be seen during this calamitous period. The hyenas, on the contrary, visited the cemeteries and sought the dead bodies to devour them. I recommended Mr. Baldwin's invaluable remedy of olive oil, applied according to his directions. Several Jews and some Mussulmans were induced to try it, and I was afterwards visited by many to whom I had recommended it, and had given them written directions in Arabic how to apply it, and I do not know any instance of its failing when persevered in, even after the infection had manifested itself. I have no doubt but the epidemic which made its appearance at Cadiz and all along the southern shores of Spain immediately as the plague was subsiding in West Barbary was the same disorder with the one above described, suffering after its passage to Christian countries some variation originating from the different modes of living and other circumstances, for nothing can be more opposite than the food, dress, customs, and manners of Mohammedans and Christians, notwithstanding the approximation of Spain to Morocco. We have incredibly informed that it was communicated originally to Spain by 2 infected persons who went from Tanga to Esponet, a small village on the opposite shore, who, after eluding the vigilance of the guards, reached Cadiz. We have also been assured that it was communicated by some infected persons who landed in Spain from a vessel that had loaded produce at El Arich in West Barbary. Another account was that a Spanish privateer, which had occasion to land its crew for the purpose of procuring water in some part of West Barbary, caught the infection from communicating with the natives, and afterwards proceeding to Cadiz spread it in that town and the adjacent country. It should be observed, for the information of those who may be desirous of investigating the nature of this extraordinary distemper, that from its character and its symptoms approximating to the peculiar plague which, according to the before-mentioned Arabic record, ravaged and depopulated West Barbary for centuries since the Arabs and Moors were of opinion it would subside after the first year and not appear again the next, as the Egyptian plague does, and agreeably to this opinion it did not reappear the second year, neither did St. John's Day or that season affect its virulence, but about that period there prevails along the coast of West Barbary a trade wind, which beginning to blow in the month of May continues throughout the months of June, July, and August with little intermission. It was apprehended that the influence of this trade wind, added to the superstitious opinion of the plague ceasing on St. John's Day, would stop or at least sensibly diminish the mortality, but no such thing happened. The wind did set in as it invariably does about St. John's Day. The disorder, however, increased at that period rather than diminished. Some persons were of opinion that the infection maintained its virulence till the last, that the decrease of mortality did not originate from a decrease of the miasma, but from a decrease of population and a consequent want of subjects to prey upon, and this indeed is a plausible idea, but admitting it to be just, how are we to account for the almost invariable fatality of the disorder when at its height, and the comparative innocence of it when on the decline? For then the chance to those who had it was that they would recover and survive the malady. The old men seemed to indulge in a superstitious tradition that when this peculiar kind of epidemic attacks a country, it does not return or continue for 3 or more years, but disappears altogether after the first year, and is followed the 7th year by contagious rheums and expectoration, the violence of which lasts from 3 to 7 days, but is not fatal. Whether this opinion be in general founded in truth I cannot determine, but in the spring of the year 1806, which was the 7th year from the appearance of the plague at Fas in 1799, a species of influenza pervaded the whole country. The patient going to bed well, and on rising in the morning the thick phlegm was expectorated, accompanied by a distressing rheum or cold in the head, with a cough which quickly reduced those affected to extreme weakness, but was seldom fatal, continuing from 3 to 7 days with more or less violence, and then gradually disappearing. During the plague at Morocco did the European merchants shut themselves up in their respective houses, as is the practice in the Levant. I did not take this precaution, but occasionally rode out to take exercise on horseback. Riding one day out of the town, I met the governor's brother, who asked me where I was going when every other European was shut up.
To the garden.
I've answered.
And are you not aware that the garden and the adjacent country is full of genii, departed souls, who are busy in smiting with the plague every one they meet?
I could not help smiling, but told him that I trusted to God only, who would not allow any of the genii to smite me unless it were his sovereign will, and that if it were, he could effect it without the aid of genii. On my return to town in the evening, the sandy beach from the town gate to the sanctuary of Sidi Mogadol was covered with bears. My daily observations convinced me that the epidemic was not caught by approach, unless that approach was accompanied by an inhaling of the breath or by touching the infected person. I therefore had a separation made across the gallery inside of my house between the kitchen and dining parlour of the width of 3 feet, which is sufficiently wide to prevent the inhaling the breath of a person. From this partition or table of separation I took the dishes, and after dinner returned them to the same place, suffering none of the servants to come near me, and in the office and counting house I had a partition made to prevent the too near approach of any person who might call on business, and this precaution I firmly believe to be all that is necessary, added to that of receiving money through vinegar, and taking care not to touch or smell infectious substances. Fear had an extraordinary effect in disposing the body to receive the infection, and those who were subject thereto invariably caught the malady, which was for the most part fatal. At the breaking out of the plague at Morocco there were 2 medical men, an Italian and a Frenchman, the latter the man of science, a great botanist, and of an acute discrimination. They, however, did not remain, but took the first opportunity of leaving the place for Tenerife, so that the few Europeans had no expectation of any medical assistance except that of the natives. Plasters of gum, ammoniacum, and the juice of the leaves of the opuntia or kermes in sarat, i.e. prickly pear, were universally applied to the carbuncles as well as the buboes, which quickly brought them to maturity. Many of the people of property took copious draughts of coffee and Peruvian bark. The vinegar de quatavolas was used by many, also camphor, smoking tobacco or fumigations of gum. Sandrax straw was also burned by some, who were of opinion that anything which produced abundance of smoke was sufficient to purify the air of pestilential effluvia. During the existence of the plague I had been in the chambers of men on their deathbed. I had had Europeans at my table who were infected, as well as Moors who actually had buboes on them. They took no other precaution than that of separation, carefully avoiding to touch the hand or inhale the breath, and notwithstanding what may have been said, I am decidedly of opinion that the plague, at least this peculiar species of it, is not produced by any infectious principle in the atmosphere, but caught solely by touching infected substances or inhaling the breath of those who are diseased, and that it must not be confounded with the common plague of Egypt or Constantinople, being a malady of a much more desperate and destructive kind. It has been said by persons who have discussed the nature and character of the plague that the cultivation of a country, the draining of the lands, and other agricultural improvements tend to eradicate or diminish it, but at the same time we have seen countries depopulated where there was no morass or stagnant water for many days' journey, nor even a tree to impede the current of earth, or a town, nor anything but encampments of Arabs who procured water from wells of a great depth, and inhabited plains so extensive and uniform that they resembled the sea, and are so similar in appearance after as well as before sunrise that if the eye could abstract itself from the spot immediately surrounding the spectator, it could not be ascertained whether it were sea or land. I shall now subjoin a few cases for the further elucidation of this distemper, hoping that the medical reader will pardon any inaccuracy originating from my not being a professional man. Case I. One afternoon I went into the kitchen and saw the cook making the bread. He appeared in good health and spirits. I afterwards went into the adjoining parlour and took up a book to read. In half an hour the same man came to the door of the room with his eyes starting from his head and his bedclothes etc. in his hands, saying,
"Open the gate for me, for I am indob smitten."
I was astonished at the sudden transition and desired him to go out, and I would follow and shut the gate. The next morning he sent his wife out on an errand and got out of bed and came to the gate half-dressed, saying that he was quite recovered and desired I would let him in. I did not, however, think it safe to admit him, but told him to go back to his house for a few days until he should be able to ascertain that he was quite well. He accordingly returned to his apartments, but expired that evening, and before daybreak his body was in such a deplorable state that his feet were putrefied. His wife, by attending on him, caught the infection, having a carbuncle and also buboes, and was confined 2 months before she recovered. Case Roman 2. L.H. Hamed O'Brien, the old governor of Mogoda, had 12 or more children and 4 wives who were all attacked and died except only one young wife. He attended them successively to the grave, and notwithstanding that he assisted in performing the religious ceremony of washing the body, he never himself caught the infection. He lived some years afterwards, and out of the whole household, consisting of wives, concubines, children, and slaves, he had but one person left, which was the before-mentioned young wife. This lady, however, had received the infection and was confined some time before she recovered. Case Roman 3. Hamed Benner was smitten with the plague, which he compared to the sensation of 2 musket balls fired at him, one in each thigh. The giddiness and delirium succeeded, and immediately afterwards a green vomiting, and he fell senseless to the ground. A short time afterwards, on the 2 places where he had felt as if shot biles or buboes formed, and on spirating discharged a F-did black pus. A gimmer carbuncle on the joint of the arm near the elbow was full of thin ichor contained in an elevated skin, surrounded by a burning red colour. After 3 months' confinement, being reduced to a skeleton, the disorder appeared to have exhausted itself, and he began to recover his strength, which in another month was fully re-established. It was an observation founded on daily experience during the prevalence of this disorder that those who were attacked with the nausea at the stomachs and a subsequent vomiting of green or yellow bile recovered after suffering in various degrees, and that those who were affected with giddiness or delirium followed by a discharge or vomiting of black bile invariably died after lingering 1, 2, or 3 days, their bodies being covered with small black spots similar to grains of gunpowder. In this state, however, they possessed their intellects and spoke rationally till their dissolution. When the constitution was not disposed or had not vigour enough to throw the miasma to the surface in the form of biles, buboes, carbuncles, or blackish spots, the virulence is supposed to have operated inwardly or on the vital parts, and the patient died in less than 24 hours without any exterior disfiguration. Case Roman 4. It was reported that the Sultan had the plague twice during the season, as many others had, so that the idea of its attacking like the smallpox a person but once in his life is refuted. The Sultan was cured by large doses of Peruvian bark frequently repeated, and it was said that he found such infinite benefit from it that he advised his brothers never to travel without having a good supply. The Emperor, since the plague, always has by him a sufficient quantity of quill bark to supply his emergency. Case V. H. L was smitten with the plague, which affected him by a pain similar to that of a long needle, as he expressed himself, repeatedly plunged into his groin. In an hour or 2 afterwards a gimmer carbuncle appeared in the groin, which continued enlarging 3 days, at the expiration of which period he could neither support the pain nor conceal his sensations. He laid himself down on a couch. An Arabian doctor applied to the carbuncles the testicles of a ram cut in half, whilst the vital warmth was still in them. The carbuncle on the 3rd day was increased to the size of a small orange. The before-mentioned remedy was daily applied during 30 days, after which he resorted to cataplasms of the juice of the orange, prickly pear tree, fascic gum, ammoniac, and zite or oil of olives, of each 1/3. This was intended to promote spiration, which was soon effected. There remained after the spiration a large vacuity, which was daily filled with fine hemp dipped in honey. By means of this application the wound filled up, and the whole was well in 39 days. Case VI. LHTE, the trading Jew of Mogoda, was sorely afflicted. He called upon me and requested some remedy. I advised him to use oil of olives, and having Mr. Orban's mode of administering it, I transcribed it in the Arabic language and gave it to him. He followed the prescription and assured me about 6 weeks afterwards that with the blessing of God he had preserved his life by that remedy only. He said that after having been anointed with oil his skin became harsh and dry like the scales of a fish, but that in half an hour more the profuse perspiration came on and continued for another half hour, after which he experienced relief. This he repeated 40 days, when he was quite recovered. Case Roman 7. Mohammed Ben fell suddenly down in the street. He was conveyed home. 3 carbuncles and 5 buboes appeared soon after in his groin, under the joint of his knees and armpits, and inside the elbow. He died in 3 hours after the attack. Case Roman 8. Al was suddenly smitten with this dreadful calamity whilst looking over some Morocco leather. He fell instantaneously afterwards. When he had recovered his senses, he described the sensation as that of the pricking of needles at every part wherein the carbuncles afterwards appeared. He died the same day in defiance of medicine. Case Roman 9. Mr. Pacifico, the merchant, was attacked and felt a pricking pain down the inside of the thick part of the thigh near the sinews. He was obliged to go to bed. I visited him the next day and was going to approach him, but he exclaimed,
"Do not come near me, for although I know I have not the prevailing distemper, yet your friends, if you touch me, may persuade you otherwise, and that might alarm you. I shall, I hope, be well in a few days."
I took the hint of Don Pedro de Victoria, the Spanish gentleman who was in the room, who offering me a sagat, I smoked it and then departed. The next day the patient died. He was attended during his illness by the philanthropic Monsieur Saubremont, who did not stir from his bedside till he expired, but after exposing himself in this manner escaped the infection, which proceeded undoubtedly from his constantly having a pipe in his mouth. Case X. 2 of the principal Jews of the town, giving themselves up and having no hope, were willing to employ the remainder of their lives in affording assistance to the dying and the dead by washing the bodies and interring them. This business they performed during 30 or 40 days, during all which time they were not attacked. When the plague had nearly subsided and they began again to cherish hopes of surviving the calamity, they were both smitten, but after a few days' illness recovered and are now living. From this last case, as well as from many others similar but too numerous here to recapitulate, it appears that the human constitution requires a certain miasma to prepare it to receive the pestilential infection. General observation. When the carbuncles or buboes appeared to have a blackish rim round their base, the case of that patient was desperate and invariably fatal. Sometimes the whole body was covered with black spots like partridge shot. Such patients always fell victims to the disorder, and those who felt the blow internally, showing no external disfiguration, did not survive more than a few hours. The plague, which appears necessary to carry off the overplus of increasing population, visits this country about once in every 20 years. The last visitation was in 1799, and 1800 being more fatal than any ever before known. The Mohammedans never postpone burying their dead more than 24 hours. In summer it would be offensive to keep them longer, for which reason they often inter the body a few hours after death. They first wash it, then lay it on a wooden tray without any coffin, but covered with the shroud of cotton cloth. It is thus borne to the grave by 4 men, followed by the relations and friends of the deceased, chanting Ila Allah wa Muhammad Rasul Allah. There is no God but the true God, and Muhammad is his prophet. The body is deposited in the grave with the head towards Mecca, each of the 2 extremities of the sepulchre being marked by an upright stone. It is unlawful to take fees at an interment. The bier belongs to the Jama mosque and is used free of expense by those who apply for it. The cemetery is a piece of ground unenclosed attached to some sanctuary outside of the town, for the Mohammedans do not allow the dead to be buried among the habitations of the living or in towns. They highly venerate the burying places, and whenever they pass them pray for the deceased. Diseases. The inhabitants of this country, besides the plague already described, are subject to many loathsome and distressing diseases. Many of the cities and towns of Morocco are visited yearly by malignant epidemics, which the natives call fruit fevers. They originate from their indulgence in fruit, which abounds throughout this fertile garden of the world. The fruits deemed most febrile are muskmelons, apricots, and all unripe stone fruits. Albinus de Medicina Egyptiarum says,
Autumnogras ante febres pestilentials mulc subdol invadant, et spi medicum et grum discipient.
Jedri smallpox. Inoculation for this disease appears to have been known in this country long before we were acquainted with it in Europe. The Arabs of the desert make the incision for inoculation with a sharp flint. Horses and cattle are very much subject to the jedri. This disease is much dreaded by the natives. The patient is advised to breathe in the open air. The fatality of this disease may proceed in a great measure from the thickness of the skin of the Arabs, always exposed to the sun and air, which, preventing the effort which nature makes to throw the morbid matter to the surface, tends to throw it back into the circulation of the blood. Angina and baldness. Children are frequently affected with baldness, and the falling sickness is a common disease. The women are particularly subject to it. They call it angina, i.e. possessed with the spirit. Headache, bowel complaints and rheumatism. The headache is common, but it is only temporary, arising generally from a sudden stoppage of perspiration and goes off again on using exercise, which in this hot climate immediately causes perspiration. The stomach is often relaxed with the heat and becomes extremely painful. This they improperly call usual the heartache. They are frequently complaining of gripings and universal weakness, which are probably caused by the water they continually drink. They complain also of usual the bone ache, rheumatism, which is often occasioned by their being accustomed to sit on the ground without shoes. Butellis nyctalope. This ophthalmic disease is little known in the northern provinces, but in Suse and Tafilelt it prevails. A defect of vision comes on at dusk, but without pain. The patient is deprived of sight so that he cannot see distinctly even with the assistance of candles. During my residence at Agadir in the quality of agent for the ci devant States General of the United Provinces, a cousin of mine was dreadfully afflicted with this troublesome disease, losing his sight at evening and continuing in that state till the rising sun. A Dilim Arab, a famous physician, communicated to me a sovereign remedy, which being extremely simple, I had not sufficient faith in his prescription to give it a trial, till reflecting that the simplicity of the remedy was such as to preclude the possibility of its being injurious, it was therefore applied inwardly, and 12 hours afterwards, to my astonishment, the boy's eyes were perfectly well, and continued so during 21 days, when I again had recourse to the same remedy, and it effected a cure on one administration. During 30 days, when it again attacked him, the remedy was again applied with the same beneficial effect as before. Ulcers and eruptions. Scirrhous ulcers and other eruptions frequently break out on their limbs and bodies from the heated state of the blood, which is increased by their constant and extravagant use of stimulants. For whenever they sit down to meat, the first inquiry is, "Washskune, is it stimulating? If it be not, they will not touch it, be it ever so good and palatable." These eruptions often turn to leprous affections. The venereal disease. The most general disorder, however, is the venereal disease, which is said to have been unknown among them till the period when Ferdinand, king of Castile, expelled the Jews from Spain, who, coming over to Morocco and suffering the Africans to cohabit with their wives and daughters, the whole empire was as it were inoculated with the dreadful distemper. They call it the great disease, or the woman's disorder, and it has now spread itself into so many varieties that I am persuaded there is scarcely a Moor in Barbary who has not more or less of the virus in his blood. They have no effectual remedy for it. They know nothing of the specific mercury, but usually follow a course of vegetable diet for 40 days, drinking during that time decoctions of sarsaparilla, which afford them a temporary relief. The heat of the climate keeping up a constant perspiration, those who have this disorder do not suffer so much from it as persons do in Europe, and this, added to their abstaining in general from wine and all fermented liquors, may be the cause of their being enabled to drag through life without undergoing a radical cure, though they are occasionally afflicted with aches and pains till their dissolution. From repeated infection and extreme negligence we sometimes see noses, faces, no remedy having been administered to exterminate the infection. Ulcers, particularly on the legs, are so common that one scarcely sees them more without them. I have heard many of them complain that they had never enjoyed health or tranquility since they were first infected. If any European surgeon happened to prescribe the specific remedy, they generally, from some inaccuracy of interpretation, want of confidence, or other cause, neglect to follow the necessary regimen. This aggravates the symptoms, and they then discontinue the medicine from a presumption of its inefficacy. It has even been asserted that mercury does not incorporate with the blood, but passes off with the feces, producing no salutary effect. In cases of gonorrhea, they applied locally the Hendel colloquinth, which, assisted with tissues and diuretics, is attended with most beneficial effects. The Bashar Hayanit, an old man of 100 years of age who governed Susa and Agadir part of the time when I was established there, and who was a favourite of the Emperor Mulia Ismail, has assured me that by compelling the Bukhari blacks to carry burdens up the mountain to the town of Agadir in the heat of the day, they have been cured of this disease. If this be true, it can be attributed only to the profuse perspiration induced by violent exercise in a hot country. The constant and general use of the warm bath may also tend to assuage the virulence of this enemy to the human constitution. Leprosy. Leprosy, called Jedamt, is very prevalent in Barbary. People affected with it are common in the province of Hahat, where oil arganic is much used, which, when not properly prepared, is said to heat the blood. The lepers of Hahat are seen in parties of 10 or 20 together and approach travellers to beg charity. In the city of Marocco there is a separate quarter outside of the walls inhabited by lepers only. In passing through this place I observed that its inhabitants were not generally disfigured in personal appearance. The women, when young, are extremely handsome. Some few have a livid, spotted or cracked skin. They are sometimes flushed in the face and at others pale. When they appear abroad they assist their complexion with el-acar rouge and el-kahol lidor, with which latter they blacken their eyelashes and eyebrows and puncture the chin from the tip to the middle of the lower lip, but this practice, which they think increases their beauty, rather disfigures them. Leprosy being considered epidemical, those who are affected with it are obliged to wear a badge of distinction whenever they leave their habitations, so that a straw hat with a very wide brim tied on it in a particular manner, it is the signal for persons not to approach. The wearer of the lepers are seen in various parts of Barbary sitting on the ground with a wooden bowl before them begging, and in this way they collect sometimes a considerable sum for such a country. They intermarry with each other, and although the whole system is said to be contaminated, yet they seldom discover any external marks of disease except those before mentioned, and generally a paucity or total want of eyebrows. On any change of weather, and particularly if the sky be overcast and the air damp, they will be seen sitting round a fire warming their bones, as they term it, for they ache all over till the weather resumes its wonted salubrity. Elephantiasis and hydrosol. Persons affected with the elephantiasis, dropsy and hydrosol are frequently met with, particularly about Tanga, the water of which is said to occasion the latter, and those who are recently affected with it affirm that it leaves them on removing from the place. During my stay once at Tanga, after travelling through the country, I observed one of my servants labouring under the disorder. On speaking to him about it, and regretting that there was no physician to afford him relief, he laughed and made light of it, saying he hoped I would not stay long in Tanga, as it was occasioned by the water of the place, and would leave him as soon as we departed, which was actually the case, for 2 days after our departure it had almost entirely subsided. The elephantiasis has been thought a species of leprosy, for it desiccates the epidermis of the legs, which swell and appear ruguous. Ulcerobile. This is a very general disease, as well as all those which proceed from a too copious secretion of bile. The Jews and the Mohammedans, who are not scrupulous, use brandy made from raisins or figs to remove the bilious sensation, which operates as an anodyne. Senna rhubarb and succotrine aloes mixed with honey are administered with temporary success. Busafra jaundice. Men as well as horses having the jaundice are punctured with a hot iron through the skin at the joints. I have seen both cured in 6 or 7 days by this operation. Junior tapeworm. This is a disease to which the people are particularly subject. They take large quantities of L-celu honey and one seed, which produces beneficial effects. The children are generally afflicted with this disease. The eyes appear hollowed with the whiteness of the adjacent skin. Buwarsid H. morhoids. This disease is very general. Refrigerants are applied for its cure internally, and an unguent composed of oil of almonds and the juice of the opuntia prickly pear tree. Hydrophobia is entirely unknown in West Barbary, which is the more extraordinary, as dogs abound everywhere, are frequently destitute of water, and suffer intolerably from heat and exposure to the sun. Hernia. Cases of hernia are sometimes met with, though not so frequently as in Europe. They have no effectual remedy for any of the before-mentioned diseases. Their whole materia medica consists with little exception of herbs and other vegetables, from their knowledge of the medical virtues of which much might be learned by European physicians. Bleeding is a general remedy for various complaints. The healthy let blood once a year. Scarification on the forehead, at the back of the head, below the root of the hairs on the loins, the breast and the legs is generally practiced in cases of violent headache proceeding from an obstructed perspiration. The classification of remedies among the Arabs is remarkably simple. The two grand divisions are refrigerants and heating medicines. They quote some ancient Arabian who says, "Drubbed in wine produces blood. Elham meat produces flesh. Kubsadam bread produces bone. Urel bakimakan, but all other things produce no good." Chapter 9. Some observations on the Mohammedan religion. I shall not attempt to give a philosophical dissertation on the tenets of the religion of Mohammed, a subject that has been often ably discussed by various authors, but a few desultory observations may perhaps be not improper in this place. Many writers have endeavored to vilify the Mohammedan religion by exposing the dark side of it, and their representations have been transmitted to posterity by enthusiasts who probably have been anxious to acquire ecclesiastical fame, but we shall, on a minute examination of the doctrines contained in the Quran, find that it approaches nearer to the Christian religion in its moral precepts than any other with which we are acquainted. Indeed, were there as many absurdities in this religion as some persons have attributed to it, it is probable that it would not have extended itself over so great a portion of the habitable globe, for we find it embraced, with little exception, from the shores of West Barbary to the most eastern part of Bengal, an extent of upwards of 8,000 miles, and from the Mediterranean to Zanzibar and Mozambique, with the exception of some nations of pagans. Neither is there any language spoken and understood by so great a proportion of the population of the world as that in which it is promulgated. Quran chap. Romans 7.
Forgive easily, command nothing, but what is just, dispute not with the ignorant.
Quran chap. Roman 11.
O earth, swallow up thy waters, O heaven, withhold thy rain. Immediately the waters subsided. The ark rested on Mount Al-Judi, and these words were heard: woe to the wicked nation.
Chap. Roman 13.
They who do good for evil shall obtain paradise for their reward.
From these extracts we see that the Mohammedans have some of the same moral precepts laid down for their guidance which are inculcated by the gospel of Christ. They believe in the flood, they teach forgiveness of injuries, justice, and rendering good for evil. The nations which followed paganism were taught by Muhammad the unity of God. He exhorted them to believe with the heart that there is only one God, omnipotent, omniscient, omnipresent, eternal, and that he is spiritual. That the angels are subtle, pure bodies formed of light, neither eating, drinking, or sleeping, not of different sexes, having no carnal desires nor degrees of relationship, and are of various forms. Muhammad maintained that Jesus Christ was a prophet, and that those who believed it not were infidels. He says the sacred books are 104, of which the Almighty gave to Adam 10, to Seth 50, to Idris or Enoch 30, to Abraham 10, to Moses 1, which is the law, to David 1, to Jesus 1, which is the gospel, to Muhammad 1, the Quran. And he asserts that whoever rejects or calls in question the divine inspiration of any of the foregoing books is an infidel. He says also that he who can lay his hand on his heart and say,
I fear not the resurrection, nor am I in any concern about hell, and care not for heaven,
is an incorrigible infidel. Religion and the state are considered as twins, inseparable. If one die, the other cannot survive. The most refined and intelligent Mohammedans are not of opinion that God is the author of all good and evil, but maintain that every man who follows the direct or good way has the protecting eye of God upon him, and that God is with him, but that if he withdraw his influence from anyone, then evil or misfortune ensues, not actively from God, but passively from the withdrawing of that protecting influence, that this is an act of the Almighty, which cannot be easily comprehended by our weak reason, and that it is not willed by him with approbation, but necessarily. The Mohammedan thinks himself unworthy to prostrate himself before God until he be clean and undefiled. This opinion makes ablution so necessary, of which there are three kinds. The first is al-ghusl, the G pronounced guttural, which is an immersion of the whole body, and is performed by the affluent or those in easy circumstances. The second is al-wudu, which is a washing of the hands, fingers, and arms up to the elbows, the feet, face, and head, the sexual parts, the mouth and nostrils, the toes separately and singly, and this should be repeated 3 times. The third mode of purification is practiced only in the desert, where the difference is the substitution of sand for water, as the latter can seldom be procured there. Charity is considered a cardinal virtue and an indispensable duty. Those, however, who possess not 5 camels or 30 sheep and 200 pieces of silver are not considered as obligated to give alms, for it is held that the almsgiver should not injure himself. It is expected that a person of good property ought to give a mizuna in a mikl, which is equivalent to 60 in the pound, to the port out of his annual profits, which being calculated at the end of the sacred month of Ramadan, the people have 10 days to prepare their donations when the feast of Al-Ashura commences, and the poor go about to the inhabitants to collect their respective donations, which they call antar Allah, God's property. During the fast of the moon or month of Ramadan, which from their years being lunar happens at various periods of the year, they are very rigorous. It is necessary that the fast should be begun with an intention in the heart to please God. During this month they do not eat nor even smell food, drink, smoke, nor communicate with women from the rising to the setting sun, but at night they eat plentifully. Even those who indulge in wine at other times refrain from it in the sacred month of Ramadan. Muhammad declared that the Jews, Christians, and pagans cannot be saved so long as they remain in infidelity and idolatry, of which last the Mohammedans accuse the Roman Catholics, who worship a cross or an image carved by the hands of man. As to the English, they seem not to have determined what denomination to give them. They are commonly called infidels, who never prayed, this opinion having obtained among them because Protestants have no public chapels in the Mohammedan towns in Africa, which the Catholics have, as already mentioned. They have it on record that the Sultan of the English, Richard Coeur de Lion, received from the Sultan Saladin or Saladin, or from Muhammad himself, the letter admitting him and his followers as Mohammedans, but that the English king, being engaged in various negotiations whilst in Palestine, he did not give so much attention to the letter as was expected, and that after returning to England he still doubted whether he should embrace the Mohammedan doctrine or remain a Christian. It is highly probable, in that age of fanaticism when the holy wars were undertaken, that the Sultan Saladin, apprehensive for the cause of Mohammedanism, did make overtures to Richard, for it was a custom in the days of Muhammad, and afterwards in the days of those enthusiasts, to invite all powerful princes to embrace their religion. The 2nd, 5th, and 9th chapters of the Quran declare a believer to be one who embraces the Mohammedan faith, i.e. belief in the divine inspiration of the prophets of Jesus and of Muhammad. This and Islamism are synonymous terms. Quran chap. B.
If Jews and Christians believe, they shall be admitted into paradise.
1. Believed implies a belief in one God and of the Day of Judgment, the 2 grand pillars of Islamism. 2. Believe in Islamism. This admits of various interpretations. Islam is performing obedience and prostration before God. In another interpretation, it implies Mohammedanism or a belief in the divine mission of Muhammad. The generality of religions which have made any progress in the world make it indispensable to believe in its own tenets. Muhammad, although he naturally gives the preference to the religion of his own forming, yet he has the liberality to acknowledge that those who have professed other religions may be saved after suffering a degree of chastisement or damage in the life to come, as it is termed by him.
Whoever shall have professed any religion except Islamism, his belief shall not be acceptable to God, and he shall receive damage in the life to come, or be not so well received as if he had professed Islamism, or the law of peace and obedience.
Although the Prophet reprobated the Jews as well as the Christians, whom he accused of perverting the scriptures, yet he took care to keep up the latitudinarian principle of his own law, called Dina Wasa, the extended doctrine, by believing the divine inspiration of both the Old and New Testament, thus giving an opportunity to the expounders of the law to regulate themselves according to circumstances. The Mohammedans, when disputing with Christians, which they rarely do, say that Christians believe faith will save the soul. They also believe so, and that if their religion is the true one, they will go to paradise. They tell us, if yours be the true one, we both shall go there, because we believe in the divinity of Christ, but you do not believe in that of Muhammad. Therefore, if faith save the soul, we have the advantage of you in being in any case on the safe side. The Muslims' ideas of the Creator are grand and elevated. Whatever exists either necessarily and of itself and is God, or has not its being from itself and does not exist necessarily, and is of 2 sorts, substance and accident. Substances are of 2 kinds, abstract and concrete. Abstract substances are all spirits and intellectual beings, concrete being the matter and form. Whenever God is spoken of by the Mohammedans as having form, eyes, etc., it is meant allegorically to convey the idea of some particular attribute. They deny that Christ was crucified. Finally, the Mohammedan religion recommends toleration, and all liberal Mohammedans insist that every man ought to worship God according to the law of his forefathers.
If it please God,
Say they,
all men would believe, why then should a worm, a wretched mortal, be so foolish as to pretend to force other men to believe? The soul believes only by the will of God. These are the true principles of Mohammedans.
It must, however, be observed that the principles here laid down are not always the rule of action any more than the sublime truths inculcated by the Christian religion are altogether acted upon by its professors. Both religions acknowledge the greatness of God, and yet bigotry is so prevalent at hold fast that if a Christian were there to exclaim Allah Akbar, if God is great, he would be invited immediately to add to it, and Muhammad is his prophet, which if he were inadvertently to utter before witnesses, he would be compelled to become a Mohammedan and would be circumcised accordingly, so that Europeans should be extremely cautious when unprotected or not in the suite of an ambassador what words they ever repeat after a Mohammedan, even if ignorant of the meaning thereof. I do not apprehend, however, that it is necessary to observe this caution in any part of the empire except at Oldfast, where bigotry, as before observed, predominates. Martin Martinius the Jesuit and Abraham Ekelensis, professor of Oriental languages at Rome in the 17th century, taxed the Quran with asserting that God himself prays for Muhammad. This absurdity has probably originated in an incorrect translation of the Quran published about 270 years since, which translates,
May the blessing of God be upon thee. May the prayers of God be upon these.
The same Arabic word salah, which signifies peace or blessing, when applied to a man signifies prayer. Salah Allah ala Sayyidina Muhammad signifies,
Pray to God through our Master Muhammad.
not,
The prayers of God are upon Muhammad.
it has been said by Macarius in his Theologue. Polemic. P. 119 that Muhammad does not acknowledge any hell. Why then does he explain the 7 gates of hell mentioned in the Quran chap. Roman 15, which are an emblem of the 7 deadly sins and of their various punishments, for according to the Arabian prophet, hell has 7 gates allegorically, and heaven has 7 heavens or degrees of happiness, the highest and chiefest of which, according to the Mohammedans, is to see God. The Jahannam hell of Muhammad is not an eternal punishment. Monsieur de Saint-Ouen, ambassador from the King of France at Morocco, says in his description of the Kingdom of Morocco chap. Roman 2,
The Mohammedans maintain that by washing their head, hands, and feet they are purified from all sin.
but this is an error, and I may presume from the nature of the assertion that the ambassador, like many others who were sent to Mohammedan countries, knew nothing of the Arabic language, and that he was obliged to negotiate through some Jewish interpreter. The washing is merely a necessary ceremony, and is similar to our custom of going washed and clean to church. It is a purifying of the shell or the outward man. Prayers are purifying of the kernel or inward man, as by purifying the kernel the amendment of the heart is implied. With regard to spirits or devils called jinn, sin, and jinnim pl. Sale translates genii, which is the word jinn with the vowel point, thus Jinni. Philip Quadagnolote in his Apology for the Christian Religion p. 291 asserts that the Quran is full of contradictions from what it says about devils in the chapter called the chapter of devils, but this is really the chapter of spirits, genii, spirits, for of these Mohammedans admit 3 kinds besides the departed souls of men called Ro Ben Adam, viz. 1. Lucifer, the chief of the devils, is called Shaitan. 2. All rebellious or deformed spirits belonging to Shaitan are called Iblis. The 3D kind are called genii in Arabic jinnin. They are both good and bad, offensive and inoffensive, and assume various forms. The good are called Melik. Of sins, the Muslims affirm envy to have been the first committed in heaven and on earth. They say Iblis envied Adam when God ordered all angels to honor him. He tacitly condemned God and expostulated with him on ordering and who was made of fire to adore or honor the first man who was made from earth. Now said the wretch Iblis, it is not just that the superior being should honor the inferior, and he was cast down from heaven for his disobedience. Thus envy was the first sin in heaven. Cabal and Habel, the Arabic names of Cain and Abel, offered sacrifice to God. The offerings of Habel met with a more favorable reception. Cabal envied him and killed him, so envy first occasioned infidelity in heaven and murder on earth. The height of the celestial happiness is to see God. All those elegant descriptions of beautiful virgins, rivers flowing with honey, gardens of delicious fruits, etc., which are said by some to compose the happiness of the Mohammedan paradise, are allegorical descriptions. Chap. XL.
Whoever shall believe and do good works, whether man or woman, shall enter paradise.
Thus we see that the fate of the Mohammedan women is not altogether so deplorable as some Christians have made it. Peter Seuvolet in his Salus Christi contra Sarus Nos p. 137 speaking of Mohammed says,
This madman places Haman in the time of Pharaoh, which is such a proof of his ignorance, as ought to put him and all his beastly followers to an eternal silence.
Peter Seuvolet, it appears, was not surprised that Pharaoh was a general name for all the kings of the Pharaoh dynasty, which continued to reign in Egypt many centuries. The Mohammedans, moreover, have many traditions about a man of the name of Haman who was general of one of the pharaohs. Bartholomew Vedasat in p. 442 of the various Sacra published by Stephen Lemoyne reproaches Muhammad with saying that the Blessed Virgin became pregnant by eating dates. Quran chap. Roman 19.
Remember what is written of Mary. We sent to her our spirit, or angel, in the shape of a man. She was frightened, but the angel said to her, O Mary, I am the messenger of your Lord and your God, who will give you an active and prudent son.
She answered, How shall I have a son without knowing any man?
The angel replied, God has said it, the thing shall happen, it is easy to your Lord, and your son himself shall be a proof of the almighty power of God.
Then she conceived, and retired for some time into a solitary place, near a date tree, and her labour pains began forthwith. But the angel said, Do not afflict thyself, shake the date tree, and gather the dates, eat them, drink water, and wash your eyes.
Now this passage, which is the one alluded to, does not say that the pregnancy proceeded from the eating of the dates, although the dates ease the pains of pregnancy. Hence probably that superstitious African tradition that when the Virgin Mary was in pain she exclaimed, Oh that I had some dates. And immediately the exclamation or letter oath was marked on the stone of the fruit. Dog and hog are synonymous terms of contempt or degradation among the Mohammedans. They are the two unclean animals, and if either of them drink out of a cup it must be washed. They will not sit down where a dog has been, nor will they wear the skin of the animal, even if made into leather. Some men of rank, however, keep greyhounds and other dogs for hunting, but seldom let them go into those apartments of the houses where the women are, for they say no angel or benediction comes to any place where a dog is. In the Zif chap. The Quran, Muhammad makes Abraham beg of God to protect Mecca, and to make it a place of peace or safety to all the world. The learned Robert of Retz, who translated the Quran in the 16th century, has rendered this word Aman or Haman, and hence the Prophet has absolutely been accused of placing Mecca in the country of the Hamanites, and consequently abused for his geographical ignorance, as if any man of common understanding could so far mistake the place of his birth, the place he had lived in so long, had conquered, and from whence he had made so many eruptions against his neighbours. The word Aman in the original is a consecrated place or place of faith, of safeties, of refuge, of protection. Birds, fish or animals are not allowed to be killed in such places, neither is blood to be spilt therein. Muhammad has also been accused of contradicting himself in saying sometimes that he could read and at others that he could not, and the following passage of the Quran ch. Roman 47 is thence produced as evidence that he could read. God is introduced as saying to Muhammad,
God knows what you do and what you read.
But the whole is a mistake both of the version and of the annotator, for in the original Arabic God does not speak to Muhammad, but the latter speaks to other men and says,
God knows what you do and what you meditate.
Not read. With regard to marriage, the Quran chap. Roman 4 allows 4 wives.
Receive in marriage such women as you like, 2, 3, or 4 wives at the most. If you think you cannot maintain them equally, marry only one.
This subject has been elucidated in a preceding chapter. It is therefore unnecessary to say anything further upon it here. It has been said by Euthemius Argabnist and an anonymous author who wrote Muhammad's life is Silberg Sarsen. p. 60 that Muhammad in his Quran placed Moses amongst the damned, but whoever has the least knowledge of Arabic must know by consulting the Quran that Moses is everywhere mentioned with great respect, and the Muhammadans call him Sinat, i.e. our Lord or Master. From the foregoing observations it will be perceived that the principles of the Mohammedan religion are neither so pernicious nor so absurd as many have imagined. They have sometimes been vilified from error or for the purpose of exalting the Christian doctrine, but that doctrine is too pure and celestial to need any such aids. Chapter 10. Languages of Africa. Various dialects of the Arabic language. Difference between the Berber and Shellah languages. Specimen of the Mandinga. Comparison of the Shellah language with that of the Canary Islands, and similitude of customs. Yeb, the son of Khotan, is said to have been the first who spoke Arabic, and the Mohammedans contend that it is the most eloquent language spoken in any part of the globe, and that it is the one which will be used at the Day of Judgment. To write a long dissertation on this copious and energetic language would be only to repeat what many learned men have said before. A few observations, however, may not be superfluous to the generality of readers. The Arabic language is spoken by a greater proportion of the inhabitants of the known world than any other. The person having a practical knowledge of it may travel from the shores of the Mediterranean Sea to the Cape of Good Hope, and notwithstanding that in such a journey he must pass through many kingdoms and empires of black-speaking distinct languages, yet he would find men in all those countries versed in Mohammedan learning, and therefore acquainted with the Arabic. Again, he might cross the widest part of the African continent from west to east, and would everywhere meet with persons acquainted with it, more particularly if he should follow the course of the great river called the Nile, of the Negroes, on the banks of which from Guinea and Timbuktu to the confines of Lower Egypt are innumerable cities and towns of Arabs and Moors all speaking the Arabic. Again, were a traveller to proceed from Morocco to the farthest shore of Asia opposite the islands of Japan, that he would find the Arabic generally spoken or understood wherever he came. In Turkey, in Syria, in Arabia, in Persia, and in India it is understood by all men of education, and any one possessing a knowledge of the Quranic Arabic might in a very short time make himself master of the Hindustanese and of every other dialect of the former. The letters of this language are formed in 4 distinct ways according to their situation at the beginning, middle, or end of words, as well as when standing alone. The greatest difficulty, however, to be overcome is the acquiring a just pronunciation, without which no living language can be essentially useful, and to attain which the learner should be able to express the difference of power and sound between what may be denominated the synonymous letters, such as and with, and with. Besides these, there are other letters whose power is extremely difficult to be acquired by an European, because no language in Europe possesses sounds similar to the Arabic letters, nor has any language except perhaps the English a letter with the power of the Arabian. Those who travel into Asia or Africa scarcely ever become sufficiently masters of the Arabic to speak it fluently, which radical defect proceeds altogether from their not learning, while studying it, the peculiar distinction of the synonymous letters. No European, perhaps, ever knew more of the theory of this language than the late Sir William Jones, but still he could not converse with an Arabian, the circumstance of which he was not conscious until he went to India. This great man, however, had he been told that his knowledge of this popular Eastern language was so far deficient that he was ignorant of the separate powers of its synonymous letters, and consequently inadequate to converse intelligibly with the native Arabs, he would certainly have considered it an aspersion, and have disputed altogether that such was the fact. Considering how much we are indebted to the Arabians for the preservation of many of the works of the ancients which would otherwise have never perhaps been known to us, it is really surprising that their language should be so little known in Europe. It is certainly very difficult and abstruse to learners particularly, but this difficulty is rendered insurmountable by the European professors knowing it only as a dead language, and teaching it without due attention to the pronunciation of the before-mentioned synonymous letters, a defect which is not likely to be remedied, and which will always subject the speaker to incessant errors. To show the Arabic student the difference between the Oriental and Occidental order of the letters of the alphabet, I shall here give them opposite each other. Besides this difference of the arrangement of the 2 alphabets, the student will observe that there is also a difference in the punctuation of 2 of the letters. Thus, among the Western Arabs the ancient Arabic figures are used, viz. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. They often write 100 thus 1. 202. To explain the force of the synonymous letters on paper would be impossible. The reader, however, may form some idea of the indispensable necessity of knowing the distinction by the few words here selected, which to one unaccustomed to hear the Arabic language spoken would appear similar and undistinguishable. English, Arabic, Arabic, rendered as near to European pronunciation as the English alphabet will admit. A horse Arod, Woodward. To repeat Arod. Fish hout. A gun Mokala. A foolish woman Makela. A frying pan Makila. A lion Seba. Morning Seba. Seventh Seba. Hatred hast. Harvest hast. Learning Alim or El Alim or Flag El Alim. Granulated paste Kuskso. The dish it is made in Kuskas. Part Kolb. Dog Kilb. Mold Kalb. Captain Rice. Feathers Rish. Mudris. Smelshin. Poison Sin. Absentar Gabe. Buttermilk Rape. White Bead. A Black Al Abd. Egg Spade. A Far Off Bade. A Pig Haluf. An Oath Halef. Feed for Horses Alf. 1,000 alf. It is difficult for anyone who has not accurately studied the Arabic language to imagine the many errors which an European commits in speaking it when self-taught or even when taught in Europe. Soon after my arrival in Africa, when I had not attained the age of 18, I happened one day to be in the house of an European gentleman who had then been in the country 20 years. An Arab of the province of Tedler came in when the former, at all times desirous of exhibiting his knowledge of their language, addressed him, and after making a long speech the Arab very coolly replied,
I entreat thee to speak Arabic, that I may understand thee. Tkilim Odibia, Lorbia Bish Hens Hemek.
This was interpreted to me by a friend who was present, and it made such a strong impression on my mind that I resolved to apply myself assiduously to discover the reason why a person who spoke the language tolerably quick should be altogether so little understood, and I was some time afterwards, by making various observations and trials, convinced that the deficiency originated in the inaccuracy of the application of the synonymous letters. The ain and the argain cannot be accurately pronounced by Europeans who have not studied the language grammatically when young and under a native. I have, however, heard an Irishman who did not understand it grammatically, but had acquired it by ear, pronounce the latter equally as correct as any Arabian, but this was a rare instance. He was in England whilst Alfie Bay was here, who, as I was afterwards informed, had declared that he was the only European whose Arabic he could easily understand. The aspirated H and the hard S in the word for morning Sabbath are so much like their synonyms that few Europeans can discern the difference. The one is consequently often mistaken for the other, and I have known a beautiful sentence absolutely perverted through an inaccuracy of this kind. In the words rendered hatred and harvest, the two synonyms of and S hard and S soft are indiscriminately used by Europeans in their Arabic conversations, a circumstance sufficient to do away the force and meaning of any sentence or discourse. The poetry as well as prose of the Arabians is well known, and has been so often discussed by learned men that it would be irrelevant here to expatiate on the subject, but as the following description of the noblest passion of the human breast cannot but be interesting to the generality of readers, and without any exception to the fair sex, I will transcribe it.
Love beginneth in contemplation, passeth to meditation, hence proceeds desire. Then the spark bursts forth into a flame, the head swims, the body wastes, and the soul turns giddy. If we look on the bright side of love, we must acknowledge that it has at least one advantage. It annihilates pride and immoderate self-love. True love, whose aim is the happiness and equality of the beloved object, being incompatible with those feelings. Lust is so different from true love, and so far from a perfection, that it is always a species of punishment sent by God, because man has abandoned the path of his pure love.
In their epistolary writing, the Arabs have generally a regular and particular style, beginning and ending all their letters with the name of God symbolically, because God is the beginning and end of all things. The following short specimen will illustrate this. Translation of a letter written in the Quranic Arabic by Sidi Solomon ben Muhammad ben Ismail, Sultan of Morocco, to his Bashar of Suse, etc., etc.
Praise be to the only God. For there is neither power nor strength without the great and eternal God.
Our servant, Alkaid Abdelmelk ben Bihi Mulud, God assist, and peace be with thee, and the mercy and grace of God be upon thee.
We command thee forthwith to procure and send to our exalted presence every Englishman that has been wrecked on the coast of Wedanoon, and to forward them hither without delay, and diligently to succor and attend to them, and may the aid of God be upon thee.
26th of the lunar month Safat year of the Hejira 1281. May 1806. The accuracy of punctuation in the Arabic language is a matter that ought to be strictly attended to. Thus they maintain writing to be the first qualification of a scholar, and that from a want of a due knowledge of punctuation the Christians have misunderstood the word of God which says,
I have begotten thee, and thou art my son.
This passage, they say, first stood as follows, which if the scriptures had been originally written in Arabic would have had some plausibility.
I have adopted thee, and thou art my prophet.
The difference of punctuation in one word makes all this difference in signification, for punctuated thus signifies son, and punctuated thus signifies prophet. It has been already observed that the Mohammedans believe in Jesus Christ and that he was a prophet sent from God, but they acknowledge no equal with God. The doctrine of the Trinity is incomprehensible to them, hence they will not admit of the punctuation but allow that of. The foregoing observations will serve to prove the insufficiency of a knowledge of this language as professed or studied in Great Britain when unaccompanied with a practical knowledge. These observations may apply equally to the Persian language. If the present ardour for discovery in Africa be persevered in, the learned world may expect in the course of a few years to receive histories and other works of Greek and Roman authors which were translated into the Arabic language when Arabian literature was in its zenith, and have ever since been confined to some private libraries in the cities of the interior of Africa and in Arabia. Bonaparte, aware of the political importance of a practical knowledge of this language, has of late given unremitting attention to the subject, and if we may believe the mutilated accounts which we receive occasionally from France, he is likely to obtain from Africa in a short period relics of ancient learning of considerable value which have escaped the wreck of nations. Having said thus much with regard to the Arabic of the Western Arabs, which with little variation is spoken throughout all the finest districts of North Africa, I shall proceed to say a few words respecting the other languages spoken north of Sahara. These are the Berber and its dialects, viz. the Zayan and Gurwan, and Atamur, the Shell of Susa and South Atlas, all which, though latterly supposed by some learned men to be the same, differ in many respects. Any one possessing a knowledge of the Berber language might, with little difficulty, make himself understood by the Zayan of Atlas, the Gurwan, or the Atamur, but the Shell is a different language, and each so different from the Arabic that there is not the smallest resemblance, as the following specimen will demonstrate. Berber, Shell, Arabic, English. Tumtuk tail Tishira a girl. Ajorod Isle Ishira a boy. Askantaros a Hadra a thing. Aramalgram Jimwal Kamal. Tamchik Tamab Murra a woman. Ishires and Alab to slave. Aoyolai is Makidja sheep. Tadatikini dollhouse. Ikshudan the thrown laward wood. Gilat Vihelib milk. Tifi Iksu Melham meat. Bu kill Almuran Halu Fahog. A breed Agaz track a road. Vishy Fikir I give me. A Yud Ashdogi come. Alchem Arfusai go. Came Gauls Jill sit down. Mile Amik Sarai little. Specimen of the difference between the Arabic and Shella languages. Shella, Arabic English. Is Sintamazep wash cat off Shella. Do you understand Shella? Yuri sin man off I do not understand it. Matrok Kifid ta how are you? Is Ta'ik Marok wash gait min are you come from Marok Morocco? Egan Raz Miligud. Megan the lash werfel. Missimink smack what is your name? Mensch cat dirk shall Andik how much have you got? Tassadunt Borala a mule. Romi an European. Takanarit Nasaraya Christian. Romi Kaffa an infidel. Misemba Bands Ashgun Mueller who is the owner. Istget Tegriworld wash jike min are you come from Tegriworld Cape Hossen? All wheat imteli jib lift to bring the dinner. Afoki Nazarna Hansen. Ais Alaira de horse. Tikaline Albade eggs. Amur and Helif hog. Tea Tata Kamalin. Tessamumiat at a green lizard. Tandaram and Ertella be hairy venomous spider. Tenawine fume shits. Marmel says the Shellers and Berebers write and speak one language called Kilim Abimalik, the name of the person who was accounted the inventor of Arabic letters, but the foregoing specimen, the accuracy of which may be depended on, clearly proves this assertion to be erroneous, as well as that of many moderns who have formed their opinion, in all probability, on the above authority. Now, although the Sheller and Berber languages are so totally dissimilar that there is not one word in the foregoing vocabulary which resembles its corresponding word in the other language, yet from the prejudice which Marwell has established, it will still be difficult perhaps to persuade the learned that such an author could be mistaken on such a subject. My account therefore must remain for a future age to determine upon, when the languages of Africa shall be better known than they are at present, for it is not a few travellers occasionally sent out on a limited plan that can ascertain facts, the attainment of which requires a long residence and familiar intercourse with the natives. Marmel has also misled the world in saying that they write a different language. The fact is that when they write anything of consequence, it is in the Arabic, but any trifling subject is written in the Berber words, though in the Arabic character. If they had any peculiar character in the time of Marmel, they have none now, for I have conversed with hundreds of them as well as with the Shellers, and have had them staying at my house for a considerable time together, but never could learn from any that a character different from the Arabic had ever been in use among them. In addition to these languages, there is another spoken at the oasis of Aman or Siwa, called in Arabic El-War el-Garbi, which appears to be a mixture of Berber and Sheller, as will appear from the list of Siwaham words given by Mr. Hornemund in his journal, page 19, part of which I have here transcribed to show the similitude between those two languages, whereby it will appear that the language of Siwa and that of the Shellers of South Atlas are one and the same language. English, Siwahan Sheller. As given by Mr. Horneman p. 19. Son 8 Faktatfakt. Hedaj Fahakvi. Kamul Elgon Arun. Cheap Chelib Chelib. Kauti Funist Tafunist. Mountain Idrun Idra. Have you a horse? Gork Akwa is Durka Chmar. Milka Chai Akvi. Bread Tagatagora. Dates Tina Tenising. Tina Poral. South of the desert we find other languages spoken by the blacks, and are told by Arabs who have frequently performed the journey from Guinea to Cairo and the Red Sea that 33 different Negro languages are met with in the course of that route, but that the Arabic is spoken by the intelligent part of the peoples, and the Mohammedan religion is known and followed by many. Their writings are uniformly in Arabic. It may not be improper in this place, seeing the many errors and mutilated translations which appear from time to time of Arabic, Turkish, and Persian papers, to give a list of the Mohammedan moons or lunar months used by all those nations, which begin with the first appearance of the new moon, that is, the day following, or sometimes 2 days after the change, and continue till they see the next new moon. These have been mutilated to such a degree in all our English translations that I shall give them in the original Arabic character, and as they ought to be spelt and pronounced in the English character, as a clue whereby to calculate the correspondence between our year and theirs. They divide the year into 12 months, which contain 29 or 30 days, according as they see the new moon. The first day of the month Muharram is termed Ras al-Amed, i.e. the beginning of the year. As we are more used to the Asiatic mode of punctuation, that will be observed in these words. Muharram, Asafa, Rabi'ul, Arabiratani, Jumadalul, Jumadathani, Rajab, Shaban, Ramadan, Shewal, Dulqa'dah, Dhu-al-Hajjah, the first of Muharram, year of the Hajj year 1221, answers to the 19th March of the Christian Ra 1806. Among the various languages spoken south of the desert or Sahara, we have already observed that there are 33 different ones between the Western Ocean and the Red Sea, following the shores of the Nile, El Abaid, or Niger. Among all these nations and empires, a man practically acquainted with the Arabic may always make himself understood, and indeed it is the language most requisite to be known for every traveller in these extensive regions. The Mandinka is spoken from the banks of the Senegal, where that river takes a northerly course from the Jebel Kumar to the kingdom of Bambara. The Wangareen tongue is a different one, and the Hausonians speak a language differing again from that. specimen of the difference between the Arabic and Mandingo language, the words of the latter extracted from the vocabularies of Sidi Muhammad Ben Amos Saldani. English. Mandingo Arabic. 1 Kalan Wahad. 2 Philathanine. 3 Sebathalata. 4 Nani Arba. 5 Lulu Kamsa. 6 Euroseta. 7 Nku Seba. 8 Sartaminia. 9 Kananti Tasid. 10 Dan Ashra. 11 Dan Kalan Ahadash. 12 Dan Fula 8 Nash. 13 Dan Sebadeltash. 19 Dan Kanati Tasatash. 20 Mulu Ashrin. 30 Mulu Nintal Falatin. 40 Mulu Fula Arbarin. 50 Mulu Fula Nintan Kumsin. 60 Mulu Seba Setin. 70 Mulu Seba Nintan Sebarin. 80 Mulu Nani Tiamanain. 90 Mulu Nani Nintan Tassarin. 100 Kemimir. 1000 Ulid Elf. This Neen Hadda. That Walim Haddock. Great Bawa Kabir. Little Nadine Surir. Hansen Imal was in. Ugly Nuteraction K Guttural. White Kai Bead. Black Feen Abid or Carl. Red Wilhelm Hummer. How do you do? In Barna Mountain Kifin Ta. Well Kanti the Lakir. Not well Moon Kanti Mored. What do you want to Lafita Marchum Ashright? Sit down Siduma Jills. Get up Alnali Node. Sara Accumula Hondi. Sweet Tomato Hell. True Raid Tuli Ala Hack. False Funiala Kajub. Budabati Malaya. Bad Minbati Kubaya. A witch Bua Sahar. A lion Jata Seba. An elephant Samaral Feel. A hyena Salu Dubba. A wild boar Siwa Al Kunja. A water horse Marlid Aerod Delma. A horse Suhiwa Aerod. A camel Kumanian Jimal. A dog Wally Kileb. Hal Al Kileb or the Hal Wally Hal Al Kileb dog faced race. A Gazel Tanking Gazel G Guttural. A cat 9 Keen Al Miss. A cooked bar Al Maze. A sheep Curin El Kidge. A bull Nisakitor. A serpent Sarhench. A chameleon Minir Tata. An ape Cunny Dizatut. A fowl chicken Susie Jays. A duck Baru El Weiss. A fish Hehu El Hout. Buttertulu Zibda. Milkman El Halib. Bread Mengu El Cubs K Guttural. Corn Uzra. Wine Tanji Kama K Guttural. Haniv Ali Assel. Sugar Tobabuli Sukar. Salt QE Mill. Amber Gris Amber. Brass Tas. Silver QD Nukra. Gold Dust Teba Tiber. Q to Tas Kaikasir. A bow killer Alkos. An Ara Benia Zerag. A knife Muru Genyi. A spoon Kuli Emojifa. A bed El Aran El Farash. A lamp El Kundil El Kundil. A house Surad Dar. A room Bune El Beat. A light hole or Jinni Rihaha window. A door Dar Beeb. A town kinda Midina. Smoke says Et Kan K Guttural. Heat Candia Scanner K Guttural. Cold Ninny Bird. Tea Badu Baba Bahar. River Badu Wed. A rock berry Jeff. Sand Kinhenny Rummel. The earth Binku Junior. Mountain Quanku Jibble. Island Juchi D0. Rain Sanji Kullian SHDA. God Allah Allah. Father Fabar. Mother Barmar. Hal Jahanam Jahanium. A man Kir Rajal. A woman Musa Mora. A sister Bum Musa Kat K Guttural. A brother Bum Kir Kar. The devil Buho Iblis. A white man Tababu Rajal Bayad. A singer Jolaika Ranaya Guttural. A singing woman Jalim User Ranaya Guttural. A slave June Abid. A servant Bethela Mutilim. Having now given some account of the languages of Africa, we shall proceed to animadvert on the similitude of language and customs between the shells of Atlas and the original inhabitants of the Canary Islands. The words between inverted commas are quotations from Glass's History of the Discovery and Conquest of the Canary Islands.
The inhabitants of Lanzarote and Fuerteventura are social and cheerful.
Like the shells of Atlas,
They are fond of singing and dancing. Their music is vocal, accompanied with the clapping of hands and beating with their feet.
the shells resemble them in all these respects.
The houses are built of stone. Without cement, the entrance is narrow, so that but one person can enter at a time.
The houses of the shells are sometimes built without cement, but always with stone. The doors and entrances are low and small, so that one person only can enter.
In their temples they offered to the god milk and butter.
Among the shellers, milk and butter are given as presents to princes and great men, the milk being an emblem of goodwill and candour.
When they were sick, which seldom happened, they cured themselves with the herbs which grew in the country, and when they had acute pains, they scarified the part affected with sharp stones, and burned it with fire, and then anointed it with goat's butter. Earthen vessels of this goat's butter were found interred in the ground, having been put there by the women who were the makers, and took that method of preparing it for medicine.
The custom of the shellers on similar occasions is exactly similar. The butter which they use is old, and is buried underground many years in buccal earthen pots, and is called budred. It is a general medicine, and is said to possess a remarkably penetrating quality.
They grind their barley in a hand mill, made of 2 stones, being similar to those used in some remote parts of Europe.
In Suse, among the shells, they grind their corn in the same way, and barley is the principal food.
Their breeches are short, leaving the knees bare.
So are those worn by the shellers.
The common food was barley meal roasted and mixed with goat's milk and butter, and this dish they called a salmotin.
This is the common food of the shells of Atlas, and they call it by a similar name, azamita. The opinion of the author of the History and Conquest of the Canary Islands is that the inhabitants came originally from Mauritania, and this he founds on the resemblance of names of places in Africa and in the islands for Cecit.
Telder, which is the name of the oldest habitation in Canaria, or Taber, and Tegester, are all names which we find given to places in Mauritania and in Mount Atlas. It is to be supposed that Canaria, Fuerteventura, and Lanzarote were peopled by the Alabs, who are the nation most esteemed in Barbary, for the natives of those islands named Melcarho and Bali Temisin, which are the names that are given to those things in the language of the Alabs of Barbary.
He adds that
among the books of a library that was in the Cathedral of St. Anna in Canaria, there was found one so disfigured that it wanted both the beginning and the end. It treated of the Romans, and gave an account that when Africa was a Roman province, the natives of Mauritania rebelled and killed their presidents and governors, upon which the Senate, resolving to punish and make a severe example of the rebels, sent a powerful army into Mauritania, which vanquished and reduced them again to obedience.
Soon after, the ringleaders of the rebellion were put to death, and the tongues of the common people, together with those of their wives and children, were cut out, and then they were all put aboard vessels with some grain and cattle, and transported to the Canary Islands.
the following vocabulary will show the similarity of language between the natives of Canary and the shellers inhabitants of the Atlas Mountains south of Morocco. Lanzarote sheller. Anor. Fuerteventura Libyan English. Dialect. Tongue. Tamisin Tumzin barley. Tazizis sticks. Tachinos a palm tree. Tahuyim tahai at a blanket covering a petticoat. Ahiman are men water. Fakir fakwa priest or lawyer. Akoranem corn god. Olmagaran Talmagaran temples. Tamiand in Tigamin houses. Tawes and Tamaran hogs. Artromes Akamis green figs. Azamot and azamit and barley meal fried in oil. Tigat heaven. Tigot in the heavens. Then are a Thrara mountain. A Diham and Dawam in a hollow valley. Aiko Tahikaheko coarse garment. Kpara Kabira a head man or a powerful. Ahor and barley meal roasted. Ora a goat. Anor a sheep. Takara a place of justice. Benihor the name of the natives of Palma. Benihor is the tribe of Arabs in Susa between Agadir and Teredant. Chapter Roman 11. General Commerce of Morocco. Annual exports and imports of the port of Mogador. Importance and advantages of a trade with the Empire of Morocco. Cause of its decline. Present state of our relations with the Barbary powers. The city of Morocco, besides its trade with the various districts of the interior, receives the most considerable supplies of European merchandise from the port of Mogador, which is distant from it 4 days' journey caravan travelling. Some of the more valuable articles, however, are transported from Fas to the Morocco market, such as muslins, cambrics, spices, teas, pearls, coral, etc., and the elegant Fas manufactures of silk and gold. There is a considerable market held at Morocco every Thursday, called by the Arabs Souk al-Khumaisd, which all articles of foreign as well as home manufacture are bought and sold, also horses, horned cattle, slaves, etc. Samples of all kinds of merchandise are carried up and down the market and streets of the city by the dellals or itinerant auctioneers, who proclaim the price offered, and when no one offers more, the best bidder is apprised of his purchase, the money is paid and the transaction terminated. The shops of Morocco are filled with merchandise of various kinds, many of which are supplied by the merchants of Mogador, who received in return for European goods the various articles of the produce of Barbary for the European markets. The credit which was given by the principal commercial houses of Mogador to the natives has of late considerably decreased owing to the change of system in the government, for in the reign of the present emperor's father the European merchants were much respected and their books considered as correct, so that a book debt was seldom disputed and every encouragement was given to commerce by that emperor. But merely Solomon's political principles differ so widely from those of his father that the most trifling transaction should now be confirmed by law to enable the European to be on equal terms with the and to entitle him to recover any property or credit given. These measures have thrown various impediments in the way of commerce, insomuch that credit is either almost annihilated or transformed into barter, which has necessarily thrown the trade into fewer hands and consequently curtailed it in a great degree. For the purpose of showing at once the traffic carried on in the port of Mogador, I shall here give an accurate account of its exports and imports during the years 1804, 1805, and the first 6 months of 1806, which are carefully extracted from the Imperial Custom House books. By a careful perusal of the foregoing account of the exports from and imports into the port of Mogador, the commercial reader will be enabled to form an accurate idea of the trade of that place. There are several things exported in such small quantities that they cannot be reckoned as articles of trade, but rather as samples, but being in the custom house books they are given here to make the account complete. They show the produce of the country, and might, if the trade were duly encouraged and protected, form articles of considerable importance in a commercial view, but with consuls who are equally unacquainted with the language of the country and the manners, politics, and complexion of the court, we must not expect that the British merchant will be sufficiently encouraged to make considerable adventures to West Barbary, and hence one reason why the trade has of late years been in a great degree abandoned by us, and has fallen into the hands of a few Jew subjects of the emperor. The French, aware of the importance of a trade which carries off manufactured goods of all kinds and furnishes in return raw materials, were induced to attempt an establishment of considerable capital, but the British cruisers in the Mediterranean, rendering it almost impossible for their ships to sail to or from Marseille, have lately obliged them to relinquish their enterprise for the present, though there can be no doubt that in the event of a permanent peace it will be resumed with additional vigour. The same causes have also compelled the other merchants, natives of countries now under the dominion of France, to remain almost entirely inactive, waiting impatiently for some change that may enable them to resume with some security their commercial negotiations, so that, with the exception of 2 or 3 houses, there is at present no European establishment of any consequence at Mogador. The commerce of Mogador with America during the years 1804 and 1805 was impeded by a dispute between that country and the emperor, which however has been amicably adjusted, and the trade is now resumed. Vessels going from Salem, Boston, and other parts of America with East and West India produced to Mogador received in return the various articles of Barbary produced, and by this means the agents of the American merchants established at Mogador are enabled to undersell us in all East and West India articles. A close connection with the Empire of Morocco is of the greatest importance to Great Britain both in a political and commercial point of view, for besides the various articles of trade already enumerated, it affords ample supplies of provisions, and if a friendly intercourse between the two nations were firmly established, we should never have any difficulty in victualling not only Gibraltar but also all our different fleets which cruise in the Mediterranean and on the northern coast of Africa, a resource which in the present state of things certainly merits the serious attention of this country. The advantages of a trade with this empire must be evident from what has been detailed in the preceding pages, where it will be seen that nearly the whole of the exports to Morocco consists of manufactured goods, and that the returns for these are entirely raw materials, many of which are essentially necessary in our manufactures. That the present trade is so inconsiderable arises entirely from the little encouragement and support it meets with for British subjects, finding they had to depend on their own exertions alone for the protection and safety of the property embarked in this traffic, have for the most part abandoned it, and now it is falling into the hands of subjects of Morocco established in England. This is the more to be regretted as we have it in our power, by proper representations and a judicious negotiation, to supply through this channel a great part of the interior of Africa with our superfluous manufactures, while we might receive in return many very valuable and useful articles, such as oil of olives, hides, skins, almonds, gums, wax, silver, and gold, in addition to which may be mentioned oranges and lemons, of which a greater quantity might be procured from two ports in the empire than is afforded by both Spain and Portugal. The oranges of Tatjun are the finest in the world, and are sold for 8 drachms, or about 3s. per thousand. Those of Morocco, of Teredant, of Fas, of Mequinas, of Rabat, and the adjacent countries are also very good, abundant, and equally cheap. They might be imported from Rabat to England with considerable advantage, but I believe the exportation has lately been prohibited, this fruit being included in the general prohibition to the exportation to Europe of all articles of provision. The season for gathering them for exportation is from November till January. It may perhaps be objected by some who have experienced difficulties in treating with the emperor that he would not probably allow fruit to be exported. To this I answered that it is possible by proper means to obtain almost any favour from a sovereign who is uncontrollable. It is not gold which rules his conduct, though some ingenious persons have imagined that to be the only means of procuring anything from him. Had this been the case, he would not have granted me the privilege of exporting mules to the West Indies at half the duty that another house offered him. In short, nothing is wanting to secure a most extensive and lucrative trade with Morocco, but an established friendship between the two nations, strengthened by a mutual return of good offices and attentions. Indeed, the present emperor, Muley Suleiman, may be said to have made overtures of this nature, but from our impolicy and inattention, added to the ignorance of the proper mode of treating with him, these overtures were neglected. When we recollect, however, that the envoys to Morocco for the last century have been men almost wholly unacquainted with the manners, customs, and religious prejudices of the people, and ignorant of their language, we shall cease to be surprised that our connection with that empire has been so limited and impeded by mutual misunderstanding of each other's sentiments, originating but too often in deficiency and inaccuracy of interpreters. What expectations can be indulged of terminating successfully negotiations with a prince in conversing with whom some ignorant illiterate interpreter, generally a Jew and a devoted subject of the emperor, must be made the confidential servant of the party treating? Besides, every one acquainted with the nature of the government and political principles of the court of Morocco is well aware that, even supposing it possible to procure a Jew capable of interpreting accurately the English into Arabic and vice versa, yet there are many expressions necessary for an envoy to use to the emperor which no Jew in the country would dare to utter in the imperial presence, on pain of losing his head. The general garrulity of these people, moreover, is such that they are perhaps unworthy of being entrusted with any secret wherein the interest of a nation is concerned. Of this the emperor himself is convinced, as was also his father, who frequently during his reign expressed his regret to Mr. A. Leighton that no English consul could be found capable of holding direct intercourse with him. The weakness and instability of our treaties are generally in proportion to the weakness and inaccuracy of the interpreter, their force and meaning being often frittered away by the misplacing of a word through his indecision or fear, and possessing probably but a slight knowledge of the style of writing, he is obliged to have the treaty read by a Moor and explained according to his own manner in the vulgar Arabic or Moorish language, which alone is sufficient without any additional cause to do away the force and intent of any document possessing that energy of expression for which the Arabic language is so remarkable. Suppose we were negotiating a peace with France, what would be the probable result if there were no person attached to our embassy but a French subject who understood the French and English languages sufficiently to convey the aggregate only but not the precise sense of the stipulations? We should certainly have but little expectation of success under such circumstances, and should probably be worse off than if no treaty had been concluded. So easy would it be to give a turn to any clause the force and point of which was not distinctly ascertained. This has been literally our case with Morocco. Treaties have been made without being understood or even translated till many months after the conclusion of them. How then can we expect to acquire influence or consideration at a court where a man who does not speak the Arabic is considered as an illiterate barbarian, indolent, and is treated accordingly? The Emperor has frequently expressed a wish to communicate with our sovereign, but the publicity to which his sentiments must be exposed in the present routine of British diplomacy deters him from it, and restricts or diminishes the intercourse between the two countries. By way of showing the extreme disadvantages under which our negotiations are carried on with the Barbary powers, I will relate a circumstance which happened during the last embassy to Morocco. I do not mean to say anything prejudicial to Mr. Matrat, who conducted that embassy. He was a man of capacity, and understood the nature of the court as well as a long residence in the country without a knowledge of the language could enable him. He was attended by a Jewish interpreter, subject of Morocco, who was required by the Emperor to wear the dress of his tribe, but being in the suite of the ambassador and his interpreter, Mr. Matra repeated his injunction to the Emperor, alleging that as he was in his immediate service he was and ought to be considered as the British subject, and therefore entitled to wear the dress which the Jews of Great Britain wore. This argument was admitted by the Emperor, and the Jew was accordingly permitted to appear before him in the English dress. This was certainly a point gained by the ambassador, and might have been the prelude to more considerable concessions had it been judiciously followed up. Indeed, the Emperor was desirous to temporize with the English, and treated the ambassador and his suite in a better style than he had done any former one, and this I was credibly informed, even permitted Mr. Matra to sit down by him than honor never before conferred on any but a prince. Much affability and politeness of this kind was terminated by a long treaty of peace and amity written in Arabic, but which unluckily nobody in the ambassador's suite could properly understand except by circuitous and inaccurate explanation by a more to the Jew interpreter, and then from him to the consul. The latter, however, being dissatisfied with it, was persuaded to entrust it to a Spanish student, who, instead of giving an accurate translation to the ambassador, sent one as it was reported to Madrid, kept the paper a month, and then returned it to Mr. Matra, so that the whole treaty was known at Madrid before it was known at London, or even by the ambassador himself at Tangier. And in this manner, I am sorry to say, are our affairs conducted at Morocco. In short, I am well persuaded that so long as gentlemen are sent to the Barbary powers as ambassadors or consuls, and remain there 4 or 5 years before they can make themselves sufficiently acquainted with the complexion of the Mohammedan courts and intrigues, not to say the language, which but very few are at all likely ever to acquire sufficiently to hold colloquial intercourse at court, we must not expect to gain any considerable commercial or political advantages with these countries. It may also be necessary here to observe that there are various expressions not considered indelicate among Europeans, which ought not to be used before the Cid or Emperor by any one who is desirous to negotiate advantageously. I have known a negotiation totally frustrated by one trifling or incautious expression. Accuracy of pronunciation and refinement of expression, added to easy and affable manners and a good person, would be attended with incalculable advantages in negotiations at this court. The language, as well as the manners and customs of which, although fixed and regulated by invariable rules, are unknown and unattended to by the nations of Europe, at least by those of the north, and this I conceive to be one of the reasons why a negotiation with the court of Morocco seldom or ever terminates advantageously to the European negotiator. In treaties of peace between any European power and the Sultan of Morocco, one of the clauses always affects to protect the subject. So in the English treaties, if an Englishman residing in the empire commit any misdemeanor, he is not to be judged by the Mohammedan law, but by that of his own country, and is to be delivered up to the consul until satisfaction be given from the supineness of consuls. However, this clause, as well as many others, has been often disregarded, and the wording altogether misunderstood or misconstrued. As various reports have gone abroad relative to the affair of Mr. A. Leighton, a British merchant at Moguda, having had his teeth pulled out by order of the Emperor, it may be interesting to set that transaction in its true light. Mr. A. Leighton was the chief partner in a house of considerable capital and respectability. The other partners were Frenchmen who, having had official notice given them that as the King of France had broken off all connection with Morocco, the French merchants should quit the country to seek some other protection. Accordingly, the affairs of this house being extended in the country, various impediments rose against their quitting their establishment suddenly. They proposed therefore to take Mr. A. Leighton as a partner under the firm of a Leighton & Co., making it by this stratagem an English house. One afternoon the three partners A. Leighton, Secard and Barr, together with the clerk, went out on horseback with some greyhounds belonging to the former, and in returning towards Moguda one of the dogs attacked a calf belonging to a neighbouring village. The Shard, who was the owner of the calf, shot the dog. On this a fray ensued, and the village was soon in an uproar. In the scuffle some shell women were seen to throw stones, and Mr. Barr was considerably bruised. Leighton also received and gave several blows. The party returned to Moguda, when Leighton immediately made a complaint to the governor, who promised him justice should be done, and accordingly sent for the parties, who on their part insisted on justice being done to them, alleging that a woman had had 2 of her teeth knocked out by Leighton, and called out in the name of God and the Prophet for justice from the Emperor himself. This appeal obliged the governor to write to the Emperor, and the parties were ordered up to Morocco, witnesses having been brought against Leighton, who declared that he had knocked the woman's teeth out with the thick end of his whip. The Emperor was compelled to order 2 of his teeth to be pulled out as a satisfaction to the lady for the loss of hers. His Majesty, however, did not appear disposed to put the sentence into execution, but the people, who had assembled in immense numbers on this extraordinary occasion, exclaimed loudly for retaliation. When the tooth drawer approached Leighton, requested that he might have 2 of his back teeth taken out in lieu of 2 of his front teeth, which request the Emperor granted. His Majesty was pleased with the courage with which Leighton suffered the operation, and apologized to him the next day, and it was intimated that he would not have allowed the sentence of the law to have been executed had it not been necessary to allay the fury of the people. He then desired him to ask any favour, and he would grant it. Leighton accordingly requested permission to load a cargo of wheat, which was granted, and I believe free of duty. He afterwards conferred on him similar favours, and wished so much to have him appointed British consul that he offered to request His Majesty to appoint him, but this Leighton declined. The Emperor, however, often repeated to him this wish, alleging the advantages of negotiating with a person who could converse with him in his own language, and promising, in case of his accepting the appointment, to grant every favour that England should ask of him. Whether Leighton felt himself not sufficiently supported by his country after this personal outrage, or what other reason he had to refuse the repeated overtures of Sidi Mohammed, is not for me here to declare. Some general remonstrance was made by all the European consuls collectively respecting this affair, and the Emperor, it appeared, would have made proper apology to the British consul had it been demanded with energy and resolution. The influence of Great Britain suffered by not supporting her subjects, and ever since this transaction encroachments have been making on the privileges of Europeans, insomuch that it is now a remark at the court of Morocco that
if the European nations will not protect their own subjects, how can they expect that we should protect them? The consuls at Tangier are of no use but to determine disputes of captures amongst the belligerent powers of Europe, which we do not understand, nor wish to interfere in, and if they refuse to adjust these matters, they may all leave the country. They are of no further service to us.
Chapter Roman 12. Shipwrecks on the western coast of Africa about Wedinoon and Sahara state of the British and other captives whilst in possession of the Sahrawans or roving Arabs of the desert, suggestion of the author for the alleviation of their sufferings, mode of their redemption. That part of the western coast of Africa which lies between the latitudes of 20 and 32 degrees north has been differently laid down in various charts, but perhaps never yet accurately. The Spaniards who fish on this coast eastward of the Canary Islands assure us that soundings are to be found quite across to the continent, and there is a tradition among the Arabs that in very remote ages those islands formed part of the African continent. In support of this tradition, it may be observed that the aborigines of Lanzarote, one of the Canary Islands situated about 35 leagues from this coast, resemble in manners, in physiognomy, in person, and in language the Shells inhabitants of South Atlas, and retain many of their customs. That part of the coast which lies between the above-mentioned latitudes is a desert country interspersed with immense hills of loose and movable sand which are from time to time driven by the wind into various forms and so impregnate the air with particles of sand for many miles out at sea as to give to the atmosphere an appearance of hazy weather. Navigators not aware of this circumstance never suspect during such appearances that they are near land until they discover the breakers on the coast, which is so extremely flat that one may walk a mile into the sea without being over the knees, so that ships strike when at a very considerable distance from the low water mark. Added to this, there is a current which sets in from the west toward Africa with inconceivable force and rapidity, with which the navigator being too often unacquainted, he loses his reckoning, and in the course of a night, perhaps when he expects to clear the African coast in his passage southward, he is alarmed with the appearance of shoal water, and before he has time to recover himself, finds his ship aground on a desert shore where neither habitation nor human being is to be seen. In this state his fears are soon increased by a persuasion that he must either perish in fighting a horde of wild Arabs or submit to become their captive, for soon after a ship strikes some wandering Arabs strolling from their respective duos in the desert, perceive the masts from the sand hills, and without coming to the shore repair to their hordes perhaps 30 or 40 miles off to apprise them of the wreck, when they immediately assemble, arming themselves with daggers, guns, and cudgels. Sometimes 2 or 3 days or more elapse before they make their appearance on the coast, where they await the usual alternative of the crew either delivering themselves up to them rather than perish with hunger, or throwing themselves into the sea. When the former takes place, quarrels frequently ensue among the Arabs about the possession of the sailors, disputing for the captain or mate because he is better dressed or discovers himself to them in some other way, and because they expect a larger ransom for him. They afterwards go in boats and take everything portable from the vessel, and then, if the sea do not dash it to pieces, set fire to it in order that it may not serve as a warning to the crews of other ships, and thereby save them from a similar misfortune. Sometimes in these wrecks the poor seamen, perceiving what savages they have to contend with, though they are far from being so savage and inhospitable as their appearance indicates, determine on making resistance, and by means of cannon, small arms, etc., maintain a temporary defence, until a few falling from the superiority of numbers, they at length yield and deliver themselves up. Vessels bound to Senegal, the coast of Guinea, Sierra Leone, the Cape de Verde Islands, should vigilantly watch the currents that invariably set in from the west towards this deceitful coast, which has in times past and now continues to inveigle ships to destruction. A flat, hazy coast, difficult to be perceived at a distance, is the bane of navigators, who too often terminate their hard fate on this coast. It is impossible sufficiently to impress on the minds of our valuable mariners the dangers of this coast and their subsequent sufferings which no tongue can utter, no pen can accurately describe. About 3 leagues from this flat shore off Wedinund, or the river, a casset bank of sand near the level of the water extends southward towards Cape Bojador, extremely dangerous to approach. Moreover, I have reason to believe that this coast is laid down too far to the eastward in all our maps. The Arabs, going nearly in a state of nature, wearing nothing but a cloth or rag to cover their nakedness, immediately strip their unhappy victims and march them up the country barefooted like themselves. The feet of Europeans, from their not being accustomed like the Arabs to this mode of travelling, soon begin to swell with the heat of the burning sand over which they pass. The Arab, considering only his booty, does not give himself the trouble to inquire into the cause of this, but abstemious and unexhausted in self, he conceives his unfortunate captive will, by dint of fatigue and travelling, become so too. In these marches the Europeans suffer the pains of fatigue and hunger in a most dreadful degree, for the Arab will go 50 miles a day without tasting food, and at night will content himself with a little barley meal mixed with cold water. Miserable fare for an English seaman, who, to use the term that is applied to the richest men among the Arabs, eats meat every day. They carry the Christian captives about the desert to the different markets to sell them, for they very soon discover that their habits of life render them altogether unserviceable or very inferior to the black slaves which they procure from Timbuktu. After travelling 3 days to one market, 5 to another, nay sometimes 14, they at length become objects of commercial speculation, and the itinerant Jew traders who wander about from Wedinund to sell their wares find means to barter for them tobacco, salt, cloth, garment, or any other thing, just as a combination of circumstances may offer, and then return to Wedinund with the purchase. If the Jew have a correspondent at Mogoda, he writes to him that a ship had been wrecked, mentioning the flag or nation she belonged to, then requests him to inform the agent or consul of the nation of which the captain is a subject, in the meantime flattering the poor men that they will shortly be liberated and sent to Mogoda, where they will meet their countrymen. A long and tedious servitude, however, generally follows for want of a regular fund at Mogoda for the redemption of these people. The agent can do nothing but write to the consul general at Tanga. This takes up nearly a month before an answer is received, and the merchants at Mogoda, being so little protected by their respective governments and having various immediate uses for their money, are very unwilling to advance it for the European interest of 5%, so that the time lost in writing to the government of the country to whom the unfortunate captives belonged, the necessity of procuring the money for their purchase previous to their emancipation, and various other circumstances form impediments to their liberation. Sometimes, after being exchanged several times from one owner to another, they find themselves in the inmost recesses of the desert. Their patience is exhausted, the tardiness and supineness of diplomacy effaces all hope, and after producing despondency, they are at length, under promises of good treatment, induced to abjure Christianity, and accordingly become Mussulman, after which their fate is sealed, and they terminate their miserable existence, rendered insupportable by a chain of calamities in the desert, to the disgrace of Christendom and the nation under whose colours they navigated. If the interest of the munificent bequest of Mr. Thomas Benton, who himself experienced during his life the calamity of bondage in Barbary, which now amounts at simple interest to 55,900 L, had been appropriated agreeably to the spirit of his will, to the alleviation of the dreadful sufferings, to shortening the duration of captivity, to establishing with the Emperor of Morocco's consent a respectable resident agent, who, to a knowledge of the country, peoples, and language, added such a philanthropic disposition as would induce him to exert his utmost energies towards the emancipation of these poor unfortunate men, and direct his time and attention exclusively to this charitable and laudable object. How many an unfortunate Englishman would have been delivered from bondage! How many of our valuable countrymen would have returned to their families and connections! How many valuable sailors would be navigating on the ocean, who, dreadful to relate, are now bereft of all hope of ever again seeing their native land, and are dragging out a miserable existence in the interior of the wild and uncouth African desert! It is true that a competent agent would, with difficulty, be found. The inducements of African commerce have not led many of our countrymen to exile themselves from civilized society to pass their days in regions like these, but where remuneration is offered adequate to the sacrifice, an efficient agent might probably be procured, whose philanthropic soul, glowing with the anticipation of relieving so many useful members of society, of being instrumental in alleviating the hard sufferings of so many fellow creatures, would exult in self-satisfaction, and would experience in the accomplishment of this great and national object pleasures,
compared with which the laurels that the seesaw reaps are weeds.
Kappa. I knew an instance where a merchant of Mogoda, Mr. James Renshaw, had advanced the money for one of these captives who, had his ransom not been paid by him to the Arab, would have been obliged to return to the south, where he would have been sold or compelled to embrace the Mohammedan religion, for the British vice-consul had not the purchase money nor any orders to redeem him, having previously sent to the consul general an account of the purchase of the rest of the crew. This man was delivered up by the merchant who had redeemed him to the British vice-consul, to whom he looked for payment. Various applications were made to the consul general, but the money was not paid. 2 years afterwards, all applications to government having failed, the representation of the case was next made to the Ironmongers' Company in London, which agreed to pay the merchant the money he had advanced. The purchase money in this case was paid to me as agent for Mr. Renshaw, and including the cost of clothes for the man was naked when purchased, did not amount altogether to £40. There was, however, so much trouble attending the accomplishment of the business that no individual merchant has since ventured to make an advance on a similar security, for not to mention the difficulty of recovering the principal at the expiration of a long period. The value of money is such at Mogoda that merchants are unwilling to advance it at a low interest, 6% per month being often paid for it. It is in this manner that the subjects of a great maritime power have been neglected in a country where, by adopting some judicious regulations, all the hardships of bondage and the privations which necessarily follow in a barren country might be prevented. The coast of Noon or Wedinoon extends to the southward nearly as far as Cape Bojador. The Wed Akasad or River Akasad, which is erroneously called in the maps the River Nund and in some Daradist, is a large stream from the sea to the town of Noon, which is about 50 miles inland and about 2 miles in circumference. From hence the river becomes shallow and narrowed. It is to the southward of this river that the ships are generally wrecked. Between the river Akasa and the province of Eight Bamaran in Suse is a peninsula extending into the ocean resembling that on which Mogoda is built, where are the remains of a fort built formerly by the Portuguese but evacuated by them at the time they discovered America. They afterwards endeavoured to obtain possession of it for the purpose of establishing a commercial factory, but the natives objected to the proposal. The French have been endeavouring to establish a settlement here at the nearest point of coast to Timbuktu, with which emporium they are anxious to become better acquainted. The district of Wedinoun is nominally in the Emperor of Morocco's dominions, but lately no army having been sent farther south than Teredant, the Bashar al-Qaid Mohammed Ben Delemi being deceased, this district has suffered neglect, and I apprehend the people pay no taxes or tents. The Emperor has even lately ordered his Bashar of Haha to purchase the British slaves that had been wrecked there. This place being thus only nominally in his dominions is another impediment to the redemption of the mariners who happened to be shipwrecked about Wedinoun, for if the Emperor had the same authority over this district that he has over the provinces north of the river Suse, measures might be adopted by the consort acting under his orders for their delivery without pecuniary disbursement. Whilst the Europeans remain in the hands of the Arabs and Jews, they are employed in various domestic services such as bringing water possibly the distance of 9 or 10 miles to the habitation and in collecting firewood. In performing these offices, their feet being bared and treading on the heated sand become blistered and inflamed. The sandy particles penetrate into these blisters when broken and irritate in such a manner as sometimes to cause mortification and death. The young lads, of which there are generally 2 or 3 in every ship's crew, are generally seduced by the Arabs to become Mohammedans. In this case, the sheikh or chief of the Jiyar adopts him and initiates him in the Quran by sending him to the Embursa seminary, where he learns to read the sacred volumes and is instructed in the pronunciation of the Arabic language. He is named after the sheikh who adopts him, after which an Arabian woman is offered to him as a wife. He marries to her family and becomes one of the clan, thus abandoning forever the religion of his father, his native country, and his connections. The state of domestic comfort enjoyed by Christians established in West Barbary or Morocco is far from being impeded by those degrading distinctions practiced in Egypt and other Mohammedan countries, where they are not allowed to ride on horses, the Prophet's beast, to wear green, the Prophet's colour, etc., etc. Here they may do either. They may even enter towns on horseback, a privilege, however, which was not granted till of late years. Mons. Chenier, the French consul, first broke through this degrading custom, for being opposed by the gatekeepers at Safi. He drew his sword and forced his entrance, adding that no one should stop the representative of the King of France. And when I went to Agadir by order of the Sultan Mu'ayyid to establish a commercial intercourse with Holland, on my arrival at the gate the Bashar's son objected to my entering on horseback, alleging that it was near a sanctuary and that Christians had never been allowed to enter the gate on horseback. I immediately turned my horse, ordered the baggage to be put on board the ship from which I had just landed, and declared that I would not reside in any town where I was not on an equal footing with the Mussulman. But the old Bashar al-Hayyanid, a man of 90 years of age, sent 2 of his sons to request me to return.
Old customs,
said he when I afterwards met him at the gate,
are abolished. We wish to see this place flourish with commerce, as in its former establishment. Enter and go out on horseback whenever you please.
Accordingly, ever since this circumstance, Christians have been allowed to enter the town on horseback. They may ride about the country in safety and amuse themselves in the sports of the field. They are not obliged to stop at the approach of a Bashar or his family, or to alight till the great man has passed. It is expected that he salute him in his own country fashion by taking off his hat, which, however, is considered by Muslims unaccustomed to Christians much in the same light that we should a man taking off his wig, for they go uncovered in presence of the Emperor, or wear a red cap, which is a substitute for a wig, their heads being shaved. The vessels wrecked from time to time on the coast of the desert or Sahara, many are probably never heard of, but if any of the crew survive their hardships, they are induced, seeing no prospect of emancipation, to become Mohammedans, and nothing is afterwards known or heard of them. The vessel is supposed by its owners to have foundered at sea, and all passes into oblivion. of vessels whose loss has been learnt by any chance, such as that of the sailors falling into the hands of Wedinoon Jews or Moors, there may have been from the year 1790 to the year 1806 30 of different nations, part of whose crews have afterwards found their way to Morocco, and given some account of their catastrophe. These may be thus divided: English 17, French 5, American 5, Dutch, Danish, Swedish, etc. 3. The English vessels, the crews probably amounted to 200 men and boys, who may be thus accounted for. Young men and boys either drowned, killed, or induced to embrace the Mohammedan religion. 40. Old men and others killed by the Arabs in the first scuffle when making opposition or defending themselves. Also drowned in getting ashore. 40. Dispersed in various parts of the desert after a lapse of time in consequence of the consul making no offers sufficiently advantageous to induce the Arabs to bring them to Morocco, which should always be done as soon as possible after the wreck, and a price given superior to that of a native slave. 120. Redeemed after a tedious existence among the Arabs of from 1 to 5 years or more, originating from various causes, such as a want of application being made through the proper channel, want of remitting money for their purchase, or want of a competent agent settled on the coast. 80. If any nation of Europe ought to inquire into the mode of remedying this evil, it is certainly Great Britain, whose influence at the court of Morocco by adopting a judicious system might be made very considerable and advantageous to the country. A small sum would be sufficient at Morocco if the expense of an express agent for this particular purpose were disproved, if deposited in the hands of the vice-consul or any merchant of respectability, where it might remain ready to be employed in the purchase of these unfortunate people, and by allowing the sum rather above the price of a black slave, the Arabs would immediately bring them to Morocco, knowing they could depend on an adequate price. By this means they might be procured for half what they now cost, and it would be an infinitely better plan than that of soliciting the emperor to procure them through the Bashaw of Suse. For besides the delayed and consequent protracted sufferings of the captives, the favour is undoubtedly considered by the emperor as incalculably more than the cost and charges of their purchase. It is generally a month or two before the news of a shipwreck reaches Morocco, at which time, if a fund were there deposited in the hands of a competent agent, $150 would be sufficient to purchase each man. Yet often, from the scarcity of specie or the various commercial demands which the merchants have for their money, they have it not in their power, however philanthropically disposed, to redeem these poor men, and if they do, it is at their own risk, and they must necessarily wait to know if the government chooses to reimburse their expenses. Chapter Roman 13. Commercial relations of the Empire of Morocco with Timbuktu and other districts of southern route of the caravans to and from southern of the city of Timbuktu, the productive gold mines in its vicinage, of the navigable intercourse between Guinea and Timbuktu, and from the latter to Cairo in Egypt, the whole being collected from the most authentic and corroborating testimonies of the guides of the caravans, itinerant merchants of southern and other creditable sources of intelligence. Timbuktu, the great emporium of Central Africa, has from time immemorial carried on a very extensive and lucrative trade with the various maritime states of North Africa, viz. Morocco, Tunis, Algiers, Tripoli, Egypt, etc., by means of Aqabas, accumulated caravans which cross the great desert of Sahara generally between the months of September and April inclusive. These Aqabas consist of several hundred loaded camels, accompanied by the Arabs, who let them to the merchants for the transport of their merchandise to Fas, Morocco, etc., at a very low rate. During their route they are often exposed to the attacks of the roving Arabs of Sahara, who generally commit their depredations as they approach the confines of the desert. In this fatiguing journey the Aqabas do not proceed in a direct line across the trackless desert to the place of their destination, but turn occasionally eastward or westward according to the situation of certain fertile, inhabited and cultivated spots interspersed in various parts of Sahara, like islands in the ocean called oas or oases. These serve as watering places to the men, as well as to feed refreshed and replenish the hardy and patient camels. At each of these oases the Aqabas sojourns about 7 days, and then proceeds on its journey until it reaches another spot of the same description. In the intermediate journeys the hot and impetuous winds denominated Shum convert the desert into a movable sea, aptly denominated by the Arabs El Bahabil Ahmad, as sea without water, more dangerous than the perfidious waves of the ocean. In the midst of the latter the pilot always entertains some hopes, but in these parching deserts the traveller never expects safety but from the cessation of the wind. If it continues, the most numerous caravans are often buried under mountains of sand, which, like the tempestuous billows in a storm, advance in an undulating manner, stopping and accumulating wherever they find the smallest substance to impede their progress, insomuch that in a few hours a mountain of sand is thus accumulated where it was before an uninterrupted plain. Then the wind shifting scatters in the air these newly constructed mountains, forming amidst this chaos dreadful gulfs and yawning abysses. The traveller, continually deceived by the aspect of the place, can discover his situation only by the position of the stars. Moreover, the desiccating nature of these winds is such that they exhale the water carried in skins by the camels for the use of the passengers and drivers. On these occasions, the Arabs and people of Soudan affirmed that $500 have been given for a draught of water, and that 10 or 20 are commonly given when a partial exhalation has occurred. In 1805, the caravan proceeding from Timbuktu to Tafilelt was disappointed in not finding water at one of the usual watering places, when, horrible to relate, the whole of the persons belonging to it, 2,000 in number, besides 1,800 camels, perished of thirst. Accidents of this sort account for the vast quantities of human and of the bones which are found mingled together in various parts of the desert. It is generally affirmed that the guides to whom the charge of conducting these numerous and accumulated caravans is committed in their routes to and from Morocco direct their course by the scent of the sandy earth, but I could never discover any reasonable foundation for such an opinion, and apprehend it to be an artful invention of their own to impose on the credulity of this superstitious and ignorant people, and thus to enhance the value of their knowledge. These guides possess some idea of astrology and the situation of certain stars, and being enabled by the 2 pointers to ascertain the polar star, they can by that unvarying guide steer their course with considerable precision, preferring often travelling in the night rather than under the suffocating heat of the effulgent meridian sun. When the Aqaba reaches Aqab, the first station on this side of the desert and situated on the confines thereof in Lower Suse, which is a part of Bled el Jared, the camels and guides are discharged, and others there hired to proceed fast Morocco Terrant to Tafilelt and other places. The Aqabas performed the traverse of the desert, including their sojournments at El Wahat or Oasis, in about 130 days. Proceeding from the city of Fas, they go at the rate of 312 miles an hour and travel 7 hours a day. They reach Wedinoun Tatat or Akka in 18 days, where they remain a month, as the grand accumulated Aqaba proceeds from the latter place. In going from Akka to Takasa, they employ 16 days here, sojourning 15 days more to replenish their camels. They then proceed to the oasis and well of Tordnai, which they reach in 7 days. Here again they remain 15 days. Their next route is to Arwan, another watering place, which they reach in 7 days. Here they sojourn 15 days and then proceed and reach Timbuktu the 6th day, making a journey of 54 days actual travelling, and of 75 days repose, being altogether from Fas to Timbuktu 129 days, or 4 lunar months and 9 days. There is another Aqaba which sets out from Wedinoun and Sok Asad, and traversing the desert between the black mountains of Cape Bojador and Gwalata, touches at Takasa El Garbi, both G's guttural, being the Letat or West Takasat, and staying there to collect salt, proceeds to Timbuktu. The time occupied by this Aqaba is 5 or 6 months, as it goes as far as Jibal el Baid or the White Mountains near Cape Blanco, through the desert of Mografra and Wald Abi Seba to a place called Agadir, where it sojourns 20 days. The Aqabas which cross the desert may be compared to our fleets of merchant vessels and a convoy, the starter convoy of the desert being 2 or more Arabs belonging to the tribe through whose territory the caravan passes. Thus, in passing the territory of Wald Abi Seba, they are accompanied by 2 Sebehis or people of that country, who on reaching the confines of the territory of Waldalim receive a remuneration and return, delivering them to the protection of 2 chiefs of Waldalim, these again conducting them to the confines of the territory of the Mografra Arabs, to whose care they deliver them, and so until they reach Timbuktu. Any assault made against the Aqaba during this journey is considered as an insult to the whole clan to which the starter convoy belongs, and for which they never fail to seek ample revenge. Besides these grand accumulated caravans, there are others which cross the desert on any emergency without a starter or guard of soldiers, but this is a perilous expedition, and they are too often plundered near the northern confines of the desert by 2 notorious tribes called Dikna and Imjot. These ferocious hordes are most cruel and sanguinary, poor and miserable, ignorant of their situation, but unsubdued and freed. When they attack the Aqabas they generally succeed. Sometimes they put all the persons to death except those whom they cannot pursue. In the year 1798, an akaba consisting of 2,000 camels loaded with Saldanic produce together with 700 slaves was plundered and dispersed, and many were killed. These desperate attacks are conducted in the following manner. The whole clan picket their horses at the entrance of their tents and send out scouts to give notice when an akaba is likely to pass. These, being mounted on the arid or shrubbery, quickly communicate their intelligence, and the whole clan mount their horses, taking with them a sufficient number of naive female camels to supply them with food. They, living altogether on the milk of that animal, they place themselves somewhere in ambush near an oasis or watering place, from whence they issue on the arrival of the akaba, which they plunder of everything, leaving the unfortunate merchants, if they spare their lives, entirely destitute. Those who have philosophy enough to confine their wants solely to what nature requires would view the individual happiness of the people who compose the caravans with approbation. Their food, dress, and accommodation, the simple and natural, prescribed from the use of wine and intoxicating liquors by their religion, and exhorted by its principles to temperance, they are commonly satisfied with a few nourishing dates and a draught of water, and they will travel for weeks successively without any other food. At other times a little barley meal and cold water is the extent of their provision. When they undertake a journey of a few weeks across the desert, living in this abstemious manner, they never complain, but solace themselves with the hope of reaching their native country, singing occasionally during the journey whenever they approach any habitation, or whenever the camels appear fatigued. These songs are usually sung in trio, and in the chorus all the camel drivers who have a musical voice joined. It is worthy observation how much these songs renovate the camels, and the symphony and time they keep surpasses what any one would imagine who had not heard them. In traversing the desert, they generally contrive to terminate the day's journey at El Aswad, a term which they appropriate to our 4 o'clock p.m., so that between that period and the setting sun the tents are pitched, prayers said, and the lash or supper got ready, after which they sit round in a circle and talk till sleep overcomes them, and next morning at break of day they proceed again on their journey. The Arabic language as spoken by the camel drivers is peculiarly sweet and soft. The guttural and harsh letters are softened, and with all its energy and perspicuity when pronounced by them, it is soft and more sonorous than the Italian. It approaches the ancient Koranic language, and has suffered but little alteration these 1200 years. The Arabs of Morafert and those of Wold Abu Sabat frequently hold an extemporal conversation in poetry, at which the women are adepts, and never fail to show attention to those young Arabs who excel in this intellectual and refined amusement. The articles transported by the company of merchants trading from Fas to Timbuktu are principally as follows: various kinds of German linens, viz. Platiliers, ones, Britannias, muslins of different qualities, particularly moles, Irish linens, cambrics, fine cloths of particular colours, coral beads, amber beads, pearls, Bengal, raw silk, brass nails, coffee, fine hyson teas, refined sugar, and various manufactures of Suse and Tafilelt, viz. Shawls and sashes of silk and gold, hakes of silks of cotton and silk mixed of cotton and of wool, also an immense quantity of hake. Finally, Tafilelt hakes, the particularly light and fine manufacture of that place, and admirably adapted to the climate of Soudan. To these may be added red woolen caps, the general covering of the head, turbans, Italian silks, nutmegs, cloves, ginger and pepper, Venetian beads, cowries, and a considerable quantity of tobacco and salt, the produce of Barbary and Bled el Jared. The produce of Soudan returned by the akabas for these above articles consists principally in gold dust, twisted gold rings of Wangai, gold rings made at Jinni, bars of gold, elephant's teeth, gum of Soudan, cues of Sahrawi, grains of Sahara, called by Europeans grains of paradise, odoriferous gums called el because Soudan, much esteemed by the Arabs for fumigating, to which they ascribe many virtues. The great number of slaves purchased at Timbuktu from the Wangareen Palsonin, and of the Slatis who bring them from those regions which border on the Jebel Qamar or mountains of the moon, to chain which with little or no intermission runs through the continent of Africa from west to east, viz. from Asenti in the west to Abyssinia in the east. Ostrich feathers and ambergris are collected on the confines of the desert and are added to the merchandise before mentioned. The gold jewels of Jinni are denominated by the Arabs El Haris from the supposed charm they contain. They are invariably of pure gold, and some of them of exquisite workmanship and of various forms, but hollow in the middle for the purpose of containing the haris or amulet, which consists of passages from the Quran arranged in some geometrical figure on paper, which being enclosed in the gold jewel is suspended from the neck or tied round the arms, legs, or elsewhere. These charms have various and particular powers attributed to them, some ensuring the wearer against the effects of an evil eye, others from an evil mind. Some are intended to secure a continuation of prosperity and happiness or to avert misfortune, whilst others secure to the wearer health and strength. This superstition and predilection for charms pervades the greater part of Africa. Thus, in the northern maritime states, in Suse and other parts of Bled el-Jared, the fakirs or saints detach 100 hairs without, however, the gold covering, for which they substitute a leathern one to different parts of their body, and even to the horses. At Morocco I have seen 11 round one horse's neck. The inhabitants of these countries imagine no disorder incident to mankind can attack either man or beast without the aid of some jinn spirit or departed soul or drubber delain an evil eye. The slaves brought by the Akabas are more or less valuable in Barbary according to their beauty and symmetry of person, and also according to their age and the country from whence they are procured. Thus a Wangareen slave is not worth so much as one from Hausa, the former being a gross stupid people, little superior in understanding to the brute creation, whilst those of Hausa are intelligent, industrious, acute, and possess a peculiarly open and noble countenance, having prominent noses and expressive black eyes. Those of Wangarth, on the contrary, have large mouths, thick lips, broad flat noses, and heavy eyes. A young girl of Hausa of exquisite beauty was once sold at Marocco, whilst I was there, for 400 ducats, whilst the average price of slaves is about 100. So much depends on the fancies or the imagination of the purchaser. These slaves are treated very differently from the unhappy victims who used to be transported from the coast of Guinea and our settlements on the Gambia to the West India Islands. After suffering those privations which all who traverse the African desert must necessarily and equally submit to, masters as well as servants and slaves, they are conveyed to Fas and Morocco, and after being exhibited in the souk or public marketplace, they are sold to the highest bidder, who carries them to his home, where, if found faithful, they are considered as members of the family and allowed an intercourse with the Horat free-born women of the household. Being in the daily habit of hearing the Arabic language spoken, they soon acquire a partial knowledge of it, and the Mohammedan religion teaching the unity of God, they readily reject paganism and embrace Mohammedanism. Their Mussulman masters then instill into their vacant minds, ready to receive the first impression, the fundamental principles of the Mussulman doctrine. The more intelligent learn to read and write, and afterwards acquire a partial knowledge of the Quran, and such as can read and understand one chapter from that time procured their emancipation from slavery, and the master exults in having converted an infidel, and in full faith expects favour from heaven for their action and for having liberated a slave. When these people do not turn their minds to reading and learning the principles of Mohammedanism, they generally obtain their freedom after 8 or 10 years' servitude. For the more conscientious Mussulman consider them as servants and purchase them for about the same sum that they would pay in wages to a servant during the above period, at the expiration of which term, by giving them their liberty, they, according to their religious opinions, acquire a blessing from God for having done an act which a Mussulman considers more meritorious in the sight of heaven than the sacrifice of a goat or even of a camel. This liberation is entirely voluntary on the part of the owner, and I have known some slaves so attached to their masters from good treatment that when they have been offered their liberty they have actually refused it, preferring to continue in servitude. It should not, however, be supposed that the Arabs and Moors are always inclined thus to liberate these degraded people. On the contrary, some of them, particularly the latter, are obdurate and make an infamous traffic of them by purchasing and afterwards intermarrying them for the purposes of propagation and of sale. When they are placed in the public marketplace and they're turned about and examined in order to ascertain their value, the eunuchs which the emperor and princes keep to superintend their respective harems are for the most part procured from the vicinage of Sennaar in Soudan. These creatures have shrill effeminate voices, they are emasculated in a peculiar manner, and sometimes in such a way as not to be incapacitated from cohabiting with women. They are in general very fat and gross, and from the nature of the charge committed to them to become very confidential servants. Indeed, their fidelity is passed only by their unbounded insolence. I knew one of these creatures who was chief of the eunuchs superintending the harem of Mullah Absalam at Agadir, who was 110 years old. He was then upright and walked about without a stick. Persons unaccustomed to or unacquainted with the mode of living in Africa may imagine the expense and trouble of conveying the slaves across the desert would be more than the advantage derivable from their sale. but it must be recollected that these people are very abstemious, particularly whilst travelling. $10 expended in rice in Wangara is sufficient for a year's consumption for one person. The wearing apparel is alike economical to a pair of drawers and sometimes a vest, forming all the clothing necessary in traversing the desert. It is not ascertained when the communication between Barbary and Soudan was first opened, yet it is certain that the enterprising expedition of Muley Rashid to the latter country tended considerably to increase and encourage the exchange of commodities, and caused the establishment of the Company of Fas merchants at Fas, as well as that of their factory at Timbuktu, which has continued to increase and flourish ever since. The circulating medium at Timbuktu is Tiber gold dust, which is exchanged for merchandise. Thus a partillier is worth 20 mizens of gold, a piece of Irish linen of 25 yards is worth 30 mizens, and loaf sugar is worth 40 mizens of gold per quintal. Having in some measure explained the nature of the trade with Timbuktu, we may now proceed to discuss the extent of its territory, and although this does not appear to have been ascertained yet, it may be said to extend northward to the confines of Sahara or the desert. The tract of country, about 90 miles in breadth, the western boundary is 130 miles west of the city, and the eastern extends to the Bahar Soudan or the Sea of Soudan, which is a lake formed by the Nile El Abid, whose opposite shore is not discernible. This is the description given of it by the Soudanese who have visited it. On its opposite or eastern shore begins the territory of white people, hereafter mentioned, denominated by the Arabs and Saraf Christians or followers of Jesus of Nazareth. South of the river is another territory of immense extent, the boundary of which extends to Lamland or Meli, which latter is reported to be inhabited by one of the lost or missing tribes of Israel. The city of Timbuktu is situated on a plain surrounded by sandy eminences about 12 miles north of the Nile El Abid or Nile of the Blacks, and 3 Hilat days' journey from the confines of Sahara. The city is about 12 miles in circumference but without walls. A ditch or excavation about 4 cubits in depth and the same in breadth but without water circumscribes the city. The town of Cabra, situated on the banks of the river, is its commercial depot or port. By means of water carriage east and west of Cabra, great facility is given to the trade of Timbuktu, from whence the various articles of European as well as Barbary manufactures brought by the Akabars from the north of Africa are distributed to the different empires and states of Soudan and the south. This great mart is resorted to by all nations, whither they bring the various products of their respective countries to barter for the European and Barbary manufactures. The houses of Timbuktu have for the most part no upper apartments. They are spacious and of a square form, with an opening in the centre surrounded by a gallery similar to the houses at Fas and Morocco. They have no windows, as the doors, which are lofty and wide opening in the gallery before mentioned, admit sufficient light to the rooms when thrown open. The walls of the houses are erected thus: they put boards on each side of the walls, supported by stakes driven in the ground or attached to other stakes laid transversely across the walls. The intermediate space is then filled with sand, mud, and limed, and beat down with large wooden mallets till it becomes hard and compact. The cases are left on for a day or two. They then take them off and move them higher up until the wall be finished, which is generally erected to the height of 8 or 9 cubits. Contiguous to the house door is a building consisting of 2 rooms called a Jew area, in which visitors are received and entertained so that they see nothing of the women, who are extremely handsome. The men are so excessively jealous of their wives that when the latter visit a relation they are obliged to muffle themselves up in every possible way to disguise their persons. Their face also is covered with their garment, through which they peep with one eye to discover their way. In various parts of the city are spacious fonda caravanserais built on a plan similar to that of the houses, having a gallery round the area, the access to which is by stairs. The rooms which surround and open into the gallery are very numerous and are hired by merchants and strangers for themselves and their merchandise. These are private property, and the rooms are let each for about 20 okiat or $2 per month. The agent of the proprietor of the fonda usually resides in some apartment in order to accommodate the strangers with provisions and other necessaries, having messengers or porters who perform the domestic offices of the house until the strangers become settled and have leisure to provide themselves with domestics, or to purchase slaves from the market to cook their victuals, clean their rooms, and attend their persons, whilst they are employed in bartering and exchanging their commodities till they have invested the whole in Saldanic produce, which they endeavour to accomplish by autumn-September, in order to be ready for the Akabat, either to proceed to Morocco, Cairo, Jeddah, or elsewhere. The king, whose authority has been acknowledged at Timbuktu ever since the death of Muley Ismail, Emperor of Morocco, is the sovereign of Bambara. The name of this potentate in 1800 was Wolo. He is a black and a native of the country which he governs. His usual place of residence is Djinni, he has 3 palaces in Timbuktu which are said to contain an immense quantity of gold. Many of the civil appointments at Timbuktu since the decease of Muley Ismail before mentioned and the consequent decline of the authority of the Emperor of Morocco have been filled by Moors of Moroccan origin, but the military appointments since the above period have been entirely among Negroes of Bambara appointed by the King Wolo. The inhabitants are also for the most part Negroes who possess much of the Arab hospitality and pride themselves in being attentive to strangers. The various costumes exhibited in the marketplaces and streets indicate the variety and extent of the commercial intercourse with the different nations of Central Africa. The individuals, being each habited in the dress of his respective country, exhibit a variety both pleasing and interesting to every stranger who goes there. The toleration in a country like this is particularly deserving of notice. The Diwan or al-Ailmat never interfere with the tenets of the various religions professed by the different people who resort to Timbuktu for commercial or other purposes. Every one is allowed to worship the great author of his being without restraint and according to the religion of his father or in the way wherein he may have been initiated. The police of this extraordinary place is extolled as surpassing anything of the kind on this side of the desert. Robberies and house-raking are scarcely known. The peaceable inhabitants of the town, each following their respective avocation, interfere with nothing but what concerns them. The government of the city is entrusted to a Diwan of 12 ulema or men learned in the Quran and an umpire who retain their appointments which they receive from the king of Bambara 3 years. The power of the ulema is great, and their falling into the mass of citizens after the expiration of the above period obliges them to act uprightly, as their good or bad administration of justice either acquits or condemns them after the expiration of their temporary power. The civil jurisprudence is directed by a Qadi who decides all judicial proceedings according to the spirit of the Quran. He has 12 talbs of the Lord, or attorneys attending him, each of whom has a separate department of justice to engage his daily attention. Daggers and stilettos are generally worn. If anyone disputes with his comrade and becomes irritated, the daggers are drawn, and one stabs the other without premeditation whilst under the influence of passion. Revenge or retaliation for injuries is so precise and so eagerly followed as to become hereditary in a family. Thus, if a man be killed or stabbed, it devolves on the next of kin to him to seek retaliation and to obtain satisfaction, who accordingly seeks every opportunity of destroying the man who killed his brother or relation. When he dies, the charge devolves on his next of kin. In the meantime, if the officers of police discover that any sanguinary assault has been committed, they pursue the aggressor and oblige him to attend the wounded man at his own expense till he recovers. But if he dies, the aggressor is condemned by law to death, unless the next of kin to the deceased chooses to grant him a pardon in consideration of some pecuniary compensation regulated according to the circumstances of the aggressor. There is but one prison in this extensive city where the prisoner is not confined but suffers the bastinado or pays a fine and is liberated. Robberies attended with personal violence, stealing cattle or provisions, are capital crimes and are thus punished by decapitation. The criminal sits down on the ground, and whilst a person engages his attention by pushing him on the back or shoulder, the executioner seizes that opportunity of striking off his head with the sabre, at which he is very adroit. Strangling is seldom practiced. Bastinadoing, when the crime is extremely aggravated, is sometimes practiced till the criminal expires under the chastisement. A debtor may be arrested and sent to prison, but on proving his insolvency he is liberated, but still remains accountable to his creditors, and in the event of his becoming afterwards a man of property, his creditors may claim and sue him to the extent of the debt previously contracted. The Diwan, when the king is in the town, sit in his presence round the throne and examine capital culprits. The king never decides contrary to the opinion of the Diwan or al-Ulema. Slaves may complain to the ulema of illegal severity received from their masters, of want of food or clothing, either of which, if substantiated, he is ordered to liberate him. A native of Timbuktu cannot be a slave, he must necessarily have been born in another country, and these are generally captives taken in battle. The children of slaves are inherited by the masters of their parents. Slaves of different masters cannot marry without the consent of the latter. The master of a negress endeavours to purchase the negro to whom she is attached. It is asserted that until lately no Jews were permitted to enter the town, and various conjectures have been made as to the cause of this interdiction. It is also reported that those Jews who do now resort thither are obliged to become Mohammedans, the forms of which religion they probably relinquish on their return to their native country. But whatever may be the ostensible, I am inclined to think the true cause why the Jews are not admitted into Timbuktu is the extreme jealousy of the individuals of the Moorish factory, whose avarice induces them to exclude every person from sharing their emoluments whenever a plausible pretext can be found. The climate of Timbuktu is much extolled as being salubrious and extremely invigorating, insomuch that it is impossible for the sexes to exist without intermarriage. Accordingly, it is said there is no man of the age of 18 who has not his wives or concubines, all which are allowed by the laws of the country, which are Mohammedan, and it is even a disgrace for a man who has reached the age of puberty to be married. The natives, and those who have resided there any considerable time, have an elegance and suavity of manners which is not observed on this side of Sahara. They possess a great flow of animal spirits, and are generally so much attached to the country that they invariably return when insurmountable difficulties do not prevent them. With regard to the manufactures of different kinds of apparel at Timbuktu and other places of the interior, they are made for the most part by the women in their respective houses whenever they cannot procure European cloths and linens, or when there is a great scarcity of Suse and Tafilelt manufactures of silk, cotton and woolen. It has been said that there is an extensive library at Timbuktu consisting of manuscripts in a character differing from the Arabic. This I am inclined to think has originated in the fertile imagination of some poet, or perhaps some Arab, or more willing to indulge at the expense of European curiosity, has fabricated such a story. In all my inquiries during many years I never heard of any such library at Timbuktu. The State Library, which is composed for the most part of manuscripts in the Arabic, contains a few Hebrew and perhaps Chaldaic books. Amongst the Arabic it is probable there are many translations from Greek and Latin authors at present unknown to Europeans. The Nile el Abid, or Nile of the Negroes, overflows in the same manner as the Nile Masat, or Nile of Egypt, when the sun enters Cancer. This is the rainy season in the countries south of the Great Desert, and in Jibal Qumrat, or the Mountains of the Moon, from whence the waters descend, which cause the river to overflow its banks. At Kabra, near Timbuktu, it becomes a very large stream. River horses are found in the Nile el Abid as well as crocodiles, and the country contiguous to its southern banks is covered with forests of primeval growth, in which are many trees of great size and beauty. These forests abound with elephants of an enormous size. The river, according to the concurrent testimony of the Arabs and the Moors and all travellers who have been on the spot, flows from west to east and is about the width of the Thames at London. The stream is so very rapid in the middle as to oblige the boats which navigate to journey to keep close to the shore, and the boatmen, instead of oars, push the boat on with long poles. The soil about Timbuktu is generally fertile, and near the river produces rice, millet, Indian corn, and other grain. Wheat and barley grow in the plains and are cultivated principally by the Arabs of the tribe of Brabish. Coffee grows wild here, as does also indigo. The latter, however, is cultivated in some parts and produces a very fine blue dye, which they use in their various cotton manufactures. The specimen of this colour may be seen in the British Museum in a piece of cloth of cotton and silk, which I had the honour to present to that National Depository of Curiosities some years since. It is of a checkered pattern similar to a draught board. The squares are alternate blue and white. These pieces of cotton are manufactured at Guinea and Timbuktu and used as covers to beds. They are valuable from the strength and durability of the texture, and are therefore sold at a high price in Barbary according to the quantity of silk that is in them and the quality of the cotton. Those, however, which have no silk interwoven but are simply cotton of blue and white patterns are not so costly. The width varies from 2 to 12 inches. The pieces are sewed together so closely afterwards with silk or thread that one can scarcely perceive the seams, the whole appearing as one piece. The husbandmen, whom they call fuller, are very expert in the economy of beast honey, and wax are abundant, but neither is transported across the desert, first because the articles abound in Barbary, and secondly because they are used by the natives of Timbuktu, the former as an article of food and the latter for candles. The fish called shevel, similar to our salmon in the formation of its bones, and not unlike it in taste, abounds in the Nile el Abid near Kabrat. It is much esteemed by the natives. Eels also abound in the river. There are various other kinds of fish, the names of which I do not recollect. The mines of gold which lie south of the bed of the river belong to the Sultan Wulod, who resides at Jinni. He has 3 palaces or spacious houses at Timbuktu where his gold is deposited, of which he is said to possess an enormous quantity. The persons who are daily employed in working the mines are Barbarian Negroes who are extremely rich in gold, for all pieces of ore which they take from the mines not weighing 12 mizans or about 2 ounces become a perquisite to themselves as a remuneration for their labour, and all pieces of a greater weight belong to the Sultan and are deposited in his before-mentioned palaces. It is asserted that the mines are so pure that lumps of virgin gold are constantly found of several ounces in weight. This being admitted, it will not be surprising that the value of this precious metal here so abundant should be inconsiderable, and that some articles of small value with us in Europe, such as tobacco, salt, and manufactured brass, should often sell at Timbuktu for their weight in gold. But here I would wish to be understood as speaking with some latitude, as the precise value of the circulating medium of Soudan is subject to great fluctuation, originating from a company of enterprising speculators of great capital at Fast, who are extremely jealous of the trade and particularly cautious in communicating any information respecting it. In my various inquiries on this subject, I have constantly been guarded from receiving any information respecting Soudan from men who have had commercial establishments there, but have been rather induced to prefer the testimony of those whom I have frequently met from time to time in my various journeys through West and South Barbary, who were strangers to the motives of my inquiries, considering them merely as the natural suggestions of curiosity. Some of these, however, I have by chance met with afterwards at Margoda and Agadir, where my commercial establishments were. When finding I was engaged in foreign commerce, they became very circumspect and cautious, and apparently regretted having communicated intelligence to me concerning their country. I cannot attempt to give the exact geographical bearing and distance of places from Timbuktu in a country like this, as the Africans are ignorant of geography as well as other sciences, but from the several accounts which I have at different times received during my residence in Africa, and which were from respectable people who have resided years at Timbuktu and had travelled across Africa, it appears to be situated 1500 miles SSC of Fast, 1150 miles about SSC of Akatat, and Wedinoon 1300 miles in nearly the same direction from Morocco. 1320 miles from Tafilelt. It is also about 230 miles eastward of the city of Jinni, 1000 miles west of Hausa. The country north of Timbuktu is inhabited by the powerful tribe of Arabs called Brabisht, whose original stock emigrated in the 8th century and took possession of a tract of country bordering on Egypt westward. There are several duos of that Kabyle inhabitants of the western confines of Egypt who long since emigrated from the original stock. On account of family disputes, they are a turbulent, restless, and warlike tribe, but extremely afraid of firearms, having no means of defence against such, being armed only with zraga the lance, and occasionally with knives or daggers. Hence the inhabitants of the towns, when they go far into the country, carry guns and pistols with them. There is another nation situated many Urhilat journeys southeast of Timbuktu who worship the sun and abstain from animal food, living on milk and vegetables. One of these people was at Margoda about 10 years since and continued his national custom, nor could all the flattering invitations to Mohammedanism induce him to renounce his doctrine. In some part of the country between Timbuktu and Kassanet or Kashna, which is called Beeb House, at the entrance of Hausa, it is discovered a race of people whom the Arabs compare to the English, alleging that they speak a distinct language of their own different from all the others known in Africa, and that it resembles the whistling of birds, to which they compare the English language. The people ride on saddles similar to those of England, and wear rolled spurs, the only nation in Africa that does without shoes. Their faces are covered to the eyes by their turbans folding round their necks and faces. Their weapons are swords, bows, arrows, and lances. When they engage in battle, each man selects an antagonist. They therefore never risk an engagement unless they think themselves superior in number, or at least equal to their enemy, resembling in this respect the Chinese. They are represented as a grossly superstitious people, their bodies as well as their horses being covered with Heras charms or amulets. About 15 Urhilat journeys east of Timbuktu is an immense lake called El Bahar Soudan, the Sea of Soudan, on which are decked vessels, and the borders of it are inhabited by the above people. They brought in or about the year 1793 some of their decked vessels to Timbuktu and transported thence goods to Jinni, but as they were ascertained to be neither Arabs, Moors, Negroes, Shellers, nor Berabers, the boatmen of Timbuktu complained to the Cadi that if these people were permitted to go to and from Jinni, they would lose their business as their boats performed the passage at less expense and in half the time. On this suggestion, the Kadir ordered them out of the country. Some report that they were all poisoned and their boats broken to pieces, and that since none of their vessels have been used westward of this lake, the boats are described to be about 40 cubits in length and 8 in breadth, having the planks fastened together by shriek or base rope, and carry 150 or 200 men and 40 tons of goods. They have no sails, but when the wind is favourable 2 oars are set up perpendicularly on each side of the boat, to which is fastened a large hake or spreading garment which serves as a substitute for a sail. These boats are rowed by 16 oars. At night they come to anchor by throwing a large stone overboard tied to a rope or cable as before mentioned, which serves as an anchor. With regard to the water communication between Timbuktu and Cairo, there is no doubt but such a communication exists. It does not, however, facilitate the purposes of transport, the expense of land carriage by means of camels being more moderate than that by water. Besides, the advantages to a traveller of a continued succession of rich and fertile country make the journey rather an excursion of pleasure when compared to the toils of a desert where heat and thirst are so much dreaded by the weary traveller. In the interior of Africa and among the rich traders who engage in this traffic across the continent, there is but one opinion with regard to the Nile of Egypt and the Nile of Timbuktu, and that opinion is that they are one and the same river, or rather that the latter is the western branch of the former. It may be further observed that the source of the Nile of Timbuktu is at the foot of the western branch of the chain of mountains called Jebel Qumrat, or Mountains of the Moon, where it forms Murder Swamp, and on the western side of the same mountain is another lake or swamp which is the source of the Senegal River. Hence the established African opinion that the Senegal and Nile have the same source, although these two mergers are separated by the mountain. The copious springs which throw the water up with great force are very numerous and are found on both sides of the mountain, that is on the eastern as well as on the western side. The western stream takes a northerly direction, as does also the eastern stream, which is increased in its course by various others issuing from the Jebel Qumrat more to the east of the source before described, but where the two streams unite, i.e. the Nile of Egypt and that of Soudan, is not accurately ascertained. It is proper also to observe that the Africans express their astonishment whenever the Europeans dispute the connection of these two rivers, justly observing that it is a folly to dispute a thing which the experience of a succession of ages has proved to be true. Indeed, it is remarkable how many empty hypotheses and idle reasonings the course of this river or the Egyptian Nile has given rise to, but there are people so bigoted to the opinions which are founded on these empty hypotheses as to disregard the relation of travellers who have actually been upon the spot, and who have by the evidence of their eyes confuted all that has been written on the subject. In confirmation of the opinion that there is a navigable communication between Timbuktu and Soudan and Cairo in Egypt, the following circumstance was related to me by a very intelligent man who has at this time an establishment in the former city. In the year 1780, a party of 17 Guinea Negroes proceeded in a canoe to Timbuktu on a commercial speculation. They understood the Arabic language and could read the Quran. They bartered their merchandise several times during the passage and reached Cairo after a voyage of 14 months, during which they lived upon rice and other produce which they procured at the different towns they visited. They reported that there are 1,200 cities and towns with mosques or towers in them between Timbuktu and Cairo, built on or near the banks of the Nile El Abid and the Nile Massa, the Nile of Soudan and the Nile of Egypt. During this voyage they remained in many towns several days, when trade curiosity or inclination induced them to sojourn. In 3 places they found the Nile so shallow, by reason of the numerous channels which are cut from the main stream for the purpose of irrigating the lands of the adjacent country, that they could not proceed in the boat which they transported overland till they found the water flowing again in sufficient body to float it. They also met with 3 considerable cataracts, the principal of which was at the entrance from the west of Wangara. Here also they transported the boat by land until, passing the fall of water, they floated it again in an immense merger lake whose opposite shore was not visible. At night they threw a large stone overboard as a substitute for an anchor, and watch was regularly kept to guard against the attacks of crocodiles, elephants, and river horses which abound in various parts. When they arrived at Cairo, they joined the great accumulated caravan of the west called Akbar el-Gharbi, and proceeded therewith through Barca, Tripoli, Tunis, Algiers, and Angad to fasten Morocco, where they joined the Akka caravan and again reached Chinit after an absence of 3 years and 2 months. Finally, it appears from the corroborating testimony of all who have performed the journey from Timbuktu to Egypt that the country contiguous to the Nile El Abid is rich and productive, that the banks of the river are adorned with an incredible number of cities and towns of incalculable population, that the Mohammedan religion prevails, that the Arabic is the general language spoken throughout these countries. The cities and towns are crowded with mosques having square towers attached to them. Fondiks or caravanserais for the accommodation of travellers are spacious and convenient, so that we may conclude that the banks of the Nile El Abid from Timbuktu to the confines of Egypt may be as populous as the banks of any river in China. I hope you enjoyed reading the book and account of the Empire of Morocco and the districts of Suse and Tafilelt with me. If you liked this, please remember to like and subscribe. Please visit at Autonomy if you want to see different types of videos we produce. For statistics on our videos, visit at Autonomy Core. Visit our story reading channel website at https://autonomy.com/autonomyproject/autonomystories/. Happy YouTube travels!